All right, everybody, what's up? I am so thrilled. I'm so thrilled to have Dave here because he's got such a fun, impressive show. And Dave, you've been interested in the two topics that we're going to talk about, really interested in them and covering them a lot. So I want you to pick your poison here because I know you're not going to be with us for very long. We got a tight schedule. We got him for 30 minutes. Because I jam-packed the schedule with guests tonight, and so I want to get straight to it. All right, do you want to talk about first? Do you want to talk about Trump Epstein, or you want to talk about Blake Lively stuff?
Let's keep it light and start with Epstein. Whatever you want. It doesn't matter to me.
Oh man, well,
by the way, 30 minutes is enough for me. No one needs more time than that for me.
You know, I feel the same way, short and sweet. And usually, if you haven't said what you need to say in 30 minutes, it's not going to be that interesting anyway. Exactly. Okay, so let's start with the truly lighter thing, Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni. Okay. Although I'm sure Justin Baldoni doesn't feel like it's been a light thing. So it seems to me the latest is that Blake Lively, she made a list of demands. Let me pull up the video, actually, because one of the great legal minds who's been covering the Blake Lively, Justin Baldoni saga actually tweeted about this. But you were aware of the fact that Blake Lively had a list of demands or requests of the judge for her deposition, right?
Yeah, I haven't gone through them, though.
I have not either, but I see that the judge granted everything basically that she wanted of significance. And I wanted just to show this quick video from one of the lawyers who's been covering this and see what your reaction is. And then we'll go from there. So I'm going to post this. All right.
Case.
Sorry about you'll have to turn up the sound a little bit, perhaps. Okay, here we go.
We got a new order in the Blake Lively case, July 14th. It's about the protective order. I haven't read it yet, but I just saw the little snippet. I believe it looked like it was granted. The motion for protective order by Blake Lively is granted. Lively will make arrangements for opposing counsel to have a dedicated computer and ability to print and copy documents in a space chosen by Lively. Ugh. Fair parties shall notify Lively of the identities of the individuals who will attend the deposition by noon on the 15th. I'm not sure how I feel about this. She's getting special treatment. She is.
Okay, so there's a bit of a drag on that with the sound, but basically her conclusion, this is Katie, she has I believe a channel, and she's on Twitter, and she's been doing great coverage of this from a legal perspective. What she says is that it's pretty unprecedented for a judge to apparently grant basically everything for this deposition that Blake Lively requested / demanded of him. And again, this is Judge Lyman. This is the same judge that dismissed Baldoni's lawsuit, basically, or gutted it against Blake Lively. And she's even, if you get deeper into this video here, Katie points out that she even specifies, and the judge granted this, that she wants to know in advance who is going to be attending the deposition, which again, these are apparently pretty strange, unusual requests. He granted them. What is your feeling in general, about Judge Lyman and about the way that he has been litigating this case so far? As a non-lawyer like me, do you have any thoughts about the way this whole situation's been going?
Well, I always tend to try to look at the other side, right? So everyone says, "Oh, he's got it out for Justin, this, that." I have no idea, but I don't think home field advantage is really going to make a difference here. You know, it's going to be the same. I understand why it's just another indication that Justin didn't win. She got the little win here. But, you know, Brian Friedman, he's playing that game where he's litigating a lot through the public. And because of that, you're going to get burned a little bit. Is it worth it? Is it worth some of the slams he's making online? And then you lose out on home field advantage. Maybe. I think overall, he's done a better job by presenting things publicly than not, but you're going to lose like the coin flip in these circumstances. So it's hard to say with this specific motion whether or not the judge is leaning on one side versus the other, because Brian Friedman gave him a reason to accept Blake Lively's request, even if, you know, that Madison Square Garden comment was super hyperbolic. It was obviously sarcastic, but when you're going to take someone who's like a perennial victim like Blake, she's going to use whatever you give her. That's just the game.
No, that's right, and I appreciate you for your straight talk on this, because like me, you're critical here, and not overly critical, but you're assigning some of the blame here to the way that Friedman has been playing this game. Even if ultimately, let's say that the way he's been playing it is the best way, and I certainly have admired his PR game overall. Except, again, I didn't feel like they really stuck the landing on the Baldoni thing. I felt like that should have been, that getting dismissed. They saw that coming. That should have been teed up better. But water under the bridge. We go on. And but I do think that it's not that crazy to think that with this being such a high PR case. And look, let's admit the fact that people even like me going to that event, right? There was absolutely nothing wrong with that. I would do it again. I stand by it. It was a public event where she was presenting herself to everybody. It was completely non-threatening on my part, et cetera, et cetera. But I could see where something like that, honestly, I'm admitting this, I could see where something like that could be used then as justification in the judge's mind for why this poor victimized Me Too woman, right? She's so afraid that maybe one of these crazed Baldoni supporters is going to show up at the deposition, outside the deposition. We know that's crazy. But you're right, in some of the comments that Friedman has made could kind of open the door for that, I guess. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. So like in the NFL, you play the whole season hoping that if you have the best record in your conference, you'll get home field advantage. That is huge. You have a crowd of 60,000 people shouting so the other team can't hear the audibles. It's such a big deal to have home field advantage. With this, it's like Brian Freeman's either going to ask questions on Park Ave or Madison Ave. It's not going to. Now, would it be more hostile for Blake Lively to attend Brian Freeman's law firm? I mean, maybe it'll be better that she'll feel nice and comfortable at her home, lawyer's living room office. And maybe she'll let her guard down. That Amber Heard possible moment where she catches herself in a lie, I think that could happen in either scenario. It's going to be like, I'm guessing, an all day thing. So after the first 3 minutes of questions, I don't think it makes a difference in this specific case. As far as like the other instances where the judge has ruled in Blake Lively's favor, if I'm Justin Baldoni, I wouldn't want anyone but Brian Friedman right now playing this out in the public, because you need every ounce of SEO, search engine optimization here, because of the damage that was initially done. We saw in the Daily Mail yesterday, they're still calling it a sexual assault. They're still like, it's like calling it a murder when it was a robbery. We're not even close, but those words have so much power in old Google. And at this point, I don't blame him for wanting as much public sort of commentary as possible.
Yeah, and I see this comment here. So the fact that she's harassing small content creators is totally okay. No, absolutely, it's not okay. And in this case, we're just talking about the judge's ruling. But what are your opinion? What's your opinion of Subpoena Gate? Do you think, first of all, that the subpoenas? You didn't receive one of these, right?
This is how codependent I am. I'm like sad that I didn't get one, because I'm like left out. I like wasn't invited. I'm like, is my content not that good at 135,000 subscribers? I make 2 videos a day. Where's the goddamn respect? And maybe I got one and I just don't check my mail. I don't really know. Look, I mean, if there was evidence that a smear campaign existed, then I wouldn't be annoyed with Blake reaching out to Google to back that up. But there is no evidence. There is no evidence that Baldoni communicated and paid money to. There's no Bitcoin receipts. There's nothing shady like that. So it's like, no. I've said before, I've like almost taunted Blake Lively's side. I've spoken to Justin Baldoni's attorney, Brian Friedman. I reached out months ago for an interview. They were nice and got back to me, and it never happened. But I wanted a slice of that pie when he was doing the media rounds. Yeah. I have no problem sharing that, but I understand almost like a strength in union that I would, if subpoenaed, I would fight it like everybody else because of the precedent it sets, not because I have anything to hide.
Right. I absolutely support people fighting it. I still, look, this may sound crazy to some people. I still am not 100% convinced that the subpoena is real, that it isn't a prank. But I also I've not been marinating in this for days. Like, some people who did receive it have been like on the phone with their attorneys and stuff like that. So I'm not challenging anyone. I'm saying that there's still a small part of me that wonders if this is a prank. Then again, though, we know, according to the legal filings, that Blake Lively's side it's declared that it is pursuing third-party subpoenas against 60 people, and so 60 people, 60 entities. And so that to me makes it much more likely that yes, these are real subpoenas that these people are being notified about. Now, to people who don't know what we're talking about, there may be a few people who are on for the political stuff. And by the way, we'll shift to that in about 5 minutes, because I want to hear what you have to say. But for people who don't know, there were a number of smaller content creators, and no offense to anyone when I say smaller, and they weren't all smaller, by the way. Like you had Andy Signor, who has a much bigger program, for example, than I do. But a number of them who were like significantly smaller than my channel or your channel, and great channels, but it seemed almost kind of random that some of them were getting subpoenaed by Blake Lively, when people like me, for instance, and not just me, but people like you and people who've covered this a lot more than I have, are not getting subpoenaed either. I don't really know the rhyme or reason to it. Some people speculated that maybe her side is trying to scare smaller, more vulnerable content creators. There are some of us like you and me and Zach and some of the others who this isn't our first rodeo, and we've been doing this kind of controversial stuff for a while. And so subpoena comes to me, I'm going to take it. It's like, I'm like you, like I want the subpoena. I'm going to take it and I'm going to make content out of it. And I'm going to laugh at it and I'm going to challenge it as well. So I don't know, but that's what's going on. And
there's really no through line. At first I was like, oh, he subpoenaed a bunch of women, but there's a lot of female content creators. There's some heavy hitters there. So there's some light hitters there. Someone said someone had a theory that they thought that she was trying to provoke content creators to maybe cross the line, doxing her in certain ways, or just getting it to the next level. Like sometimes you just want to like kick the tires and see what falls out. So it could have just been like, pursue every legal thing. Just try to subpoena.
Just get aggressive. Yeah.
Now, when I was being sued by Laura Owens, when I uncovered the Bachelor
I didn't know that. I'm sorry. Tell me, this 30-second summary of that.
I was sued for harassment. It was dropped by the judge on First Amendment rights, but she also tried to call the FBI on me and all these other things because I was uncovering a pregnancy scam, and now she's being charged with 7 felonies. So we've been on the right side of this story. Her lawyer just got a DUI this week.
Is she the one with the Clayton Eshard or
Eshard? Yeah.
Eshard. Okay.
So she's absolutely going to be facing many years in jail over my audience and the Justice for Clayton community, really exposing this. But she faked this guy named Chase Jones. She faked this black journalist in an attempt to cancel Clayton, and she used a Google email address. I subpoenaed Google to get this information, and they basically told me to go fuck myself.
Really?
So it's just annoying when it's somebody who's got the power, they can seemingly get in Google's ear. And again, maybe Google will tell them to go kick rocks. I don't know. But if you have the right connections, it seems like you can at least pursue this thing further.
It doesn't seem like they are, though, if they're notifying content creators. Or was the notification, I guess it was also if you want to challenge this, letting them know. But I think these big tech companies, they roll over for politically correct stuff like this. And look, one of the things that I think is interesting about you is that you are more left of center than a lot of us in the Justice for Justin Baldoni community. And I don't mean that like in a weird way or whatever, but it's like you look at people like, Candace Owens, Megyn Kelly, a number of people are more on the right, not everybody. I really appreciate that you bring that different perspective to the table. And I just wonder, like, how does it make you feel as someone who does deeply believe in women's rights and I think the tenets of feminism, of what it should be, classical feminism? How does it make you feel to see this stuff and Me Too subverted for these purposes?
Well, you never want to see anything when you're someone like Blake seems to be, you'll use whatever you can. If the Cherokee Indian part played out, she would use that. She would use whatever she could to be the victim and go down that path. But just quickly, the whole like political ideology of like left versus right, we really don't do it justice, and you're not doing this, but we don't do it justice saying it's all one side versus the other. Like Candace Owens has a lot of populist ideas that I go, I can get with that. But then she's also batshit crazy in a lot of ways, according to my belief. And I'm a progressive. I believe in taxing the ultra wealthy, and I believe the tech billionaires and the political billionaires have all rigged the system against us, insider trading, all these things. I don't align with corporate Democrats and a lot of people. So I think folks like me would do a better job of distancing themselves from some of the cultural leftists that might be a little too far in the Me Too movement. I'm one of those like, yeah, people should be believed, then present the evidence. And I'm not going to weaponize that and say, well, what if this person made a mistake or what if this person lied? Yeah, crooks lie, whether they're male, female, black, or white. A Smollett, a Lively, a Laura Owens, somebody is going to exploit a system for their own good, and then we have to expose that. That's going to exist across the spectrum. I'm not going to hold any political leader as like God, from Trump to Joe Biden. Like, we have to do our job.
You're not going to hold up Trump as God?
Maybe if I could buy one of those meme coins early on, I would. But like, I think if we come back as a society, and maybe we could tie this to Epstein, if we come back as a society and all like middle class come together and say like, enough is enough. I don't care what letter you wear. You're going. You got to go if you're taking corporate money. You got to go if you're on that list. You got to go if you're, taking money from AIPAC and lobbyist groups that aren't really there for like what America needs. Like, let's all come together. I don't care if it's over Epstein or Baldoni or whatnot. Like, let's find at least the common ground and talk about it and quit trying to dunk on each other. Like, what has that gotten us?
Well, I think a lot of people feel that way. I think that's the silent or quiet majority that's also just cynical. Probably a lot of us are just so fed up with things and think there's no way out of this sort of intractable fight, this binary fight. I saw that one of your videos recently, last few days, about the Trump Epstein situation was titled something like MAGA explodes or something like that. And on my Instagram, I posted something about, is this the day that MAGA dies? And of course, we're both joking around here. And I have a lot of people, I live in red state, Texas. And so not only myself, but almost everybody I know supported Trump, or at least wanted Trump to win when it came down to it versus the alternative, right? But I've never seen this kind of anger and this kind at Trump among his supporters, and this kind of division, vitriol, people who used to all be pretty united in their support for Trump, just going at it online. So tell me, what do you think? What have you been looking at in your coverage of all of this? What do you think? Do you think Trump understands that he's in some deep shit?
Well, first of all, I think we need to quit idealizing political leaders. This idea that he's got all the answers that no one else has. He was never going to end a war on day one. He increased his net worth by 40% since he took office. He is, I believe, a con man. And I've got family that's done business with him and firsthand accounts of them, my family getting ripped off. Like, I've seen it firsthand. But it's like, how did this New York billionaire try to pretend that folks like you in Texas were like him? He would never want anyone to be a part of those elite circles he's in. So it just blows my mind as like he tried to get away. He tried to pretend to be this Bernie Sanders type. And I saw so many people go from Bernie to Trump. And I think there is a void there for a Bernie Sanders type. And, your audience might disagree with me and whatever, but I'm going to make sure I don't read your comments because I'm steadfast in my beliefs here.
No, but I like that you can come on here. I'm sorry to interrupt you. No. I like that you come on here, and I know, and I'm going to get like a really interesting and genuine perspective. Keep going.
Well, I tell people from my progressive perspective, I've been called far left. I don't even know what that spectrum means anymore because I think it's more horseshoe perspective where the far left and the far right are kind of the same. And most of us are in the middle. Oh, you tell me that someone who's making $1 billion shouldn't be taxed at a much higher level. What are we talking about? The defense spending has gone past $1 trillion. We're spending $750 billion a year right now, just paying the interest on our debt. And you put a guy in president. And it's like, good. If Trump wanted to figure it all out, so be it. The Democrats would never win another election if he figured it out. But he didn't. This big, beautiful bill is horrible for people. I was raised on food stamps. I come from a family that received a lot of social programs. Most of them now vote for Trump to have those programs stripped away, which I find highly offensive that someone would rise up on the ladder and then kick the ladder out once they got higher up. I'm upper middle class. My channel's thriving. I would much rather my tax dollars go to support whoever has kids that's going to be with my son in a play date who might need food stamps. You know what I mean? I don't want to live in a society where I'm on the top with the top 5% of people that are crushing it, and the rest are out there doing GoFundMes when they, bust a knee on a pothole because we don't fill in our streets. Like, I want to live in that world, and I'm not pretending like the Democratic Party has solved it. Like, they had all the chances and they fucked it up, but now Trump's ultra fucking it up, in my belief. And if the Epstein situation is something that like pops the hood on it and people can see that this whole scam is running on nothing but fear and us versus them, then maybe we could all come back together and elect some actual populist candidates that do stuff for the middle class.
Well, I think, as somebody from a different, more right-leaning and libertarian perspective, although it's interesting how many people of your persuasion, right, are also libertarian, and that's a way in which kind of opposing sides meet up. But as somebody who is more right-leaning, I'm not sure that all of those things are going to happen, but I can tell you that I think that this has the potential to be such a thorn in the side of Trump, kind of like the whole email situation with Hillary was. And I wanted to just briefly look at, we're not going to look at much of it, but briefly look at my appearance. I went on Meghan McCain's show today, and she's always cool to have me on, just even to rant a little at the end. But I want to show you just a bit of what I had to say and get your thoughts on this, because I am just aghast at what I perceive to be the condescension and the gaslighting that we're getting from Trump and his administration on this, which I know you might say from your perspective, well, that's what we've always gotten. No, the quality of it is different now. Whatever you think of Trump, that Truth Social post from 2 nights ago was so unhinged that Candace Owens was talking about how embarrassing it was.
But isn't that the same as him saying he won the election in 2020?
Well,
isn't it the same, like,
that's
obvious gas? Because he knew he lost it.
Well, that's the thing though. And that's a whole like rabbit hole. We don't have time to go down. But I could pull and that's not a particular interest of mine, but I could pull my significant other in right here, and he could talk your ear off for an hour about why you're wrong on that. So I don't know, but that's why, Dave, this Epstein thing is such kryptonite, because people get it, and they get it in their gut that even though we don't know exactly what happened with Epstein, like, we know that there was some bad shit there and that powerful people were involved. And so this bypasses all of those ideological arguments that people, get mired in. And that's why it's so dangerous for Trump. I want to watch this just briefly, like a minute or two, and then we'll see what you think.
Guys saying that Trump is now part of the deep state. I know your audience is very,
Sorry, I'm back here.
Yes, we have Kristen Lacefield, aka, and we're just like, what a mess this is.
I'm just shocked, and it's not. And look, I'm as cynical about politics and politicians as anyone, so I'm not shocked that there's some seediness, something going on here, or shady in the background. I am just absolutely dumbfounded at the terrible, like, in the toilet PR game that Trump and his people are playing right now. And I don't know if the buck truly stops with Trump, or how much Bondi, as Megyn Kelly said, has screwed up stuff and laid the groundwork for this. I don't know what's going on. I really don't. But I just know that Truth Social post that Trump produced a couple of nights ago, it was jaw-droppingly terrible. And I know that there are a number of MAGA diehards out there. Look, I'm in Texas, red state. Almost everybody that I know voted for Trump. I certainly supported Trump over the alternatives in every election. But the MAGA diehards who are saying that we just need to trust the president and forget about this, they're not paying attention to the utter incompetence that Trump and his people have shown in their handling of this. I'm just talking about on a basic PR messaging level, just like your guest. Your guest was absolutely astute. That dude needs to be running Trump's PR right now, because he was right. They have not handled this well. And your guest.
All right, so I'm going to play some more a little bit later for some other guests. I want to get back here because we don't have you for very long. But any thoughts on any of that? Look,
I say I'll meet people where they are. If if folks are saying Trump is gaslighting them on Epstein, I agree with you. I just argue he did it with, the war in Ukraine, funding Ukraine. He did it with
I agree on that
trying
one.
to negotiate with Iran just so he could bomb a bunch of their leaders with their pregnant
I
wives
agree
in
with
their
you on
buildings.
that one too.
He did it on saying he was going to cut the deficit. He did it saying Doge was going to come after the military industrial complex. I don't have enough time to say over and over. This is like if my friend was dating some jerk guy. He's going to change. No, he's not. This is what you're going to get. He's profiting off of his office, and he's only in office so he doesn't get prosecuted. And I'm just saying, I don't think the DNC has brought a healthy alternative. Like you said, it wasn't going to be Kamala because they never ran a primary. But
by the way, what did you think about Biden? That whole thing? Were you upset at the fact that he did not leave the race sooner? And
it took a lot of time because I understood why people didn't want to speak up because the economy was rip-roaring. The U.S. had one of the best responses to the pandemic in the whole world, even though there was inflation, better than almost every country. I mean, we were like literally everybody wanted to do what we were doing as a country, but people still can't buy homes. Kamala did nothing to talk about private equity in homes. And I know Charlie Kirk likes to talk about that, but like what's MAGA doing to try to get private equity out of home buying and make it more affordable? So there's all these issues. And I understand that the DNC, like I said before, I don't hold anyone up as my savior. You need to fight to get the right sort of leverage so that you can get someone into office that's going to speak for you. So I always encourage people, you don't have to all appreciate everything I have to say, but on the Rush Hour podcast twice a day, we cover pop culture and progressive ideas. Like my bias is a progressive bias that's willing to work with anybody on any political level. If they want to fight for the middle class, get our taxpayer money going to our country, to fixing the lead pipes and getting food stamps for the kids. And God forbid, like we try to help each other out. I know a lot of people hated Tampon Tim, but God forbid he provided kids with food before they go to school versus, going to build a building in Qatar or whatever. Like, let's get on the same page and get rid of the left versus right slamming. Because I'm not slamming anybody other than the politicians. A lot of my family vote different than I do. And I go, who of my family and my people is fighting for the middle class more than I am? I don't need to. I'm going to take a hit on these taxes. But I just see that we're not living up to the promises. And like, it's not going to get any better if we're all going to pretend like big, beautiful bills aren't a problem. And if Epstein conspiracy is the thing that cracks open the lid that maybe Santa's not real, sorry folks, then maybe this brings us all back together. I thought Luigi was going to do this. I thought Luigi was going to get us all together and go, yeah, this insurance thing's kind of a scam, isn't it? But boy, they didn't want that conversation.
Well, it kind of hurts your case and your sympathy though with people when you shoot somebody and cold-blooded in the street.
Sure. But you see the country in this groundswell of a movement going, yeah, this insurance thing is messed up. And to respond to your commenter, why am I on your show? I don't know. Maybe because I'm telling the truth of what I feel, and I'm not trying to, audience capture and just play to people, which is probably why I don't need to read your comments. But like, all I'm saying is our taxes should go to the middle class and the basement, the lowest level of like where we are as a society. We should raise that up a little bit so people have a fighting shot. So folks like my mom and anyone who's coming out of a abusive relationship can just get back on their feet, maybe get a degree that they're not going to be, spend their whole life savings paying for. My student loans were only $15,000 and it still cost me $45,000 to get out of that hole. Why am I on your show? Because the system's fucked up. That's why.
Well, look, you asked, you named a litany of things that even though you and I are on different sides of the left-right line, if we're going to do it that way, I agree with you.
What's one thing that I said that's wrong?
In that litany of things, everything I think that you said there made sense. I think you and I would have some differences when we talk about, for instance, immigration policy and a few other things.
Maybe not.
Maybe not. So let me ask you here. We're almost at overtime, but I want everybody to go to your Twitter, your channel. It's Dave Neal. I've got the link posted there for his Twitter, and you can also you can link to his YouTube. He has a channel. I think your channel's a little bit bigger than mine. You're over 100,000, right?
1:35. Yeah, and if anyone wants to
1:35.
publicly harass me, I'll be at Costco right after this here in Nashville. So come say your piece like a man.
Oh man. Well, I'm so glad that you joined me. And we've actually talked before. People can look on my Blake Lively playlist and see a discussion we had about Blake Lively, which is how we actually, people ask, seriously, what are you doing on the show? That's how we got to know each other, through the Blake Lively stuff. But I will tell you, since you haven't been looking at the comments, Dave, that 98% of them have been very positive. So everybody appreciates you coming on the show. Thank you so much. And we will see you next time.
Yeah, take care.
All right. Bye-bye. All right. So I received word that Rakeda is on the way. And so that is cool, because Shane Cashman, who's my last guest of the night, he told me he could not get here until midnight Eastern time. And I said, well, that's okay. That's okay. We'll do it some other time. He said, no, I want to try to do it. So he's recording something apparently right up until midnight, and then he's going to be here. So we've got a lot more guests coming up, a range of people, some more interested in Blake Lively stuff, some more interested in the Trump Epstein saga, a lot more observations. I'm going to give you, while I take a 10-minute break before our next segment, I'm going to give you something to watch. So for those of you who didn't catch it, this was my appearance on Meghan McCain's show earlier today. We talked about the Epstein-Trump situation. I know I already played a little bit of it for you, so I'm going to play some more, and we'll have that sort of take us to the next point when Ralph shows up. So give me 1 second to put this up. By the way, if you enjoyed this show so far, or you enjoy it, then tips and donations are appreciated. My link is below. I pretty much just do PayPal right now. That's what I'm funneling people into until I can get more content back up on my Patreon. I'm about to release just a ton of like raw, unedited interviews and conversations with people that I never released, because I cut out certain snippets of it, but not release the whole thing, just release segments. And so I'm trying to put more content, start putting content back up on my Patreon. But if you enjoy this, the link is below for my PayPal. You don't need a membership to PayPal, just a credit or debit card. And if you ever want to leave a comment there and I can read those, you just write a little note in on the PayPal donation, and I will read that as your super chat comment if you don't want to do super chats. So anyway, everybody, I will be back in about 10 minutes, and I'm going to put this segment up for you all right now.
This is what Ivy League universities you can get.
This is the kind of trouble you can get into. Ivy League universities. No, I don't know. Okay, here we go.
For the administration now.
No more fun tweets.
Trump and his people.
Screw
there, my friend.
In the background. I am just certainly supported Trump over the alternatives in every that Trump produced a couple of nights ago.
Sorry,
it was jaw-droppingly terrible. And I know that there are a number of MAGA diehards out there. Look, I'm in Texas, red state. Almost everybody that I know voted for Trump. I certainly supported Trump over the alternatives in every election. But the MAGA diehards who are saying that we just need to trust the president and forget about this, they're not paying attention to the utter incompetence that Trump and his people have shown in their handling of this. I'm just talking about on a basic PR messaging level, just like your guest. Your guest was absolutely astute. That dude needs to be running Trump's PR right now, because he was right. They have not handled this well. And your guest said that they needed to handle it better. We're not even in the realm of better right now. We are so far in the gutter with that messaging. That was an insane rant that Trump gave us the other night. Hey, guys and gals, what's up with my guys? And in some cases, my gals, what's
honestly my new favorite meme, quite
we're
frankly.
talking about sex trafficking, potentially of children, depending on your definition of children, but of minors and vulnerable people. We're talking about something that was held out to the Republicans and to the MAGA people as red meat for months and months and months by various people who are now in this administration. And we're supposed to now just forget about it because Trump says so. What was all of that rambling about this being, almost suggesting that this was some kind of a Democratic psyop, the Epstein stuff? Oh, the Democrats wrote the files. Well, then why have we been so concerned about these files then for months and months or years? And people are not this stupid. And so what I want to say to Trump is that the problem here, sir, beyond the actual issue of Jeffrey Epstein and whether certain people committed crimes or not, the issue right before you now is that you are coming across to your base, so to speak, as being utterly condescending. You're coming across as like a Richard Nixon, I'm not a crook, let's move on. Rosie O'Donnell needs to be deported. I mean, what is it? It's bizarre. It's flailing, even for Trump, who I know can go off script at times. This is just astounding. It's just astounding incompetence at the very least. It's condescension and it feels like gaslighting. And so this is not going to
feel like gaslighting.
He needs to get his shit together. His people need to get their shit together. I don't care who resigns or who's fired or who's not or whatever, but you, sir, need to come out and you need to speak to the American people on this and explain what has happened. If you cannot produce files or evidence or information, fine, but let's have an honest adult conversation about why that has to be. This code of silence now, this omerta that's being imposed on us is ridiculous. Sorry.
Well, can I ask you, because for people that don't know, Kristen follows a lot of third rail topics and conspiracy theories and, you know, things in the news that you're always like a few months ahead of the mainstream, I think. You know, is your audience, we have a bunch of clips, which I apologize to our people who pulled them because we didn't get a chance to get to them, but people are very angry about this. Like even at Turning Point, there was a clip of like a young MAGA guy saying that Trump is now part of the deep state. I know your audience is very, you know, interested in this subject, very connected to this subject. How damaging is it going to be if they just move on and don't address any of it or release anything?
I mean, look, there are always going to be a lot of people on the right. We're already seeing it right now, who are going to fall into line. And I don't mean that in a condescending way. My significant other, he's going to come on my live stream later and argue with me about this because I think that he thinks that I've got some nutty opinions on this and I'm just kind of lost my head on it. There are definitely going to be people who are going to say, look at the alternative. We don't want a Kamala type in here. We want Trump to be able to continue with his agenda. We like what he's doing on immigration or other things. And so, look, yeah, it's fishy. It's weird. They haven't handled the messaging well, but let's just suck it up. This is not that important. I understand that perspective, but look, human beings are not rational, and there is something that just sticks in the craw on this thing. I'm sorry, it just does, and people don't like being condescended to or gaslit. So if Trump and his people just continue to ignore this and it's business as usual, and they just persist obstinately in this refusal to really come to the table on this with their people, with their voters, then I do think that there are going to be a certain number of people who are going to be disgusted. Now, is it going to sink him and his agenda for the rest of this term? I don't know, but it's something that is going to dog him, just like those emails dogged Hillary Clinton because she had the same damn condescending attitude about that and Benghazi.
Yeah. What do you think is the reason they don't? Because I should get my tinfoil hat out, but that won't bother you or Miranda. I do think there's an Epstein list, and I do think he killed himself. I do. I'm sorry. I do think there's like a client list, and I do think, again, we had Nancy Grace on, and Nancy Grace gave a really good explanation of why.
Himself, or he did not?
We don't. We don't think.
No, I don't think he killed himself. I think he was murdered. And like I said, Nancy Grace, who is one of the most famous prosecutorial minds on the earth, agrees with me, and she did an explanation.
There's time missing from the security video. It was edited.
Like the metadata is missing.
Yes, and it was like edited on Adobe or something like that. It's so stupid.
So what do you think I think someone's trying to hide something or protect someone. And I don't know if you were the one that told me like that there's a theory floating around that it's like the people on this list are so famous and so powerful that it would like make the economy collapse, that like people would like go into mass hysteria. Do you think that's a theory that's rational?
I don't think people are going to go into mass hysteria. First of all, that's a cop out. We already know now that aliens exist and they've been coming to our planet and interfering with shit, and nobody cares.
Yeah,
we're like, and where's my raise?
That is a
milk so expensive.
Yeah. I'm sorry, that is a narcissistic cop out. It's like when you're arguing with a narcissist and they try to turn it on you, like, don't get upset. Nobody is actually losing their minds on this. Life will go on. What they don't like is the fact that people are going to have their reputations tarnished and they're going to be jeered at for a time and things like that. And look, Megan, I don't think that everybody who took those flights or who associated with him with Epstein, I don't think everybody is implicated. Although I do agree with your guest that if you kept hanging out with that dude after the Florida arrest and he had to go to jail and all of that, then come on, you were a glutton for punishment on the level of stupidity, at least.
It's hard for me to rationalize, though, like Bill Clinton, just knowing his history.
Oh, dude, that guy's totally guilty. No, come on.
Yeah, like I just,
I
it's
mean, we
like,
saw the shoulder massage pictures with that
Have you
yeah,
on tall girl. No.
Have y'all seen the video of Bongino? It's posted on my Instagram too, of Bongino before he became FBI director. He's on Tim Pool's show, and he's talking about how he had spoken to a source that he totally 100% trusted, a Secret Service guy who was on Clinton's detail when they were with Jeffrey Epstein and saw Clinton going into the back with clearly underage women. Now, I understand that's hearsay, but I'm saying this is the deputy director now of the FBI who was just months ago attesting to this kind of behavior. So I definitely think that there are some people, powerful people who did bad stuff.
Bill
How much?
Gates, like,
I mean, his wife has even basically said so, hasn't she?
Yeah, his wife left him over it. And again, I would too if I were
with Gail King. I mean, that's pretty
well,
damning.
it's just like there's something about maybe I'm just taking Schadenfreude out of the fact that like a lot of people that I think are scumbags are on the like I'm like, well, duh, like like obviously they're like, and again, I'm not trying to like whatever here, but the Kennedy family could reel it in, like in general, like they could like stop being so disgusting with a lot of the things that they do.
They have
and it's
such
like
a history when it comes to sex, dude. Such
totally.
a history.
And like if you look on the files that were released, like it's like every member of the Kennedy family except RFK, I believe, is on like this list. It's like, what are you all like? I just don't understand whatever. But I'll give that Ben and Kristen both said we can't just demonize every single person who's been associated with him at all. That's fine. But I do think that there must be some even bigger people that we don't know. And the elephant in the room is Trump is associated with him. Do you think there's a chance that he's just trying to save his own behind in this?
I think yes, I absolutely do. I think that it's pretty hard to deny that Trump was probably a fairly frequent associate of Epstein's, simply because when a journalist years ago did a profile on Epstein, wasn't Trump quoted? And that was one of the people that they went to get like a character reference, so to speak, on Epstein is Trump. And he said he's a terrific guy, he's a great friend of mine, or whatever.
Well,
so
he
I
said
think
something too, like he likes younger girls just like I do. Like he
well,
specifically
he did
pointed
say,
that
I don't
out.
want to put words in his mouth. He said that Epstein liked younger women, but he said he's a fan of beautiful women as I am. Look, I don't think ultimately, like I actually don't think if you put a gun to my head and said, what's the truth here? I actually don't think that Trump was probably into underage women. But do I know that? No. But I do think that probably he associated with Epstein enough that if we saw everything, it would probably make him look bad.
Yeah. And I do want to, I'm going to make us t-shirts and hats that say not on the Epstein list, because I actually like, whatever it's worth, like I actually am taking a source of pride that like neither me, anyone with my last name, anyone I love in politics, anyone I'm close friends with in politics, like none of them are on the list. And
You
I'm like,
should. Well, your
should.
family is such a big family.
Right.
And
I mean, not really, but
no, but seriously, but
all right. Okay, what's up, everybody? I'm back. We are waiting for Ethan to join us in just a moment. So I realized that I posted the schedule on Twitter of like when everybody's gonna show up, but I did not post it here. So I'm not gonna post it. I'll just read through it real quick. We've got a lot of people, and thanks again to Nick for joining us. So yeah, Ethan is coming on. Ethan Ralph is coming on any minute. We'll see. And he was going to try to simulcast it on his show. We'll see how that goes. Then my significant other, is actually going to join us at 7:15. This is all Eastern time, 7:15 Eastern. And I think he has in some ways a similar perspective to Nick on the Epstein Trump thing, but he has not been following the Blake Lively, Justin Baldoni situation. He's not been following it much. So I have a few questions to ask him as a sort of disinterested husband figure in a way on that. And then Leanne Newton, who has been basically the legal person, or one of the go-to people for legal documents in this case, along with a number of others. Lauren, by the way. Lauren sent me something on the question of the subpoenas and whether these subpoenas are real. Lauren neatly just sent me something that she had received from Google, and I don't want to show the screenshot because I might not be authorized to do that. but it was something that she had received some communications from, no, not from Google, from Manat, basically saying that the subpoena. Okay, yeah. So this is what's going on here. Basically, is that it seems like now people are receiving confirmation from Blake Lively's lawyers, from Manat, Phelps, and Phillips. They're receiving confirmation that the subpoenas are legit, and in fact have attached now are attaching subpoenas, copies of the subpoenas, to email correspondence. So I guess we've got it straight now, straight from the source. The subpoenas, thank you for that, Lauren. The subpoenas are legit. So Blake Lively and her lawyers are actually executing these third-party subpoenas through Google against a number of YouTube content creators. And it's I don't know why I didn't get one. I'm like Dave, I'm sad that I didn't get one, because I don't get to get in the mix here and make fun of Blake Lively and fight this thing as I might have. And maybe that's why she didn't do it. But, the thing is a number of the creators, the content creators that she did subpoena, they're fighters too. They're out there too, and they're not backing down. So I don't know if she thought that she was going to scare people into not reporting on this case and not pursuing this case, then she's got another thing coming. Okay. Looks like we got Mr. Ralph on. What's up?
What's up? Colonel Curse, how's it going?
Oh, that's me. Just a second.
I know there's
There
like
we go.
two there. Sorry, you might have
Double
two.
vision.
Yes.
No, we're cool. I'm actually going to get a picture of Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni in a minute
Sure.
and put it up here. But did you actually get to pick your poison? Do you want to talk first about Epstein, Trump, or Blake Lively? You're probably more paying attention to the Epstein, Trump thing,
Well,
right?
I'm paying attention to the Lively stuff, although not the last 2 or 3 weeks, because it looked like she's on a glide path to victory, honestly. So I kind of stopped paying attention after that. So today we've mostly all been talking about Epstein, yes. So
let's start with that then. You want, and I know that this might be a repeat sort of a review for your people, because you've probably already talked about some of this. But for my audience, maybe you're not familiar. What do you think about all this? The title of your program was that Epstein was pimping out the Trump administration.
Well, I was trying to think of a title, and that just fit with what's going on now. And whatever you think is in the Epstein files, whether you think there's smoking guns or this and that, it's a total misstep by the Trump administration. And honestly, it's such a bad misstep that it lends credence to, oh, they must be hiding something, or they're protecting their donors, or maybe Elon has said that Trump's name is in there. And it's so bad. It's political malpractice, because the obvious answer is to just release the files, right? They're getting roasted. Their administration's being split apart. Bongino, there's leaks about him. He's the deputy FBI director, for those who don't know. There's leaks about him. He apparently didn't show up to work on Friday, and maybe he's going to quit, and all this stuff. It's just terrible on every single level. And then they have tweets from JD Vance and TV appearances from Bondi, and they're all saying, hey, the Biden administration is hiding this information, and now they're the administration. And all this stuff is coming back to bite them in the ass. That the chickens are coming back to roost, so to speak. So yeah, it's just terrible all the way around.
Well, I thought, like you, that there was something about that Trump. This is not Trump as I have seen him before. I know there are Trump critics who say, well, he's always unhinged, and this is just how he is, whatever. But no, there was something, and Nick Recato was on earlier. He said hi, by the way. But there was something that Nick noticed too, that Trump seems the last few days, last week, like panicky. He seems to be flailing. This and all that it seems to indicate to me is that there is something that he feels boxed in by. And because this is how a man acts when he's boxed in, and you can see that he can't do anything. Like, he wants to make this stop, and so the only thing he can do is vent his frustration at the people, his supporters, who are not satisfied with his answers so far. And so either he's boxed in by the fact that he is in the Epstein files, either as someone who was doing really shady shit, or as someone who was just hanging out with this dude. He is in the Epstein files, so he's boxed in by the fact that if this were revealed, it would be damaging to him politically, or he's boxed in by the fact that he is having some heavy pressure exerted on him by someone else. What do you think? I know that you're really big at times into the anti-Israel theories, right? Do you think that this?
Wait, what do you mean? I love the state of Israel. What are you talking about here?
Yeah, you're ultimate.
They're definitely
ultimate
not
Zionist.
a criminal state, and Benjamin Netanyahu should definitely not be on trial at The Hague or anything like that.
He is on trial in his own country, though, right?
Yeah, he is. I think that got put on hold after
What
Trump.
is it for? Is it like for campaign finance stuff?
Yeah, it's for corruption. He took a bunch of gifts that he didn't report, and there's some other stuff to that too. But it's been an ongoing trial for I want to say like 5 years or so now. And one way he's kind of subverted that is by being prime minister. And there's been a lot of military conflicts and stuff like that. So he's able to bring that up to the court. And that's kind of like with Trump, honestly, except it's not, Trump pretty much, I won't say got exonerated, but was able to escape all that stuff by being elected president. Yeah. It's kind of the same idea there with Netanyahu, although it's not quite as clear cut as it was with Trump. But yeah, he's still on trial. Yeah.
Do you think, so here's my question. Do you think that it's likely that Jeffrey Epstein was in fact a Mossad, a spy of some kind and linked to Mossad? And do you think that Trump and his administration, they're getting some pressure actually from the Israelis, or do you think nah?
I think that's a great possibility. I'll just say, and if you know Ghislaine Maxwell, I mean, I don't know her personally, but her father was Robert Maxwell, billionaire, media baron, however you want to put it. And he was a Mossad agent. I don't know how else to say it. I think if he didn't work directly for Mossad, which Naftali Bennett came out today, he's a former Israeli prime minister, and said he didn't work directly. He didn't work for Mossad, which, at first blush, when you hear that, it's like, okay, he's denying it. Well, I mean, maybe he didn't work directly for Mossad, as in drawing a paycheck from Mossad, but maybe he was, kind of traveling in those circles.
They have assets, though. I mean, like the CIA, Mossad.
That's what I was about to say. Yeah, it doesn't have to be that he, was directly either working for or working with Mossad. They're really tied in with the CIA and Five Eyes, if you know that. It's what UK, US, Australia, Mossad, I think. I forget the fifth one. Canada, I think, is the fifth one. And so, yeah, I mean, I think there's a great possibility that he was involved in those circles, yeah.
So do you think, does it annoy you like it's annoyed me, the people who are saying, the people in the MAGA movement or Trump supporters who are saying that we need to keep our eye on the prize and this is not important and we should just fall into line and let this go because Trump's agenda is more important? And I think that to a degree, that's kind of the side that maybe Mercado was coming down on, but in a very an understanding of the fact that Trump has totally fumbled and his team have totally fumbled the PR here, and it's right for people to be annoyed or irritated, but that ultimately we should move on. Do you think that's true? Or is this something that you think we should really stick on and we should force Trump to address this?
By the way, before I answer the Five Eyes, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, UK, US, Mossad not officially in the Five Eyes alliance, but basically they are. No, I don't agree with that. I don't care about the GOP. I don't care about MAGA. I don't care about Trump. And this whole argument, and I'm not calling out Nick. I didn't see.
No. And he was very measured in what he was saying, by the way. He understood why people are pissed, but sort of the question is, I guess, where do we go from here with all of this? Do we just keep pounding the drums and
yes. Yes, we keep pounding the drums, and I don't know if that'll make a difference, but also they don't deserve anything less. It's just political malpractice on every single level.
Yes.
And the messaging is terrible. They had to have known this was going to happen, right? And Trump, and again, Trump is Trump. But him putting out this message on, well, it was a Truth Social post on, I think it was Saturday night, where he's talking about Obama forged these files and it was the Democrats. Like, this is just, first off, if you don't want people to talk about it, shut the fuck up. I just have to be real here. And, you you saw Mike Lawler. I don't know if you saw it, but he was on CNN this morning.
Tell me.
Well,
Who is
he's
that,
the House
first of all?
Representative, 17th District in New York, suburban New York. And so he's on there. Well, why is the media talking about this? And what's wrong with you guys? Well, because you're talking about it. Because Trump's talking about it. Because the whole right wing is talking about it. And yeah, the media has their own agenda and they see the inflection point here, the fracture. And so that's all true. But if you want them to stop talking about it, you stop talking about it. And their rollout was so incompetent. They did the whole thing earlier this year. Remember the binders when they invited TikTok and DC Drano and Cernovich, who I like Cernovich. I've gotten along with him personally, but and I noticed that he was kind of ducking. Like there's no clear picture of Cernovich at this because
He was
I think
smart.
I know. He was there, and you can see him like this. Like he had to have known how bad it was, but they all come out. They're saying the same thing. The binders that they released was info that was already out there. It was a total joke, and so they have made this a thing themselves, and they deserve everything they're getting. Is it going to bring down the administration, or is it going to get the info that we want? Maybe no on both of those, but they deserve everything they're getting right now.
And they are, and I love the fact that you called it political malpractice, because that's what I've been trying to say to a number of my friends on the right. And look, for people on the left, I mean, they already hated Trump, or they already thought he was, crazy, or he was a malevolent character or whatever, right? And so this is just, for them, this is just confirmation. But what's interesting right now is what the reaction is on the right. And this is what I keep saying to those of my friends on the right who are saying we just need to move along, and we need to, it can't all be about Epstein, and this isn't even important to most of us, to our lives, et cetera, et cetera. What I keep saying to people is there is a certain level at which people do not accept being insulted. The voters do not accept being condescended to, gaslit, and they certainly don't accept this kind of Truth Social post, the kind of deranged ranting that we saw in this. This is not becoming of a president. And I just want to read it quickly. Please. I know people are familiar with it, but I just want to look at this. Oh, I have the wrong link. 1 second.
Well, before you read, I just want to say I agree 1,000%. And this is exactly what I said earlier. Don't insult my intelligence. If you're gonna, I expect people to lie to me. Like, that's everybody. But at least have some type of logical lie. Like, anyway, go ahead. I don't know.
You gotta show people the respect of giving them some, after you've been stringing along, and your people, whether we're talking about Bondi or Patel, or we're talking about Bongino or whoever, his own son, Donald Trump Jr. Now, there are these posts that are coming back to haunt him where he says, what kind of people don't want the Epstein files out? Release them now, et cetera. After you have done that to people, and then you turn around abruptly and you say to them, there's nothing to see here. What's wrong with you freaks who are interested in this thing anyway? This is yesterday's news. Come on, idiots. You cannot talk to your voters like that. You just can't do it. So this is what he said. What's going on with my boys? And in some cases, gals, what's up with that opening?
I don't know. I want to say he was high or drunk, but he doesn't do drugs and he doesn't drink. So it's just him being crazy. Like, maybe sleep deprivation. I don't know, but yeah.
That might be one of the worst opening lines of any document or any post. It doesn't convey anything. I think what he was trying to do there is act like, and again, this is part of reason why I think that Trump is actually cracking up here. He's wanting so hard to come across as nonchalant. So he's going to do this sort of awkward, what's up with my boys and my gals, to act like he's not really fuming, like he's not actually really fucking pissed, which he is. Okay, so he says they're all going after Attorney General Pam Bondi, who is doing a fantastic job.
He's not, and neither is the administration. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. You can interject whenever.
Yeah, but like he talks about, wow, we're the greatest administration ever, and 6 months in, we're making America great again. I wish that was true. And there are bigger disasters like his first administration. like his first administration, maybe, you know, I'm not saying the Biden administration was great shakes either. It was terrible, but the idea that this is the best administration in 100 years, this is retardation. And their big ticket item was the big beautiful bill, which was a big load of horse shit. And I've talked about this on the show, and I'm a poli-sci guy. That's what I went to school for, and how am I agreeing and all that stuff. There's not a lot of legislative days left in the calendar. There's no month of August. They always take the whole month of August off. And the idea that they're going to get some like great things done through Congress the rest of the year is not going to happen. And then next year's an election year and nothing ever gets done there, very rarely. So I just don't like the outlook here. And I hope I'm wrong, but I don't think I am.
He and I don't know what this love affair is that he has with capitalization, over capitalization. He says, okay, we're on one team. Oh, gee, thanks, coach. We're on one team, MAGA, and I don't like what's happening, which to me, I know it's a pretty mild statement, but this really burns me up. You don't like what's happening? Maybe we don't like what's happening here after being strung along for months and months and months and then told there's nothing to see here. He says, we have a perfect administration, the talk of the world, and, quote, selfish people. I don't know. Who is he even quoting? Why is that in quotation marks?
We read this earlier on air too, and I'm glad you're reading it again, but it's divorced from any type of like logical plane, reality plane. I don't know what he's talking about. And whatever, just continue.
So I'm gonna and I know you've read it, so I'm gonna read through it faster. But he says, selfish people are trying to hurt it all over a guy who never dies. Now, someone said that they thought this was coded language to try to indicate to us that Epstein is still alive and all that. Now, I just think Trump's just bitching here about the fact that he can't put this thing down. It's like Night of the Living Dead for him. So he says, for years, it's Epstein over and over again. Why are we giving publicity to files? I don't know why that's capitalized. Files written by Obama, Crooked Hillary, Comey, Brennan, and the losers and criminals of the Biden administration. Blah, blah, blah. Then he gives us a list of, and look, yes, what the Democrats did in relation to the supposed Russia gate that turned out to be a big nothing burger and all that. Yes, that was annoying, but he's got to live in the present here. And it's no longer about this stuff that happened in the past. And he needs to understand that a number of his own supporters are starting to look at him like they looked at Comey and those other people. So anyway, he continues on. And I think the thing that really annoyed me as well is he tries to distract us when he starts listing all of the things that, sorry for the, I got a little bit of feedback. He starts listing all these things.
That's my cat meowing. I don't know if you can hear it. Hello, Cleo.
You should bring Cleo. My viewers love cats. We'll meet her.
Okay, I'll show her in a second. She's laying down next to me.
So anyway, he lists all these things that they're trying to accomplish and saying this is just a distraction from all of that. Okay, well, if it's a distraction, then why the whole binder rollout? Why did you make utter fools of some of those influencers who were supporting you? What was all that about? If all of this is just a distraction, then why has your administration up to this point been participating in that distraction? So it's just really insulting. And this stuff, look, this kind of bombastic language, it works when people feel good about you, when they feel like their president is speaking to them in a non-condescending way. And that's the thing that used to be Trump's strength in my mind, is that he could appeal to the common man. I understand that those on the left will say, what do you mean? He's a billionaire or whatever. He's not in touch with the common man. Say what you like, but he was able to identify with your average Joe and Jane. And a lot of us felt like he was a much more authentic figure than the other idiots and creeps in Washington, right? For the first time, I feel like a number of us are looking at this guy and we're seeing total, not only authenticity, but like condescension and gaslighting here.
Well, I agree with that. And for the people on the left who couldn't see it, I guess they didn't want to see it. So Trump has always been, billionaire Trump. Ever since I was a little kid, the name Trump synonymous with like money and gold apartments and all this shit. But he also had the touch where he at least he didn't shed his billionaire persona, right? He's still wearing the Italian suits, and even when he did the McDonald's photo op during the election campaign, he didn't take, he's not wearing so there's a politician, like a trope, right? Where Obama and Clinton and all these people, they'll wear the blue shirt, right? And they'll take the tie off, and here they are. They're regular folk just like you. Well, Trump never does that.
Right.
And he always has the tie on. He always has, maybe he'll take the jacket off every once in a while, but he's still billionaire Trump. But he also reaches out in a way that most people from his class don't do. And he's, still a little clunky with it or whatever, but it's almost endearing. Right? Right. Yeah. Where it's like, okay, yeah, he's not one of us, but he's trying to like relate to us in a way that comes off as more authentic than if he was wearing the blue shirt and this and that. So yeah, I think that's always been a strong suit of his. The way he's just shitting on his own supporters, it's total, like I said, political malpractice. And I talked about this earlier in the show. There's a different way. It's a loser no matter what with them going this route, but there's a different mode of messaging they could use where it's like, well, we understand these patriots out here and they want more from us, and we're sorry that some things were overpromised here, and there's no really there, and maybe that was our mistake, and we apologize, and we totally understand. It's more persuasive, right? Sorry, it's our bad, and versus, hey, you stupid fuck, like, why are you doing this? And we're trying to make America great again. Right. What are you, a fucking piece of shit? Right? Like, it's different modes of communication, and one could possibly work. It's still going to be tough, but the other is just walking into a buzzsaw.
It is.
Putting your own coalition. Yeah.
No, it is. And that's the thing that I guess I'm so stuck on. And people might say, what, you're not stuck on the idea of possible trafficking of minors and stuff? No, of course, that is the root issue. But in terms of unfortunately, there are lots of these types of situations with people being trafficked. And I understand that the credibility of a number of accusers, including Virginia Giuffre, is not resplendent, shall we say. As Megyn Kelly's pointed out, Virginia Giuffre and a number of other Epstein accusers, they did tell some documented lies. I don't know that destroys their credibility on everything. But my point is, we know that Epstein was doing some shady shit. We know this. We do have enough evidence of it. And so that, yes, that's legit. But to me, it's also a wider question of how can these politicians, and now Trump is one of them, slap us in the face like this and then expect us to follow them. That is not, if you want to be a leader, then you have to act like a leader. And he's not acting like that. He's acting like, honestly, like someone who's guilty of something, like a Nixonian figure.
I said the same thing. And, I didn't really think that originally. And, I don't know the truth of the matter even now, but the way he's obfuscating, the way he's attacking people, it comes across like somebody has something to hide. And that's just a natural reaction, whether he has something to hide or not. That's what people are going to think. And again, I keep saying political malpractice, but it's political malpractice on like 17 different levels. And it just continues on and on. First off, there's the easy fix, just release all the files. And then they don't seem like they're going to do that. So you have to say, well, why are they not doing that? Is he in the files like Elon Musk said? Is some of his donors in the files? Is it have to do with Israel? Like, I mean, these are the natural questions that pop up. And this is the same thing that he scapegoated, that his son scapegoated, that JD Vance scapegoated, that Pam Bondi scapegoated, that Dan Bongino scapegoated, that Kash Patel, basically everybody involved in the fucking administration. And so it doesn't really fly the way he's trying to get past this. And if anything, just stop talking about it. But he won't. He can't, because he's frustrated and he's mad. It's like, okay, well, just shut the fuck up and maybe it'll go away. It definitely won't go away if you keep talking about it. So it's just a disaster, honestly. And he was already, I put out a post 2 or 3 weeks ago, and probably most of your audience didn't see it. Maybe most of mine didn't even see it. But you look at the scorecard for the year going into the summer, and it was already an L. And, the tariff thing, he completely cucked on that, backed off on that. That was a disaster. the big beautiful bill polls negative. That's a disaster. They're talking about pulling up people for student loan stuff in the summer, and that's not going to be popular. And there's like 10 or 15 different things that it's like, okay, this is not good already. And now you're attacking some of the vanguard of your base, the online soldiers, the people who are really out there. And, you know, it might not kill you off with every single normie, but those people are important, especially in a midterm election where the ruling administration, the people who control the executive branch traditionally lose seats anyway. And it's an off year election. It's not a presidential year election when everybody turns out. And so I don't know. I think they're in trouble for 2026. The best thing you can say is there's still a long time between now and the midterms. So
there is a long time, and people have very short memories now, but this is compelling, and it is on another level. It's something that's bringing people on the right and the left together. I mean, this is something where some of my most right-wing friends and associates and some of my most left-wing friends and associates who never see eye to eye on anything, they're seeing eye to eye on this. And to me, it is very reminiscent of the email issue with Hillary Clinton. She kept saying over and over, this is not important. This is not important. The FBI basically Comey let her off the hook, more or less, right? But that still, I think that issue gave Trump the election in 2016. And so this is the thing. I know Trump is, like Rekieta said, he's a lame duck president, so he doesn't have to worry about his election. Yeah. But whoever is going to be running, whether it's on the right, whether it's Vance or whoever, that person is going to have to put some distance between themselves and this utter incompetence, as you put it, malpractice, political malpractice. They're going to have to put some distance between themselves and Trump. And they're going to have to do it, I think, soon, because it's not going to work, I think, to let this go silently and then to claim, say, in 2 years or something, when this is an election issue, well, I didn't agree with the way Trump handled that. So I do think that people like Vance are in a bind because on the one hand, he wants to be a loyal soldier, and that's his job in a way as vice president. But on the other hand, he's got to be thinking, what do I do? Don't you think Vance has got to be concerned about this?
Well, I think he's concerned. But another thing is, you know, when you run for president, you're able to do a little distancing. And then also it's still a long ways before 2028. And then you think about, well, who's going to run against him? What's it going to be? Newsom? I think AOC is probably going to run. There's some other things. Like, I mean, I'm saying.
Yeah, I know. Well,
that's his best.
You know, there could be like
yeah, go ahead.
There could be like a barrage. You never know, though. There are new
people
that rise to the stage,
I mean, it's 2025, and you know,
well, that's true.
It won't really come into focus until at least 2027. Who are the real challengers out there? But you look at it now, and his best bet and hope is he's pretty strong on the right and in the catbird seat, kind of, to have the nomination. And then who's he running against? But yeah, I think this is something he's definitely thinking about, and I won't say he's been totally quiet, but you haven't seen a lot of media hits with his face out there or running his mouth.
Right.
I think there's a reason for that.
That is true. Okay, so a little bit of time. We got about 10 minutes.
Sure.
I wanted to talk to you about the Blake Lively Baldoni thing. As someone who has not been following this closely, you're not oblivious, but it's interesting that your perception became pretty negative when his lawsuit was dismissed. So as someone who has not been just sort of basking in all of the details and the updates every day on this, do you feel like that was a really huge blow? Like, did that change your estimation of the case once the judge dismissed?
I mean, I still think Blake Lively is a lying whore. I guess maybe that's a little.
I guess.
And I think his text messages kind of prove that. Sorry if I'm a little.
No, you're fine. That's what we expect from you. I'm laughing because of the way that you delivered that. It was like you were kind of like gingerly sliding it across the table, and yet when you actually got to the punchline, it's like, she thinks she's a lying.
Yeah, she's a lying bitch. But whatever. Like and she set it up with the New York Times, and I was kind of more. I was waiting for her to lose, honestly, and it's like, okay, she's about to get the comeuppance and and then she didn't, and it looks like she's on the glide path to victory. So I kind of checked out, not because I think Baldoni was wrong or that he's not on the right side of things. It's just, well, it looks like he's about to take the L. And so once his shit got dismissed and, things started going sideways, I kind of stopped watching the day to day. But I was very plugged in there at the start. And we talked about it on my show as well, because it looked to me like, okay, she's about to get the comeuppance that I talked about, and then things change. And I've seen some people. I think it was Citizen Journalist?
Yeah, CJ.
Who was talking about. Looks like, I don't know if she said it, but she was quote tweeting somebody who said, it looks like the judge is kind of in the tank here, and that would maybe explain some stuff. But I don't know. She set the whole thing up from the start. It was coordinated with the New York Times. She didn't actually file a lawsuit at first. It was like with the I don't know, not
she filed a
EEOC,
complaint.
Yeah, basically the employment board or whatever there in California. The whole thing was complete trash to me. So on her side, and Baldoni's lucky because he's got a billionaire backer. So I don't think he's gonna.
The billionaire backer. I think that's honestly though. So that's honestly one of the reasons why Baldoni ended up withdrawing his other claims, because the Judge Lyman, and my viewers know this, Judge Lyman, he did gut the two central claims of the lawsuit, which were defamation and extortion, but he did leave a few things on the table. And see, originally, Brian Friedman, Baldoni's attorney, had said in a statement after this dismissal that they were going to continue fighting and they were going to pursue these remaining claims in court. And then all of a sudden, you get several days later, a week later, you get this quiet withdrawal, basically, of the remaining claims. And so I feel like what you're getting at here, and I agree, is that it was a really demoralizing moment for Baldoni and for people who believe in his innocence, because it, when you dismiss your claims kind of out of nowhere, and this was something that I fault Friedman for, as much good as he's done for Baldoni, and I do agree that he saved Baldoni's reputation. And so on the whole, you did an A job, Friedman, but I do not understand, and maybe there's things behind the scenes that I'll never know, but I do not understand why the withdrawal of the suit or the remaining claims was not teed up better. It was not telegraphed better, because what happened was it was not only unexpected, but it was in contradiction to what Friedman had already telegraphed was going to happen. He said, we're still in the fight. We're going to pursue these claims. And then they withdraw. And then there's really nothing really said for a bit. To me, that was a low point really for Friedman's representation of Baldoni. Now, from here, what's interesting, and this is why I continue to be interested in this case, and why I think you'll end up becoming interested in it again eventually, is that Blake Lively has not dropped her lawsuit against Baldoni. This is something that a number of us were expecting might happen. And it's like, okay, he's dropped his lawsuit. Now, surely this crazy bitch is going to drop hers, because she knows that it's a losing game for her the longer this drags out in public. She is not doing that. So by all appearances, she is going to take him to court. I don't know if it'll end up getting there, but at this point, it looks like she wants to take him to court. And so now, even though Baldoni is playing defense rather than offense, I guess what I'm saying is, even playing defensively, you're still in the game, and he still has opportunities now to make Blake Lively look really bad and to bring out a number of things through this process, through discovery, through depositions, through the court system, through maybe even a trial, that will make her look terrible. And one of the things that I'm not sure if you're aware of is this subpoena that was filed by Blake Lively's team from using a fake shell corporation that she and Ryan Reynolds had set up. And it seems that their intention with using this shell corporation, was to try to basically evade scrutiny of the shady way in which they had first obtained this information. And it's a long story. I'm going to put up a video in a minute for people to kind of explain to them what I'm talking about here while I take a break. But my point is just that Blake Lively has still done a lot of shady shit. And as long as this game continues, then that is going to continue to be exposed. And so while it may in the short term, it did suck that Baldoni, his claims got dismissed and then he withdrew the other claims. I do think that there's still a lot of rope here that could hang Blake Lively, metaphorically speaking. So anyway, you have any closing thoughts for us? Next 5 minutes.
So I'll say, I kind of, again, I checked out a little bit after, he kind of got, I don't say fully defeated, but turned back greatly, right? His
it was a bad moment. Yeah.
And I was like, okay, looks like she's going to get it. But I did also think, like you said, that, well, maybe there's been some chatter behind the scenes too. They're both in Hollywood. Like, all right, you took the L. I'm going to withdraw this and that. But no, it doesn't seem like that as I've paid attention the last week or so. It's like, okay, she's still going in for the kill. And to me, that's kind of greedy, honestly.
It is.
Yeah, it's like, all right, you kind of got the W already. You could drop it now and claim victory. But you're not doing that. You're going further. And so if anybody knows anything about life, sometimes it's take the W when you have it, right? Like, you're marching down the field further. You already have the game winner, right? Just stop now. Kick the field goal. Don't go for the touchdown. What's going on here? Also, my light there we go.
I just dropped mine earlier in case people are wondering. But I'm
in the dark now. Holy shit. Okay.
Oh my God, you're totally in the dark. Oh, there you go.
It's back now. That was a sign from God, apparently. But yes, that was God bless. She has reach everywhere. La Bruja. Anyway,
Mossad. I think it was Mossad, actually.
It was either Blake Lively or Mossad, or perhaps combined forces there. But I don't know. I don't think it's that wise at this point. But
you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of Amber Heard and
that's what I was thinking of.
Well, the fatal mistake that she made in that trial, where I don't know if you remember this or not, but she went on the stand a second time. She did not have to. The reason she went on the stand a second time was because Johnny Depp had gone on the stand a second time and kind of basically taunted her in a way. It was kind of almost a dare. Is okay. I'm gonna have the last word here, unless you're gonna come up and you're gonna try to get the last word again. So that's what she did. She did not have to testify again that second time, and she did. And that is when, if people remember, that is when Camille really ripped Amber apart on the stand and got Amber to admit that she had in fact written that essay to defame Johnny Depp. This was a huge moment. It was like a Jack Nicholson, Tom Cruise moment. In fact, I did a video on this. I might show the audience comparing the two, but it was a full-on dramatic moment. And it was all because, here's my point, of Amber Heard's hubris, that she was not willing to, she always has to have the last word. She had to get that last word in. I feel like this is the same thing with Blake Lively. When Baldoni's case was dismissed and then he withdrew the rest of it, she should have taken that as run a huge victory lap, take that as victory, and then get out, shut down, shut up for a while, come back when people have kind of forgotten. Instead, she does the opposites. Like you said, it comes across as greedy, mean-spirited, totally unnecessary. And I have to hope that if there is karma, she's going to pay for it.
By the way, there's Cleo there.
Oh, let me see. Here, I'm going to bring on.
Wait, hold on. Come back. I'm not going to come back now, but if you were looking on the screen, that maybe go back.
Oh, we missed it. We missed it. Got the house of mirrors
back over here. But honestly, that's what I thought of immediately was, did I drop, by the way? Let me see.
You're here.
Okay. Oh, it just switched.
Yeah. I was just trying to give you a close-up there.
Yeah, I'm not going to come back. But the first thing I thought of was Amber Heard. And I remember following that case. And at the beginning, I was like, I believe Johnny Depp and sympathize with him. I was like, okay, what's he doing? He's doing these lawsuits and he's about to take an L. Like, what? Just drop it and move on. And of course, he ended up having a famous victory, but it was because of Amber Heard's hubris, right? She kept pushing at every turn. New York Times is involved in this too. Shock. But that's what it reminded me of. And we can only hope for a similar outcome. Also, Cleo, come here.
All right, while you're getting Cleo, because I gotta go, I'm gonna tell everybody they need to check you out. You're on Rumble, and your show is The Kill Stream, and you're also on Twitter. I'm gonna give everybody a link to your Twitter, and then they can find you from there. And by the way, everybody, I'm gonna go on after I finish filming this live stream, and I'm going to add people's links and stuff to the comments and so forth. So anyway, but let me find that.
Cleo's staring at me. I don't think
she
she's
won't.
Well,
you know how these you know how cats are, the felines. If they think that you want them to do something, then
like
that's
every woman I've ever known. So yeah, not a surprise.
Oh my God.
Playing hard to get over there. I'm not surprised, but
all right, we got your links up here. We got your Twitter link. I've got to go because my significant other is coming on next. We got to get set up we're gonna have a little debate.
Oh, I'll paste this picture if you want to pull it up. There's a picture of Cleo laying next to my road.
Oh, okay, one second here.
So if you want to pull it up, but yeah, I appreciate you having me on, and yeah, Kill Stream on Rumble and at the Ralph Retort on X/Twitter. And so, yeah, thank you for having me, and I had a great conversation with you, as I always do. So I appreciate that.
Me too. Me as well. All right, everybody. So you can check him out. And thanks for joining. And we will talk to you later. So this is what we're going to do. I need a little bit of time, like 5 to 10 minutes again, to set up here because my significant other is actually going to be here live. And we don't have a formal studio, as you can see. So I'm going to have to do some stuff with, chairs and mics and all that. So give me 10 minutes. And in the meantime, I know some of you have already seen this, but since I mentioned it, you can get treated to this little art project that I put together after the Johnny Depp trial. It's a mashup of A Few Good Men, one of my favorite movies, brilliant Aaron Sorkin, Rob Reiner, legal drama. And one of my favorite cinema moments is that showdown in the courtroom between Tom Cruise and Jack Nicholson. And so I mashed it up with the showdown between Amber Heard and Camille. And so I'm gonna let y'all watch it. We'll be back in 10 minutes with my significant other, and we're gonna talk all this stuff all over again. All right. Okay, so here we go. And I will be back in a bit. Y'all enjoy.
Why can't you
stay organized? All right.
Do you have any other questions for me, counselor?
Lieutenant Kathy. Lieutenant, do you have anything further for this witness?
What do you want to discuss now? My favorite color?
Your lies have been exposed to the world multiple times, right?
I haven't lied about anything I've been here to say.
You heard Mr. Knight testify that it was actually you who was upset with Mr. Depp spending time away from him. Isn't that correct?
This is ridiculous.
Colonel, a moment ago...
Check the tower logs, for Christ's sake.
He wasn't there, so how would he know?
He testified he was there, Ms. Heard. Did you hear that?
That's his testimony, yes.
So you're calling him a liar?
That's right.
You heard Mr. Knight testify that the trailer wasn't trashed, and that's why you're calling him a liar.
A moment ago, you said that you ordered Lieutenant Kendrick to tell his men that Santiago wasn't to be touched.
I said I did not have anything to do with it. Yes.
No.
Not what you said.
My question again. You told this jury that you had no idea that the press was going to be outside after you got the ex-party TRO on May 27th, 2016.
You said he was being transferred because he was in grave danger.
In fact, you testified that you were, quote, shocked when you saw press when you were leaving the courthouse. Yes?
Yes.
You weren't shocked at all, though, were you?
Incorrect. It was.
You knew the press would be at the courthouse, right, Ms. Heard?
I can have the court reporter read back to you.
I know what I said. I don't have to have it read back to me.
Well, you did bring your publicist to the courthouse with you on May 27th, 2016, didn't you?
I sure did. I'm a public figure. I brought my publicist in case it blew up. In case.
And you actually had alerted TMZ that you would be filing a TRO against Mr. Depp that very day, didn't you?
No, I did not.
The one day you didn't bother to wear makeup to cover up the mark on your face.
Why the two orders? Colonel?
Well,
I never did that.
Testimony from former TMZ employee Morgan Tremaine yesterday, correct?
Sometimes men take matters into their own hands.
No, sir. You made it clear just a moment ago that your men never take matters in their own hands. Your men follow orders or people die. So Santiago shouldn't have been in any danger at all, should he have, Colonel?
That information must have come from your team, right, Ms. Heard?
You snotty little bastard.
Absolutely not.
Your Honor, I'd like to ask for a recess.
I'd like an answer to the question, Judge.
The court will wait for an answer.
Why would I want that? What actual survivor of domestic violence wants that?
Now, the video of Mr. Depp beating up some kitchen cabinets, you admit that you took that video, correct?
Yes, I did.
Right. And you acknowledge that the video was released online the day before you were deposed in connection with your divorce from Mr. Depp in August of 2016.
If Lieutenant Kendrick gave an order that Santiago wasn't to be touched, then why did he have to be transferred?
Another liar on the stand.
Lieutenant Kendrick ordered the code red, didn't he? Because that's what you told Lieutenant Kendrick to do.
That's because the video came from you, right, Ms. Heard?
Object!
And when it went bad, you cut these guys loose!
Your Honor,
You had Marcus inside a phony transfer!
Your Honor!
The cabinet video you filmed of your then husband.
You doctored the logbook!
Damn it, Captain!
You coerced the doctor!
Where you can be seen smirking. I know you testified earlier that you haven't been smirking in this trial, but you sure were caught on camera smirking in that video.
Consider yourself in contempt.
Colonel Jessup, did you order the code red?
You don't have to answer that question.
I'll answer the question. You want answers?
I think I'm entitled.
You want answers?
I want the truth!
You can't handle the truth.
So
If
that
I
only
wanted to
Mr.
leak
Depp
information, I
looked
could have
bad.
done it in a more effective way, a lot sooner and a lot more.
Because you
I
knew
was
exactly
living
how to
with
do
a
that,
mountain
right?
of this evidence. If I wanted to leak it, I could have done a lot more with it.
Son, we live in a world that has walls, and those walls have to be guarded by men with guns. Who's gonna do it? You? You, Lieutenant Weinberg? I have a greater responsibility than you can possibly fathom. You weep for Santiago and you curse the Marines. You have that luxury. You have the luxury of not knowing what I know.
I know how many people will come out of the woodwork to be in support of Johnny.
And my existence, while grotesque and incomprehensible to you, saves lives. You don't want the truth because deep down in places you don't talk about at parties, you want me on that wall. You need me on that wall. I have neither the time nor the inclination to explain myself to a man who rises and sleeps under the blanket of the very freedom that I provide and then questions the manner in which I provide it. Either way, I don't give a damn what you think you are entitled to.
Did you order the code red?
So you think
clear
Ms.
by this
Moss
courtroom
needs
how
to
many
come
people
out
will
of the
do that.
woodwork to testify for Mr. Depp?
I did the job.
Did you order the code red?
You're goddamn right I did.
That's why I wrote the op-ed.
Please, the court, I suggest the members be dismissed so that we can move to an immediate Article 39A session. The witness has rights.
Captain Ross.
Jack?
The members of the court will retire to an anteroom until further instructed.
All rise.
What the hell is this? Colonel, what's going on? I did my job. I do it again. I'm gonna get on a plane and go on back to my base.
You're not going anywhere, Colonel. MPs, guard the Colonel.
Yes, sir.
Captain Ross.
What the hell is
Colonel
this?
Jessup, you have the right to remain silent. Any statement
I'm
you
being
make
charged with a
used against you
crime.
in a trial by court-martial.
Is that what
or
this is?
judicial or administrative.
I'm being charged with a
You have
crime?
the right to consult with a lawyer prior to.
I'm gonna rip the eyes out of your head and piss in your dead skull! You fucked with the wrong Marine!
Colonel Jessup, do you understand these rights as I've just read them to you?
Fucking people. You have no idea how to defend a nation. All you did was weaken a country today.
All
Kat.
right. We are on. I hope that y'all can hear us. If you can't, let me know in the comments. But I think that you can. If the audio, and it does pick up pretty well. If the audio sounds different to you, it's because we're not using microphone here. We're just gonna chat. It's a lot easier than setting stuff up. So, let me get this. We're also sitting on slightly different seats, so I'll try to match you here. This is Dustin. So he has done some interviews with me before. We've talked about some other stuff. I think the last time you were here, we talked about the assassination a year ago. It was a year ago, actually, almost to this very day. And I got your opinion on some of the technical aspects of it, of the assassination. You brought the guns out and everything. So today, though, we're here to talk about Trump and Epstein. And I know that he has just been silently standing by watching as I rant day after day against Trump, and he has held his peace. So now you can finally say what you think. Now, do you think that we've all lost our minds with the Epstein situation?
Many of y'all have, yeah, that's for sure. Yeah, it depends what your motives are in discussing this, but yeah, there's a lot of minds being lost.
So I'm going to bring it in a little bit more. It picks up sound well, but just speak up in your normal fashion. Okay, so if we were just sitting around chatting and say you didn't know me, I was a stranger, and I said, man, this Epstein stuff, I just feel like Trump is covering up something. I can't believe that the Truth Social post the other day, he seems to be freaking out. He seems to be evading this issue. What do you think? You think so?
No. I understand why this is, and I understand why there's some bad optics, but at the end of the day, no. Where to begin? I would say, personally, I've never been interested in it. I post a lot of political stuff, and I've got opinions about all kinds of crap. I don't remember the last time I see all my friends, I see all the people in the MAGA right or whatever that I generally agree with. I see a lot of them obsessed with this over the years. I just haven't been. It's a little interesting. I get it, but I've just personally never talked about it much because it's
You're talking about Epstein?
The whole thing. It's interesting in a fleeting moment. It's interesting. It's nothing that there's various angles to it. Okay, start from the top. Was he some Mossad agent? I don't care.
You don't care?
I don't care. I don't care. There's so many other people. I just don't care. I just don't care. Did he have leverage over powerful people? Don't care. Were they having sex with minors? I doubt it. I just doubt it. I'm friends with a lot of men, and I freely, believe it or not, but most of them are not interested in
underage women.
No, they're not.
Well, but would you say that you're the same as these powerful
if he has got some child porn stuff going on, that's a different thing. But we'll get. But that's horrible, obviously. But the idea that he has this list of all these powerful people that are coming in with and having sex with underage, I don't buy it. I just don't buy it.
So do you think that the underage sex was limited then to Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell? And you think
I have no idea. I have no idea. Until some smoking gun comes out, I don't know. I see the same stuff everybody else sees, which is not a lot of hearsay. I have yet to see any hard evidence, smoking gun evidence, just like all the 9/11 truthers out there. Where's the evidence of somebody putting demo charges?
But you're not equating this with 9/11 truthers. Here we have actual, for example, we have an actual prosecution and conviction of Jeffrey Epstein
of what?
In Florida for underage.
Okay, like I said, if he is doing stuff with some underage girls, I guess I don't know all the details of it, but I haven't seen anything coming out that is anything remotely proven that he has people coming in like Trump or even Bill Gates. As much as I despise Bill Gates, I just personally can't get over this idea or agree with this idea that even Bill Gates is wanting to come have sex with 15-year-olds or whatever on the island. Now, where you get in this area, though, are there some men that want to come over there and have sex with 17-year-olds that are legal? 18? Yeah, probably. And so maybe it turns out that they're whatever list or not list, whatever these people are, maybe they were doing stuff that was legal. Ding, ding, ding. And, that could be something.
I know that's something that Megyn Kelly, so I don't know how many people have seen this. I posted it to my Instagram. It was something that you showed me. And Megyn Kelly was talking about the fact that she knows some people in government and the DOJ, FBI, who've claimed that for the most part, Epstein basically kept it at the just barely legal age. And so the idea, it's a misunderstanding to think that he had all of these underage women and he was just trafficking them out to famous, powerful men. You're saying?
If he was, then yeah, it'd be a big crime event. but there's lots of crimes happen all the time. And this goes back, I guess, to my overall point that, yes, Dan Bongino and all these other people have talked, they talk a lot about this before on their podcast, but guess what? They talked about all kinds of stuff. And the idea that they're going, and Trump too, talk about all kinds of stuff. You mentioned a tweet. He tweets all kinds of crazy stuff. You could go pick any topic and go find, look what he tweeted. Yeah, that's his MO. That's his MO. And so the idea that, yes, they got ahead of their skis before they were in charge and made a big deal about it, you betcha. And that's what they all do about many issues. And I try that. Why do I care about any of this stuff? I tried to not get bogged down in a lot of the palace intrigue. I call this kind of the palace intrigue kind of stuff. I'm just more of a policy guy. At the end of the day, these elites are going to do whatever weird stuff. But at the end of the day, I care about policy. I care about Trump's policies. And then more important than that, outcomes. That's what I care about. When I look at this issue, I go, where's the policy implications? Okay, got it. If there was some underage girl, okay, that's a legal thing. But where are the policy implications and where are the policy outcomes coming from talking about this? Nothing there just interests me that much.
So you think we kind of have to potentially this could be, potentially this could be like a devil's bargain that we kind of have to make where if we agree with Trump on his policy initiatives and his plan for the country, then we just need to let this Epstein thing go.
You can do whatever you want. At the end of the day, everybody has to decide why they care about a topic. Why do you care about this? Why do you care about that? I, to this day, think immigration is the biggest topic, is the biggest issue. All these other policy issues are really pale in comparison to the immigration challenge crisis that this country is facing. Why care about it? Well, because I live in it. I see it every day. I could get into the weeds, but I see it. It impacts me.
Right.
I could elaborate that, but that's not the point. I care about it because I see the impact. So if I can't see the impact, I don't see how it's going to impact, my community or my state. There's just only so much interest I can have in this stuff. And especially when it's palace intrigue stuff that is really no smoking gun that I'm aware of. And the idea that they're going to apologize, the idea that Dan Bongino or let's say Trump, the idea that Trump is going to apologize for being ahead over a ski, that's forget about it. It's not going to happen.
Do you think he owes us nothing? Trump owes us nothing?
I don't know. He owes us to be the commander in chief of the country. That's what he.
But on this Epstein stuff, you don't think he owes us anything?
I personally don't care. I don't know what he owes. I don't know. I'm just saying I don't care. And the idea that he's going to apologize, that's a pipe dream. Because if I was looking for apologies, I would be looking for apologies on what he did during COVID. He turned the government over to Fauci.
I agree.
He turned the government over to Fauci over a respiratory illness with a 99.9% survival rate. I think that was a huge mistake. He declared a national emergency on March 16th or something, 2020, for COVID. That was a huge mistake. I hope a lot of people that voted for him understand that, but I don't expect him to come out and apologize for that. And to me, that is far more important than this thing with Epstein.
I agree that was.
So I'm not going to get an apology for anything that I thought was a huge mistake. At the end of the day, you just these politicians, it's not necessarily, I don't look at it as a popularity contest. Trump is already popular. He's a wildly popular guy. He doesn't need me to be more popular. I just care about it.
I don't know how popular he's going to be if you've got half of his supporters incensed.
Have you polled that? I just don't. I mean,
you don't think so? Do you think most of his supporters don't care this is being blown up on the internet?
Yes, I do.
It's possible.
Yeah. 100%, I believe. Yeah. Are people going to take this into consideration because Trump's done. He's one term. It's about his succession. JD Vance or Ron DeSantis. Do you think people are going to hold this over that? When I just don't see that. I don't see that. So I don't see much political cost with him just ignoring this. And then people can read in the tea leaves on what that means. Is he part of it or what? I don't know. Until there's some smoking gun, who knows? And if you tell me that this powerful billionaire had some weird sex shit going on, and I'm supposed to say, oh my God, I don't care. I just don't care. I care about the policies he's creating in the White House and running this country. And there are just so many more important issues. And like I said, if I was looking for apologies, I'd be starting not with this, but the COVID stuff. And it's not going to happen. We just hope they learn from that, move on. of course, he's not going to address any of that stuff. You can see how he separates himself from Fauci now. That's just what he's going to do with this, separate himself from it. Until there's some huge smoking gun that points to, Trump was in there banging some 15-year-old or whatever, or traffic. Okay, that wouldn't be good, but I don't see that. Where's the evidence?
So I'm curious though. You say though that you don't really care, and that what ultimately matters is the policy for the country. Well, by that logic, if you had absolute knowledge that Trump was having sex with minors, statutory rape, why would that matter to you? It seems like it either matters or it doesn't matter.
It would call the question his judgment.
So that's what we're saying. His judgment is called into question by how he's been handling this whole thing.
No, it's two different things. You calling the question his judgment on how he's handled it is different than calling into being concerned with his judgment on fucking some 15-year-old. These are two different things.
I know, but
if it was proven in the court of public opinion that Trump was going around in his 50s and 60s shagging 15-year-olds, that would be interesting. That would shed some light on his
Do you think
judgment.
that would potentially make him unfit for command?
I do think that is categorically different than how we're seeing him handle this palace intrigue story and him pushing it away because of he wants the media focused on other stuff. There is Russia going on. There is stuff with Russia going on. There's stuff going on in the Middle East.
How are we going to know if he was having sex with minors or not? If he and his administration are barring our access to this? I mean, I guess what I'm saying is, you don't think that there's a significant chance that the reason he's flailing about is because there is actual evidence of him perhaps having sex with underage people?
No.
First
of all, two things. I just don't see it happening. I just don't. I am a man. I've been around a lot of men.
Would you have seen him having sex with porn stars? Because that's been proven, right? The Stormy Daniels thing?
I don't know if that's been proven. I don't
know. It may not have been. I don't know.
A porn star is different than a child.
That's true.
I'm telling you, I'm around a lot of men. There are freaks, I guess, obviously, that do this. But most men, especially of means, he has means. Why would you be stooping to fucking some 15-year-old when you're a billionaire and you can get a perfectly legal? I just don't see it. I could elaborate on. I could wax on that all day. I just don't see it.
Okay.
It's just not. To me, it's science fiction. We're talking about science fiction. Does that stuff happen with some men? You bet. But the overwhelming vast majority of normal men, which I do see Trump as that, and a normal machismo guy, I don't see it. And people can in their mind conjure up all the stuff all they want. I don't see it. I don't buy it. And I think, yes, when he was running for office and when he's commenting from the sidelines, him and Dan Bongino and all these other guys, it's easy. And they don't, not just this, but many issues. They were screaming about many issues. It doesn't mean then that there's a cover up now that they aren't as interested in the issue until proven otherwise. I haven't seen any evidence that convinces me that this isn't anything more than some basically PR scandal. Okay. But I just don't care about that kind of stuff.
Do you think that it reflects badly on him as a commander in chief that he first of all did not foresee that this would be a problem, and that he and or his administration have so terribly mismanaged this thing? I mean, you've seen the same tweets that I have with people charting Pam Bondi's evolution on this subject over the course of months, and she's just flip-flopping from one thing to another. You think all of that shows competence in a leader?
No, it shows that they are far from perfect. But I'm not a utopian guy. I mean, I'm not going to let perfect be the enemy of good enough. Again, I care about policies. Again, I can't overestimate how important some of these, the immigration issue, the tariffs, our trade relationships with other countries. These are far more important. I'm sorry. You do have to prioritize. You have to triage what you want your politicians to take care of. And if they're bungling this, I'm not going to sit here and say it's good for them. No. Any administration is going to bungle some stuff, but when you weigh when you put it on the balance sheet and what balances out, I see, his positives still far outweigh any of this. And that's my opinion. I do believe that most of the supporters would probably feel the same way. At the end of the day, they vote on issues that they actually care about. I don't think that rises to this. It's palace intrigue. People, I think, are more obsessed with the fighting among the MAGA crowd than at the actual circumstances. That's just my opinion, because it is fun to watch people fighting. I get it. But no.
If Bongino, if the deputy director of the FBI, if he resigns, which I don't know that he is, people were saying that he was going to do it, but now Monday is drawing to a close. I don't believe that's happened. If he were to resign, would that cause you any concern? Would you think that there's some there to this, or not necessarily?
Probably not, because you got to remember there's so much office politics. I mean, think about people in your corporate jobs, the politicking that goes on. Now put that on steroids in the DC. I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to then take that and immediately draw a line to, oh yeah, they were in on it. Trump was having sex with underage minors, or he's covering up. I don't know. There's so much other things that go on with office politics, and then politicians, palace intrigue. I just don't know that you can make that straight, pure connection. It could just be he's had enough. He's had enough with dealing with some of these personalities, and I don't know. But again, he might not resign. I get it. There was rumor, but here we are Monday. He hadn't resigned, so I don't know how much faith you can have in these rumors. We are obsessed with knowing the ins and outs and all these little palace intrigue details and what's going on. And then we just start filling in all the blanks in ourselves. We just start filling in all the blanks. Well, that must be because of this. And I just refuse to do that.
It doesn't help, though, when Trump is posting, is being evasive, and he's being condescending, and he's posting, borderline incoherent things.
You could say that about almost any topic. You could say that about the trade that, last month or the 2 months before, all this trade negotiation stuff. People are saying the same stuff. With Iran bombing them, people saying the same. Look at his tweet.
Well, I didn't agree with that either. We disagreed on the Iran bombing too. So
yeah, that's fine. But at the end of the day, now we fast forward. World War III was not started. No, we did not launch a ground invasion. I was part of a war in the Middle East. I'm just saying, people got way over their skis on predicting all this stuff, and now we go forward in time and we look back and we go, yeah, did Trump have some crazy tweets, or at least crazy by other people? Yeah, all these topics, any topic you look on, there are going to be a rich body of evidence. People going, look how he badly tweeted about this or posted about it. Look how whack that was. And so here's another example of that. Okay, got it. Another example to where he's tweeting some stuff that people think is incoherent. I don't care. I just don't care. I want him to round up illegal immigrants and kick them out. And I want him to establish better fair reciprocal trade relations for our country. That's what I care about.
What about the deficit? Do you think he's doing a good job on the debt?
I think when you fix the illegal immigration issue, that will come.
You're not going to have accounts for.
You're not going to have
deficit spending. Yeah,
I do. You're not, and you should listen to Ann Coulter's comments on this recently. She's been. Since 2016, she's been calling strikes and balls pretty accurate. Listen to what she has to say about this, and some other folks too. I do agree. You're not going to have an economy to save and be worried about the deficit and all this if your immigrant ratio breaches 20%, which it was on the precipice of breaching 20%. That's 1 in 5 people. You're not going to have an economy to save. And so that's the point that she's making. And yeah, this big, beautiful bill, as much stuff as it did not fix, guess what? It funded ICE now to be like, I think they're saying like it's equivalent of like the 14th most well-funded military in the world. So I look at that as going, yeah, he prioritized. He is not letting perfect be the enemy of good enough. He prioritized getting way more funding for ICE so they can focus on cleaning that mess up. And yes, did not get all this other stuff, but guess what? If he hadn't have done that, and we would have just kept hemorrhaging all this waste that goes to the immigration issue and all that entails, then yeah, the deficit, it didn't matter what you try to cut on this bill here or this, you won't have an economy to save. It'll be a very, so, people talk about the bifurcation, the wealth gap and all this stuff. That's what this will lead to. You'll have a very poor peasant underclass and then some rich people at the top. This starts to fix that to where you can actually have an economy to care about. And if they can't fix the deficit in another 10, 15, 20 years from that, then, we could deal with that. But for right now, I don't think it was wise to, I think it was wise for him to say, hey, I'm going to prioritize getting all my immigration funding shoved into this bill and take the bad with this good, pass this thing and move on to the next battle. The tariff stuff too, that's helping with the deficit. And yeah, I get it. The deficit's a real thing. It's hard to put it in, the challenge is putting it in the right ratio. All corporations run debts. They all run debts. They all run deficits.
It is well out of control. Like the amount of money that we're spending now just on interest don't you think it's not tenable?
You have to put it in perspective. You have to put it in the right ratios. You have to put it as a percentage of the GDP, as a percentage of the budget. And yeah, I'm not going to sit here and say that it can just keep going up. But I'm also not going to sit there and say like it's not manageable to some point, and there aren't other fundamental things driving this, namely the immigration issue. Our country just being sat. Let's get real about it. A lot of this immigration issue results with so much money leaving this country. What the remittance.
Yeah.
This puts this keeps a lot of that money in it. So I don't know. I think you have to look at some more fundamental issues. And again, Ann Coulter is talking at length about this. I think she's been proven right that no, you need to fix some bigger things first before you try to have the perfect spending bill. And that doesn't mean then I agree with, deficits can just run wild forever. Yeah, I do get it. You have to rein it in. You do need to get on a trajectory that makes sense. I do think though that people tend to exaggerate all this stuff. We're used to putting terms in raw numbers, like, the debt, what is it, over 20 trillion now or whatever it is, but you still have to put it in the percentage. Our GDP has been growing the whole time too. So any of these things, when they just show you a blunt number and talk about how big the number is, it's almost irrelevant. I'm serious. It's almost irrelevant. You have to look at it over time. You have to look at it as a percentage of the right metrics, which it's complicated. And there's no perfect way to view this stuff, but I just see so much doom and gloom by
What
people.
level of concern then do you have about the debt? If you're telling me that it's overblown, the concern, so you feel comfortable with us just not even worrying about it?
No.
Or you think immigration solving
you
that
have to
will help?
triage. You have to triage. If everything is a priority, then you have no priorities. And I personally believe that solving the immigration issue by funding ICE massively, that happened in this bill. I do think that's a bigger battle to be fought, and he won that. So it's good. It's triage. If everything is a priority, then nothing is. If he had not done that, if he had just focused and spent all his political willpower on, shutting down the government and getting a spending bill that enacted a lot of the stuff that Doge identified, you would still be left with ICE, shackled and not being able to do the full extent of their job. And so, I just think people are not looking at, they're staring at a tree and missing the forest. That's my opinion.
All right. So speaking of trees and forests, what do you think? Where are you at with Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni? Because I know that you don't pay any attention to that, or are you sort of tracking it?
I mean, I see it brought up every now and then. Obviously, I've heard you talk about it and been informed about it in that way. So I see jokes about it every now and then on other stuff that I follow, but I generally don't follow that. Yeah.
So as somebody who doesn't follow it or just sees a bit of it here and there, what is your perception if somebody just asks you, man on the street, what is your perception of this? If you had to kind of summarize it in a minute or so, and who do you feel like is kind of on top in the public mind right now? Like, what is your opinion of Blake Lively and Baldoni coming out of this?
Well, I don't think people know who Baldoni is at all after this. I mean, the general person doesn't know this guy, so I don't know if his name is necessarily broken through. But I think Blake Lively, I get the perception people look at her as kind of a ditzy ambulance chaser type. Yeah, I would say, the sentiment that I sort of just casually see that, people take her not too serious. I don't see much support of it, but I could be the wrong person to ask, but I do see it pop up every now and then. Mostly negative.
Megyn Kelly,
mostly negative.
These people.
Yeah, mostly negative. Yeah.
Do you think that I know I've seen Megyn Kelly talk about how she has a real low opinion of Baldoni. I think she called him basically more or less the equivalent of a beta male. Do you think that he is partly to blame for this situation? Do you feel like he should have? Do you feel like if he had not handled Blake Lively with such kid gloves when this situation first?
Yeah, I mean, I just saw the videos, and I guess it's from stuff you had posted. I saw the videos from, this is months ago of, one of them in particular of him coming up real close to her and talking about how they were intimate and something about Ryan Reynolds. How would he feel? I don't know. Something about it when I watched it, I'm like, dude, what a beta cuck. And
that's going to go over real well with the audience.
What
does that even mean?
Just someone is hyper feminine. And
he doesn't act feminine.
I'm just saying, the clip I saw.
You saw him dancing. You saw him performing. That was actually him pretending to be a character with Blake Lively. If you're talking, he's talking
about his husband. Their husband.
Because they were filming. So they were filming a scene that was not supposed to have words, and so it was a dance scene. And so yes, they're chatting because it's an awkward situation. You're chatting with someone, and all he said was, in fact, he was complimenting her relationship with Ryan because she got annoyed and said. Anyway, point is, he was complimenting, saying, y'all got a cool thing or whatever. Y'all are cute. I don't know what part of that translates to, in your mind, to femininity.
Maybe I should watch it more. I don't know. I also, though, do remember seeing some stuff I think you shared about some of the text messages, and I can't remember all the details, but I remember reading it just thinking, he sounded very submissive and very going out of his way to please her, and just very cringe in a very cringe way. I wish I could remember the details of it. I'm just telling you, that was my impression back then. If I saw more of him and was convinced otherwise, that's fine. I could be wrong, but he also dropped the lawsuit. So I'm like, I don't know, either buck up and sue the shit out of this girl, or you shouldn't have done. I don't know. So
but you understand though that the court system is tremendously stacked against people trying to sue for defamation for Me Too cases. So I mean, they reached. His lawsuit was gutted, but I do think that this kind of does show us, though, it gives us a window on the fact that it was problematic that Brian Friedman did not tee up that dismissal better than he did, and that withdrawal, because look, you have people who don't really know the particulars of what's going on, and the impression that they get is, well, if he had a good case, why did it get dismissed, right?
Yeah, and I'm not ignorant to the fact that it could be challenging, and it just wasn't worth the juice, wasn't worth the squeeze. I'm just saying, from watching him speak and some of the tech stuff you showed me before, I got the impression, I could be wrong, I got the impression of someone that was very hypersensitive and very going out of his way to make him seem very submissive to her. That was my impression.
Have you ever
as someone that didn't dig too deep in it? I'm just saying that was my impression. Okay,
I understand.
Doesn't mean he's wrong. I mean,
I understand.
I think he got screwed.
Okay, so you don't think he was in that way? He was asking for it.
No, I think I've never liked Ryan Reynolds, and so when I've just always thought, man, that guy's trying too hard to be funny. Something about him just, I don't know. That's just me. I've never watched those deadpan movies because I'm like, I'm not going to go watch some Ryan Reynolds. I'm just not into the guy. It just, I look at him and I think, ugh, cringe. And so when that angle got brought up you told me that was this girl's husband, I was like, all right, this is starting to make sense. Because in my mind, he seems like a very corporate guy.
Ryan Reynolds,
as much as a jokester as he tries to me, he screams corporate.
Well, Martha Stewart, who's neighbors with Ryan Reynolds and Blake Lively, said that people would be very surprised that they're not funny in real life. They're very serious.
He seems very serious.
Very serious. High-strung.
And part of it, I hate to read too much in the tea leaves, but I saw him. He had a commercial just on some YouTube show. All of a sudden, a commercial popped up for. I guess he had a phone company.
Yeah, Mint Mobile.
And it's like he's trying to be funny in it, and he's almost like humble bragging about his company in the commercial, and it's just all cringe to me. And I get it that he's a businessman at this point. I'm watching a businessman, very corporate and not funny, and trying to be funny. He has a right to do that. I'm just saying my opinion of him was kind of cringe. trying too hard to be funny, and you're just exuding corporate cringe to me. And so when I learned that angle, I was like, it kind of makes sense. They're cutthroat business people.
Yeah.
They're cutthroat business people, and there's a lot of money at stake.
Right.
Lots of money. And then she is there with him. I mean, you know, they're making a business decision to go after this guy.
Right.
And it's very cringe about it. And so I'm not like, you know, I'm pro Justin Baldoni, but you just asked me, you know, some impressions of it. You know, I did get the impression that maybe he was a little submissive on this, and maybe, yeah, I probably should leave it at that. I don't know too much. I don't know enough about him to really say too much more about it.
I did ask you. Well, and I think too that when you're in a vulnerable position, he was a first-time director. I mean, he had directed other projects, but for a big budget movie, studio movie, his first time working with an actress who was also a producer, who's also pulling in her, you know, her pop star friend and her husband and all of this. And so I think we're all familiar with having to walk on eggshells around people. And so maybe that's part of what was going on.
Too many walking on eggshells. That's a disease. You got to stop walking on all the eggshells. But I get it. I understand. So that could explain what he got himself into. It doesn't mean I think he got screwed.
Yeah.
So.
All right. Well, we've got our next guest coming on soon. So thank you so much. People can find you online, especially on Instagram. That's where he's most active. So if you want to see more of this, if this appeals to you, then they can find you at Dustin Stewart, Texas on Instagram. I follow you.
Just a bunch of nonsense.
Not at all. Not at all. Thank you for joining us.
Okay.
All right. So everybody, we got Leanne coming on, Leanne Newton, and I know we've been talking mostly about Epstein, Trump stuff, but we're about to go more into Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni. I'm sure that's what Leanne is going to mostly want to talk about. So I'm going to step away for about 6 or 7 minutes, and I'm going to put on a video, just a bit of a video, sort of getting people up to speed on what we're talking about when we talk about the Vanzan subpoena. Because I think probably Leanne wants to talk about the subpoenas, about the content creator subpoenas, but also probably a bit about the Vanzan stuff. And also Blake Lively, her deposition, she apparently got basically everything significant that she wanted from Judge Lyman about pertaining to her deposition. So we'll probably talk about that too. So Leanne will be on to talk about Baldoni and Lively updates in about 6 or 7, 8 minutes, somewhere around there. So give me a minute. I'll be back. I'm going to put on a short little video while I take a break, and then we will get going there. All right.
Every countdown to since this entire Blake Lively, Justin Baldoni thing started. I'm not even joking. It's huge. Some of you are probably already aware of this development because you've seen Andy Signori's coverage or Without a Crystal Balls or CJ, Leanne. I mean, there's so many great people on this now, but I just today, because I've been away for a while, and I really just today, you've heard something about it. Like I said, but they sat on it, I think. And by the way, the Daily Mail, they might have had this story stream. This is just going to be used as a draft. As you know, or may know if you followed this case, she was the head of the PR company that was handling Justin Baldoni's head of the PR time with super chats and stuff. But I wanted to have an audience here. I wanted to get this out really quick before I go to work. Here's the deal. Justin Baldoni's former PR rep, Stephanie Jones, the big bad wolf of Hollywood PR, as you know, or may know if you followed this case, she was the head of the PR company that was handling Justin Baldoni's stuff and Wayfarer's PR, right? This was a while back. And what happened was there was a break between Stephanie Jones, the owner of this PR company, and one of her underlings, who was Jennifer Abel, who was Justin Baldoni's immediate and Wayfarer's immediate agent, right? So in these agencies, these PR agencies, you have, just like in any company, you have various levels of things. And you've got the CEO, Steph Jones, at the top of it, and the visionary, and she's the one who calls the shots. But then she has people working for her, agents working for her, publicists working for her, who handle individual companies and clients. And so what happened was there was a break between Steph Jones and this underling, and this underling went to set up her own company. You know, this is like business succession style. This is just how it's done. It's very shrewd. It's smart. It's how it is. Darwinianism, basically, the survival of the fittest or the best. It's constantly changing. And so this girl goes and she takes one of her best clients, Justin Baldoni and Wayfarer, with her. Yes. And so what happened then is that Stephanie Jones is really pissed off about that and demands the cell phone of this employee, I guess her business phone, and I guess she had to turn it over. And so the employee on her way out turns over the phone. And so now you've got this pissed off, big bad wolf of Hollywood PR, Steph Jones, with this phone, and she has it forensically examined. So she knows the contents of the phone, right? Well, somehow, and here's where we get to Blake Lively and her shenanigans. Somehow, Blake Lively, before she filed her CRD complaint against Justin Baldoni and came out with that New York Times article, basically facilitated that, she had to have gotten her hands on these private texts between Justin Baldoni's publicists, right, and other people. And so that's where a lot, if you'll remember, that's where a lot of the ammunition that the New York Times and that Blake Lively's complaint, that's where a lot of the ammunition came from, was these supposedly private conversations between Justin Baldoni's publicists and other people, right? And so the question was always how, first of all, did Stephanie Jones violate the trust of her client, even former client, Justin Baldoni and Wayfarer, by passing on these messages, the contents of these cell phone exchanges, to Blake Lively's team, who was going after Baldoni, right? So that was always a big question mark here, is how did Blake Lively get her hands on these texts that only Steph Jones would have an incentive to give to Blake Lively, right? And you might say, well, what incentive would she have? Well, remember, again, we're talking about Ryan Reynolds and Blake Lively, and these are two extremely, extremely powerful people in Hollywood. And we've talked about that. And then you have Steph Jones, right, who has every incentive to climb into bed with them, so to speak. And then also who was really pissed off at this employee who left and these big clients that she took with her, right? So it makes perfect sense what the motivations would be here. So the question has always been, how did Blake Lively lawfully and ethically get her hands on these things? Because Steph Jones was not supposed to hand this stuff over to anyone. There are confidentiality agreements in place. It was deeply, deeply unethical of Steph Jones to pass this shit over to Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds and their team, right? So the question was, always, how was this done legally? And this is where we get to the point, y'all, for those of you who don't know. This is where we get to the point. Wait, what's wrong with unknown? Oh, unknown, you're great. You have no money. Yeah, join the club. Sorry, I was responding to the chat. I got distracted. Welcome. Here's where we get to the main shit, okay, everybody? Blake Lively created, and Ryan Reynolds basically used a fake company, a sham corporation, if you will, that they had created sometime before and not really used up to this point. But they used this as a way to basically file a fake underground lawsuit against unknown persons, but persons connected to Wayfarer and Justin Baldoni. And when I say unknown persons, I mean that they were not named. So in this lawsuit, that this basically more or less fake company that Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds had set up. And you might say, well, how do we know it's their company and all of that? All of that information has been discussed and answered by other people, and I can certainly get into it in my next show. But I'm just trying to get this out here before I go to work because I think it is so astounding in a lot of ways. They had this sham corporation, Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds, that they had created sometime before, and they decided to use it, or their lawyers, their legal team, whoever the fuck was advising them to do this crazy shit. Wow. I mean, for those of you who've been following the Jay-Z, Tony Busby fiasco, we're getting beyond Tony Busby. We're getting beyond Tony Busby territory with some of these shenanigans. But anyway, so they take this fake corporation basically that they had created, and I'm using the term fake loosely, but this fake company. And this fake company sues unknown persons, John Doe's, whatever, 1 through 10 or whatever it was, right? And they sue them for all kinds of very vague, possible business practices that these unknown persons might have engaged in against this company called Vanzan, by the way. That's the name of the fake company that sued unknown persons. And so basically, y'all, this is the gist of it, is Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds' company, this fake company, Vanzan, sues unknown persons, but through this lawsuit, this not publicized, trying to keep it hush-hush as possible lawsuit, they are able then to trigger the discovery mechanism whereby they can lawfully get their hands on all of those text messages that Stephanie Jones had access to, because now, as a part of this lawsuit, this fake lawsuit, basically, for all intents and purposes, this fake lawsuit, they can legally subpoena and obtain these texts. And Steph Jones now has cover because she can say, oh yeah, well, I was subpoenaed, so I had to give up these texts. So it provided retroactive. This is what this lawsuit, this is what this fake lawsuit by Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds did, is it retroactively gave cover to Steph Jones for something that it's clear she had already done, which is she had already shared the content of these relevant texts with Blake Lively. But it now gave her cover to transmit this stuff legally and through proper channels, so that then it could be included in the CRD complaint and also leaked to the New York Times. And guess what? Do you want to hear the fucking clincher on this? If you look at the timelines, and again, kudos to the people who found this. If you look at the timeline of this, what you see is that almost immediately after this fake lawsuit is filed, end of September, against unknown persons, but again, connected to supposedly Wayfarer. And we might say, what were the allegations? I said earlier they were very, very vague things, right? But anyway, triggered this discovery mechanism, these texts so what happens is then, right after this lawsuit is filed, then what you have in early October is then you have a formal request subpoena for these texts on Stephanie Jones' phone. So she is subpoenaed in early October. So late September, this fake lawsuit is filed. Then immediately, early October, you have the subpoena of Stephanie Jones, text returned over. Now you want to hear the even crazier part. Those of you who've been following this, timeline-wise, crazy, is that the lawsuit was voluntarily withdrawn. Now, the people use the term dismiss, but in a legal sense, a dismissal is also can occur when one voluntarily. Let me say this again. A legal dismissal can also occur.
All right. So, oops. Sorry. One sec. Making sure the right. Oops. Okay.
There we go. You should be able to now hear me. Sorry about that. Hello, everybody. I am back, and we're going to be shifting gears a bit. Oh my God. I knew he was going to be a bit of a loose cannon because that's who he is. And it's funny. He asks me, sometimes he'll ask me, I'm talking about my significant other right now. I'm about to bring Leanne on. She's in the background. Hey, Leanne, I was just saying that I don't know if I don't know if you saw my significant other was just on, but this may be the first time on a pro Baldoni show that someone refers to Baldoni as a beta cuck. So you did miss that.
Oh my goodness, I haven't heard that before.
Cannot accuse him of not being opinionated or speaking his mind. So
Nope.
thanks for joining. I feel like this is really, it's a great time to have you on because we're kind of shifting. We have been with my guests more focused on the Trump Epstein thing, and we're going to talk about that with my remaining guests as well. And I think Shane Cashman is coming up at the end at midnight. Is going to have a lot to say there too. But I did with you and with Zach and Dana. Donna is coming on. Donna Bowling is going to come on too, and then of course CJ. We're going to really be able to get into.
Oh.
We're going to be able to really get into what's been going on. So, tell me what, in your mind, are the most important stories right now related to Blake Lively. In my mind, tell me if I'm wrong. In my mind, it's the content creator subpoenas. It's the continuing stuff about the Vanzan subpoenas and the Vanzan lawsuit, which is why I put that video there for everybody to watch as kind of a refresher as to what we're talking about with the Vanzan stuff. And so those two both very important. And then is there anything else that I'm leaving off? Are those the big stories right now?
No, there is actually one more. Actually, coming from the perspective of of a lawyer who's worked in law firms. We currently got the motion to quash the subpoena that she subpoenaed Brian Friedman's firm, but it's not just for trivial things. These are for his mobile phone records and the mobile phone records of all the staff.
Blake Lively has recently subpoenaed Brian.
Yeah.
It's the first time hearing of it because I haven't been paying attention to the specific.
Well,
so
it's
explain.
an entire firm.
She's subpoenaing the whole firm.
A whole firm. She wants to bank the law firm financial accounts details. I mean, it's stuff I've never heard of.
Really?
Really?
So she is. It sounds like to me, if we're saying that Blake Lively is, and by the way, hold on a second. Let me bring up because I want to make sure we have as many viewers as possible for this. So I'm going to bring up a photo. For whatever reason, it just does a lot better with the algorithm when people are scrolling. Instead of just seeing two people that they don't know or is talking, they actually they can see the topic. So 1 second, let me bring it on, and then because I'm dumbfounded by this. What you're saying, I was not aware. Is this breaking today, or when did this break about her?
No, this started. So it was the motion to quash was filed in California because that's where Friedman's firm is. So she had to file it in California because that's where you'd be enforcing it.
Mm-hmm.
The law firm have obviously come back and gone, no. But the wild thing is Lively also wanted it transferred from California to New York in front of Lyman, and that happened. So the California court agreed to move it to Lyman. So we should hear. They've done their arguments for the motion to quash and everything. So we're just waiting on a decision on that. But
so wait a minute.
judging by the way all the decisions are gone.
Hold on a second. Sorry, I'm confused. Just it's not you, but I just want to make sure I'm clear on this. The motion to quash is from Friedman trying to quash her subpoena of his company. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So she has. And when did she subpoena? Do we know when she subpoenaed Friedman's company and the financial records and all this? Is this recent, or you're saying this happened some time ago?
I think it was like the end of June, start of July.
Okay, so
it's not been that long.
So fairly recently, and look, here's the thing too. I just want to say we're going to have you on. By the way, we're going to have you on for the next 40 minutes or so, so we have time to really flesh this stuff out. We're not going. I don't think we're going to waste your time talking about Epstein unless you really want to talk about it. But but this is I think where I am and where a number of people are in that we kind of got sort of taken aback just a bit when the lawsuit was just parts of it were dismissed, and then Baldoni withdrew the rest, or his team withdrew the rest. And I kind of have disengaged a bit from this story just for a bit, also because I was looking at the Diddy stuff and other things. coming back to this now, you're telling me that recently Blake Lively subpoenaed basically the entire Brian Friedman's entire law firm, and that she's wants to dig into his financial records. Are you telling me that this is unusual in a case like this?
I have never heard of it. I'm not saying it's never happened, because obviously I'm in the UK as well, so we have different processes. But it's not even something I've come across happening. Like where I could say, oh well, that's quite a common thing. I mean, this is all because she thinks Friedman is part of the smear campaign, and was paying people and working with Jed Wallace and all that. I think it's just wild though, because attorney-client privilege should be kicking into nearly all of this.
So she's trying to basically establish a link, and we see this, I guess, with the subpoenas, the third-party subpoenas of some of these content creators. She's trying to establish, she is fixated, and she has been for months and months, going back to the original New York Times "We Can Bury Anyone's" story. By the way, shout out to Zack Peter and Lauren Needley and Andy Signore for taking that photo, and then Zack for retweeting it with that line, "We can bury anyone," because predictably the Amber Heard Stan account was having a meltdown over that. I love it. I love messing with them, that ex-patriarch idiot.
Oh yeah.
But anyway, she seems to be fixated on the idea that the PR against her and the negative sentiment against her online is not organic. And I think what's going, and so she's trying to prove that there are all of these links, financial links apparently, and otherwise, between Justin Baldoni's team and content creators. And so, so she's subpoenaing she's trying to get the financial records of the attorney, right, to show that the attorney's been paying off, and these people his side has been paying off content creators, I guess. And here's the thing to me. It seems like this woman, Blake Lively, she has a pathological aversion to the idea that her bad PR might be her own fault. Like, she just cannot accept. I think that she has, in some kind of Freudian, deep psychoanalytic way, she has built up a wall against having to face how unpopular she is. And she is betting everything, including she's betting, almost like betting her psyche on this idea that people can't really hate me. This has got to be part of Justin Baldoni and Brian Friedman's smear campaign. It's pathological.
It's mental. I've never seen anyone act like, well, I've seen plenty in my life, but this just seems kind of really. Well, I don't even know what any of this has got to do with the sexual harassment complaint. Like, we are still waiting for that evidence, but she's really fishing around. And my
she's trying
theory
she's trying to prove it's a retaliation, right? So the next leg, or one of the legs of her complaint is retaliation. Go ahead.
Yeah, but she's got to prove the sexual harassment, otherwise there is no retaliation. So she has got to. The two go hand in hand. But my theory because when I saw that she wanted his Friedman specifically, his mobile phone records, the one thing that caught my attention with that was in Friedman's. You remember he did an affidavit about Taylor Swift and the contact he had from his source. And he said it was a phone call on February the 14th, and someone left a voicemail and he called them back, and then they had several phone calls. And I think the only reason, because she doesn't want the names of the people who he's been, like, who he's called, she wants the phone numbers, the dates, the time, and the duration. And to me, the only reason that she would want that without any information, because she's clearly not going to ring them all and ask if they were talking about her. And I think she's looking to see if she recognizes the number, like, of who from Taylor Swift's camp.
Because it's got to be driving her crazy. Look, as narcissistic as Blake Lively is, it's got to be driving her crazy that there is someone who has betrayed her, and and it would drive anyone crazy, honestly. Like, wondering, is who in my inner circle can I not trust? And of course, celebrities are already fixated on ideas like that, and so, it seems like It seems like that's part of what's going on too. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, that's what I think's going. Because otherwise, is she going to sit there and ring each and every number? And what for? You know, it just, ugh, it's batshit, really.
So
I don't know how else to describe it anymore now.
So how do you think that Friedman's motion to quash Blake Lively's subpoena, how do you think that's going to fare? That's before Judge Lyman then? He's adjudicating that?
Yeah. And I gotta say, I have, because obviously being a lawyer, you've got to uphold the integrity of justice. You can't be going out and bashing judges and other lawyers. Technically that doesn't apply to me because I'm not an American attorney, but I live by it.
Well, I just have look. I said something today on Twitter when you posted. I know what it was. So we'll talk about this in a minute. But apparently, Judge Lyman has ruled in favor of Blake Lively when it comes to the deposition formatting and notification.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that in a minute. But
Great.
one thing that I noted, I was trying to look up Judge Lyman here. One thing that I noted is that you have to understand that these judges, they are first and foremost, they are political animals. They're political creatures. And I think that we like to, a lot of us still like hold on to this romantic idea of judges as like, like the Gregory Peck character in To Kill a Mockingbird. Wasn't he a judge or lawyer or something? We have this, we want to hold on to this idea of these people as being fair and impartial. And really they are politicians. They ultimately, and they have bought into most of these judges, especially we're talking about Hollywood or in this case, New York judges. They have bought into the Me Too propaganda. They're up to their necks in it. And so for us to expect, it's really, honestly, I'll tell you, it's disheartening to have done this so many times with cases and to see the same conclusion. And I'm talking about myself here with covering these Me Too hoaxes. I've been covering these Me Too hoaxes for almost 5 years. I know it's not about me, but I'm trying to express something here that I've learned. I've been covering these Me Too hoaxes now for almost 5 years. Started with the Johnny Depp thing and then Marilyn Manson, other cases. And with the exception of that second Johnny Depp trial, we were very lucky it happened in Virginia before the anti-slap madness hit Virginia. It's hit now. But we were very lucky in Virginia. Judge Ascarati was a great judge for Depp.
Yeah, she was.
But I think that gave people the false idea, unfortunately, that these kinds of Johnny Depp outcomes are available to others. And I think I even kind of get swept away in that sometimes I was hoping, like, Marilyn Manson, I don't want to take us down this tangent, but Marilyn Manson, when you look into it, had a strong case, and he'd filed a defamation extortion case against his primary two accusers, conspirators. He had a really strong case, and there were such egregious violations by Evan Rachel Wood, such as the FBI letter that she faked and that she submitted into court evidence, and that nobody in the government was interested in following up on because she was a supposed Me Too victim. And then you had in the Manson case, the judge, her name was Teresa Baudet. She was an LA judge, and she did the same damn thing that Judge Lyman did. She gutted, of course, on the basis of slap. She gutted the defamation portion, just completely took that out, and then basically signaled the fact that she was not going to be taking the other stuff very seriously either. And so what does Manson do? He doesn't even have Steve Sarowitz backing him up. Yeah, he's worth some millions, but that bank account drains quickly in situations like that. So he ended up settling, and he got a bunch of bad PR. Manson settles with his accusers. And not only did he settle with them, he had to pay their legal bills. Oh my God, because people see that. The people don't understand the anti-slap thing or whatever. They don't understand how hard this shit is if you're trying to do defamation. And so people come away from it thinking, oh, well, I guess, look, he dropped his case and he had to pay their legal bills. He must be guilty. It's infuriating. And so I guess my point is just to say that it is disheartening to see people start off with such hope. And I'm sure that Steve Sarowitz, with all of that bluster, whether or not he said, I'm going to spend $100 million to bury her or not, whatever, paraphrasing, the man,
Yeah.
you have a confident, successful, wealthy businessman like Steve Sarowitz, and I'm sure he thought initially, we filed this lawsuit, we hit him really hard, and we'll have a win. And I think what slowly starts to dawn on people, and I'm sure Brian Friedman has seen this a lot, sadly, what slowly starts to happen is that over time it dawns on the client that this is a rigged system right now. That's my conclusion. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I'm not entirely disagreeing with you, actually. You know, I mean, I don't know the American system as well, like to actually, I haven't experienced it, you know, I don't practice in it and I haven't been through it for any reason.
Sure,
But
sure.
there are, I mean, I think we were all blindsided. All of the legal commentators we all expected the claims to be dismissed. We were blindsided when they were dismissed with prejudice, though.
Right.
But if you have to take, I mean, all of these things that he's given Lively, right? Like the striking of the affidavit from Friedman, the today the protective order as well, so she can, you know, basically dictate where she has her deposition.
So let's talk about
Not,
that since we're on this for a second. Explain
yeah,
to people what all she asked for, what did she get, and how unusual is this? Because Katie, the lawyer Katie, right, was saying that
yeah.
this is very unusual. So tell people what happened.
It is unusual, yeah. So, I mean, Wayfarer actually used Judge Lyman's own ruling, which is not even 6 months old, in another case where, you know, they were asking so normally it would be the person given notice of the deposition would say, this is the location. And normally the depositions happen in one of the law firms of the parties. And it's normally like Wayfarer are the ones who have noticed Lively's deposition. So normally they get the choice because it's their meeting kind of thing, you know. So they're calling the meeting, and all of their stuff, their staff, their resources are all there. She can goes to that office, sits for a deposition, leaves, and she threw two things in. One was Brian Friedman's statement a month ago about, well, let's just do this in Madison Square Gardens, we'll sell tickets, etc. I mean, he was joking. No one literally thought he was
Exactly.
gonna.
Yeah.
Not one. Otherwise, I would already be on my plane over there.
Me
You know,
too, girl. Me too.
I would. No one took him seriously, but she has played that, like, you know, and she stated that now was like, oh my god, look what he's done. But the other thing she's done is she's brought in another case in California with Vin Diesel, who Brian Friedman is representing, where the opposing party. So Brian Friedman was supposed to be at a deposition of Vin Diesel's bodyguard. This actually fell on the day that was supposed to be Lively's first deposition, the one she didn't turn up for, and there was a motion filed for sanctions and to compel in that case because the person who was supposed to be deposed didn't turn up, and there was an allegation that Brian Friedman got in the face of the opposing counsel and kind of raised his fist and was calling them all kinds of. I won't repeat them, but
I love it. I love that, but I hear you.
Yeah, it was very colourful. I did a video on it where I was just like, "What the hell?"
Right.
And but yeah, and Lively brought that in, into this and said to Judge Mount Lyman, basically, look, he's a threat, he's a danger, blah blah blah, and you know, she'd been dictating in emails between the lawyers that she wanted the deposition in her law firm in Wilkie, which is it's Michael Gottlieb's law firm, which is only a mile away from where Wayfarer's law firm is that they wanted it in. So, I mean, really the difference is negligible. So the judges basically said, look, she can have where she can, you know, if she wants the depository, my dog's barking now.
No,
If she
you're
wants a deposition in her lawyer's law firm, she can have it there. They have to provide, resources, etc., etc. So, in terms of the concession, it's not actually not loads that she's had, but it's just unusual because that's
Are you
not
saying it's
how
more?
the rules are.
Well, I'm sorry to interrupt. Are you saying that it's more? This was the sense that I got too from Katie's video as well. Is that it's more of the principle of the thing, that it's a kind of a
Yeah.
it's a kind of a signaling that perhaps that he's sympathetic to and more sympathetic to Blake Lively's arguments or her position than I think we would like to think. I mean, that's why it's disturbing to me. It's not just the concessions, but the fact that you and Katie say that this is unusual, and I'm thinking, okay, so is this a signal that this man is not going to be an impartial adjudicator going forward? I mean, I know that we're eventually going to a jury trial, but still, a judge has tremendous. You can see in the Diddy trial, the judge has tremendous influence over outcomes.
Yeah, no, that's true. And I think today was the day I said, look, this is, for the first time, I sort of said outright, look, this is starting to feel like there is preferential treatment. I haven't got to corrupt. I know a lot of people have mentioned corruption. I'm not there, but there is another side you could look at it from as well, just to play devil's advocate here and to kind of bring in the realities of these legal processes. If you look at the Friedman affidavit, right, it was struck off, and I did say at the time there was a good reason for that. It could have caused problems. It could have caused a mistrial later on. It certainly would have been an appealable point. Lively would have appealed and said, "Oh, he's prejudiced my case."
And that
If you look at
remind me again what that was, though, that it was good he didn't.
it's because of the way Friedman did it. They brought in the whole subpoena, the Taylor Swift stuff.
Okay, it was the Taylor Swift thing we're talking about. Sorry. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So so there's that decision. Then if you look at the motions to dismiss legally, it was arguable that on the legal principle, which is all he's supposed to be looking at anyway, you could see how he got to his decision. I'm not saying I agree with that, and I think he should have left room for bringing back at least Ryan Reynolds' defamation case. But I think he might have done Wayfarer a favour by dismissing Lively's defamation case, because he didn't rule on section 47.1, which
right.
I'm hoping now he'll decline any requests for all of those damages, because he didn't apply that.
So for people who don't remember or don't know, 47.1, and if you want to know more about this, you can look at my video that I did on the amicus that I wrote, the amicus brief. But basically, 47.1 is the additional statute that passed in California that went beyond anti-SLAPP, basically, and seeks to potentially impose triple damages when a case like Baldoni's is dismissed. In other words, if this judge, yes, this is a New York judge, so he's not bound by California, but all these judges are looking at these things as potential precedent, right? And so that's why it's been cited so much. And also the fact that I think they agreed to go by California rules as well, right? Anyway, point is, he has the option, since he dismissed Baldoni's case against Lively, and then Baldoni ended up withdrawing the rest. But Lyman dismissed a huge chunk of his case. Since he did that, the defamation thing, then if he wanted to go by 47.1 statute, the new California statute, that would mean that Baldoni and his side, Wayfarer, would have to pay 3 times the amount that they were suing Blake Lively for, right? And so that would be like hundreds and hundreds of millions. Am I right on that?
It's not what they were suing her for, it's what she was claiming in damages.
Okay.
They would have got 3 times that, and the attorney's fees as well. So it's not even just damages.
I'm sorry, do we know how much she's suing them for, money-wise?
No, because ironically, and we'll come to this when we talk about the content creators, she hasn't actually disclosed her financial information.
How about
They've
that?
just had to file a motion to compel for that information. I think it was the end of last week.
Oh man, sneaky. Okay, so okay.
But I think, kind of going back to the some of the decisions. I think you can people are making a case, and not unreasonably, that there's bias. And I am getting there, but I also think he has given her, by giving her all this stuff, it'll go to a trial. The overall decision on who wins the case is going to be decided by jurors. And I think that Lively is going to have nothing that she can complain about by the end of it, because she has had her way so much that, I feel Wayfarer got an incredibly strong case, could easily, in reality, win this case as defendants against her claims.
Mm-hmm.
And then, Lyman's rulings, if you're going to take a positive away from, how negative they do appear to be, and how often they go in against Wayfarer, you could actually sit and go, well, he's taken away opportunities on appeal here for us. So, there is that.
Well, and that's the thing that I was thinking as you were saying that, is that the advantage, I guess, if there is one to Baldoni and all of this, is exactly what you said, that at least there's no way that she can credibly claim on appeal that she was treated unfairly by this judge. Now, do I think that that's the judge's reasoning or his rationale? No, and I don't think you're saying that either. I think
No, I'm not saying that.
And look, I'm glad you brought up the issue of corruption too, and you said that there are people in the Justice for Baldoni movement, friends of ours, and people on social media who believe that there is outright corruption here, that there might be some kind of financial trail or trail of favors or something here, where this judge is actually literally in the tank or figuratively in the tank with like Lively. It's always possible. I have a cynical view of people. It's kind of like, we've been talking today with people about, do I think it's possible that Trump is an Epstein perpetrator and whatever. Like, yes, people are always capable of dark things, but what I think is more of the Occam's razor answer to this judge and why he's ruling this way. And again, this is what I said today on Twitter, is that I think we just have to remember how highly political judgeships are. These guys and ladies have to run for office or if they get appointed, sometimes they run, or if they're appointed, it's because they know how to play the political game really, really well, especially in New York. If you are a judge, a federal judge in New York, then you have seen some shit. You have a lot of, and I'm just saying that in terms of like politically speaking. And then the other thing is, these political figures and these judges, they are so indoctrinated now in the, for lack of a better word, Me Too ideology. They just are. And I'm talking about law school. I have friends who are in law school right now, and it's just like anything else. There is a very strong ideology about female victimization and about the need to expand definitions of non-consent and et cetera, et cetera. You know what I'm talking about, right? And like the slap and the 47.1 and all that. So I don't think it's so much an explicit case of corruption as this is just like, this is the same thing as like asking, like, why are so many English professors lefties? It's like over time, a culture is created, and there's cultures in academia, and then there's cultures also in the legal world, and particularly in left-leaning states. I don't know. That's what I think.
No, there's some truth to that. Absolutely. Definitely.
So let's talk about the content Well, one more question I have. So if I'm understanding you correctly, you're saying about the deposition demands that she made and the things the judge granted her, such as, for example, the ability to know ahead of time. She'll be notified ahead of time who's going to be in the deposition with her and things like that, which, by the way, this is significant if you really think about the scenario here, because I don't know if people are aware of this or not, but Baldoni is legally entitled to sit there through the entirety in the room with her, right? Through the entirety of Blake Lively's deposition. And Oh, I'm sorry.
They
Go ahead.
all are, actually.
Right.
All the Wayfarer parties are.
So you could have Blake Lively, and this is something that I really enjoy thinking about. I have to say, it gives me some comfort to know that whatever else this woman gets away with, she is going to have to deal with a deposition that's going to be difficult and grueling and uncomfortable. But here's the thing, is that it is do I think that Justin Baldoni is going to show up at the deposition? Do I think that Melissa, Nathan, Jenna Abel, do I think they're going to show up at Blake Lively's deposition? No, I don't think that they will. But can you imagine the amount of anxiety it would cause if they did? If you just imagine that you're in here, Blake Lively, you sit down at the table, you have like 7 hours of grueling interrogation in front of you. And lo and behold, sitting right across from you, there's Justin Baldoni, and he just stares at you through the whole thing. I'm going to disclose something to the audience, to my audience here, that I've never talked about before. And I'm not going to tell you who it is. People can look at the work that I've done, and they can guess who what case I might be talking about that I'm most interested in, have been following most closely. But I happen to know that during the deposition of a false accuser, a false Me Too accuser, someone who falsely accused a celebrity, that the celebrity who had been falsely accused showed up at the deposition and sat there and stared this person down, this false accuser down, for hours and hours and hours. Now, if a woman is telling the truth, then that's intimidation, and I understand why people think that's wrong. But if a person is not telling the truth, we have the right to face our accusers. That's just how it is. If you were going to try to ruin someone's life, which Blake Lively and these other false Me Too accusers have done, if you're going to try to do that, then yes, if you're going to have to sit there while you spout your lies, and you're going to have to look at the person whose life you are trying to destroy with those lies. I think that is totally okay. And so anyway, my point is, I'm rambling. My point is to say that I think that's part of what was at stake here. Is I think Blake Lively is freaked the fuck out about that deposition. I think she is.
Yeah, no, she 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 is. She really is. The thing is, we don't do depositions over here, so
Really?
I'm not kind of. Yeah, we don't. We just go. We don't give it, because that's like a rehearsal. We just go straight into the trial.
But I thought, you Brits are so civilized. I thought you would have had depositions. That would have been a mainstay.
No, because that just seems like unnecessary cost. Like, well, I don't know. I don't.
No,
I'm sure there's a purpose to it when they get leaked, like Amber Heard did. But yeah, it's not something we do it in very, very rare cases, but it's not like a normal situation for us. So, but I would expect her to be intimidated, because you're going to have a room full of lawyers, basically, from both sides. Are you going to be, having documents put in front of you and asked questions over and over again about it? And even if they're trying to be respectful, and I'm sure they will, I'm sure there's no one's intends to be unprofessional. Then it's still hard. It's still grueling. And I will say, even if she's telling the truth, and I state very clearly, I have not seen a shred of evidence that she was sexually harassed. But if she turns out that she is telling the truth, and I've been through it myself as someone, who's been in domestic violence in a awful marriage, very abusive marriage.
I'm very sorry.
I've been through. No, it's all right. But I've been through it all. Having your claims tested and the evidence presented. It is part of the process, whether you are telling the truth or not. And it's essential, because if you're not telling the truth, then, like you say, you are ruining an innocent person's life. But, at the same time, we have the justice scale through a reason. We've got to balance everything. And, I couldn't live in a world where someone can just, well, at least the section 47.1 itself has been an eye opener on, you can say something about someone, make an allegation, they cannot deny it. They can't. It's seemed as retaliation, and
Yep.
they are then punished with all these fees and damages and things.
Yep.
Like, that's unpalatable.
Yes, it is. It is. And again, it's all it's well intentioned if you have the perspective that the number of false accusations are just almost non-existent. If that's your perspective, then I can see how people would have more comfort with be more comfortable with the collateral damage. It was like, okay, maybe occasionally, every once in a while in a blue moon, you'll have someone who's suing for defamation who's actually legit and they're going to be punished unfairly, but that's a small price to pay. But what I am saying, and what I will continue to say, and I said this in the amicus essay that I wrote, that I'm trying to decide now what to do with, right, since that didn't work out. But what I focus on a lot in that is again debunking the idea that false accusations are rare. Yes, the studies vary, and you have some studies that show 2% of accusations are false, but you also, yes, you do have some studies that show 40%, 50%, 60, 70, 80, even 90. Now, do I believe it's 90? No, I don't. But I'm just saying that there's a wide range. And especially today, I think ever since Me Too, I think that we are having a lot more false claims of this nature. So it really is. And look, it scares people too. It has the effect. It has a chilling effect. People talk about a chilling effect all the time, like, oh no, this is gonna have a chilling effect on survivors and victims. Well, in this case, it's having a chilling effect, I'm sure, on any man who's falsely accused who would think about suing for defamation. If you're in California and you try to sue for defamation now, you have to worry about the treble damages, right?
But it's not just men.
Right.
It applies to women as well. If if a man falsely accuses a woman and she tried to sue him for defamation, there is literally nothing that says that this only applies to men.
And I'm glad you bring that up, because let me just say that we are going to see if it's financially advantageous to people, then they will do it. There are people who will do it, will lie for money. And I just want to point out, not to derail us or take us off track. My next guest might have a few things to say about this, though, but I just want to point out that Cassie Ventura is now being sued and is going to be sued. Apparently, they've announced that by a number of the escorts that she hired for her and Sean Combs. Now, I'm not trying to get into that whole argument or whatever. I know people have strong feelings, but here's the point that I'm making is that you're going to see more and more women being sued for Me Too type stuff. And you're going to see it more and more in the workplace. I just saw that there was a famous businesswoman. I can't remember now who it is, but she's been sued by a male subordinate who claims that she would touch him in weird ways and come up and give him a little massages at his desk and stuff. These things that in the past people would have said, oh, come on, just suck it up and deal with it, or this isn't a big deal. Women are going to start being held to account for this stuff too, and that means also then you're going to have a lot of false accusations. I want to bring can you stay on a little bit longer if I bring Saqib on? Okay, so, and I'm probably butchering his name before we even get started. Hey, how do you say your name? Is it Saqib?
Yes, Saqib. Saqib is okay. Saqib is fine.
So what's up? I'm gonna take Leanne off in just a minute, but I figured since we're talking about Baldoni and Blake Lively, you might have some things to say about this. Have you been tracking kind of what's been going on with some of the legal stuff?
Not in depth. At start, I read the complaint and everything. Not right now, like fully. Like, I'm not going into legal papers and everything.
Oh no, you're fine. But just the basic of so the basic three things we've been talking about. First of all, it looks like the subpoenas against the content creators are legit. And Lauren Needley just got confirmation of this from the Manat, from Blake Lively's firm itself. That's one thing. The other thing that we're talking about is the deposition that the Judge Lyman basically rolled over for all of Blake Lively's significant demands on the deposition.
So I'm conflicted, because on some level, I think she doesn't believe she's so much hated. Like, she's trying to find maybe an incentive, because she was hated. After the election, there was a big void. There was no content. And then this thing propped up. And whole TikTok is mainly left, and I was shocked to see, oh my god, she was getting roasted. And I have mixed feelings. I've seen like Baldoni didn't pass my sniff test too, I'll be honest. Because usually when people do performative Me Too stuff, he was doing a lot of stuff there. So I was like, bro, I don't know about this dude. When I read his complaint, I can say he got played. He got played in a big way. I can say that. But on the other hand, he was not a big director. Whatever he knew he signed signed a deal with the devil. So she's gonna take control. And I read some of the stuff like the character was like not rich and stuff. She was wearing sandals and hard to work with and stuff. I get that. So I'm conflicted. I don't know. Both of them look weirdos. I'm gonna be honest with you.
That's fine. That's fine to have that
Yeah, like
opinion.
both of them look weirdos, and I'm like, bro, like the voicemail thing and all that stuff that he was sending long voicemail. I'm like, bro, you know she's gonna use you, and you're already getting that signal. Why are you handing her like the knife? Hey, cut me off.
No, and that's something that my boyfriend was pointing out too. Why do you think that that was his version of walking on eggshells? Is that he just thought if he kept feeding the beast, kind of was just really submissive, that she would.
If you read the complaint, she was holding them hostage because if the demands are not filled, she was holding them hostage. And I think the production was halfway done or something. That's what I read. And he just let her walk all over him, like all the way. And I'm like, bro, stand up. How can you be so soy? Like, come on. Like,
You and my boyfriend. Yeah, get you. We need to get the two of you on. I don't know if you saw him on, but
yes.
his pronouncement was a beta cuck.
Yeah, bro. Bro, stand up. And then the complaint thing. I read what the judge said. The complaint wasn't good. Like, I'll be honest with you. Like, it was pretty. Like, judge was like pretty pissed.
You're
He
saying
was.
that Friedman's complaint, the way he composed it, it was not good.
Yeah, he made a contract claim with New York Times, which didn't make sense to me either. Just
Leanne,
because.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
This is interesting because I've actually heard some other people voice the idea that at
Mhm.
times it seems like Friedman is dropping the ball or his people are dropping the ball with some of the
Yes.
actual formulation of these motions. Leanne, do you agree with that at all?
Half. I'll kind of elaborate there. No, the complaint was not up to standard, not up to a legal standard. It wasn't. But neither was Blake Lively's. And I've said before, if Wayfarer had filed motions to dismiss, I think they would have been dismissed too. But I don't think that was their objective. Was just to get out on a technicality.
But the thing is,
He didn't.
he's already going against anti-SLAPP. The malice standard is already high. So if you're gonna go full nuclear on this woman, you gotta be on your P's and Q's, right? Like,
I don't think he wanted to go full nuclear, really. I think Brian Friedman had a job to do. And in law, like, if I was representing, an average person, the PR look and everything would not be a concern. So I would not be out there fighting for the PR. We're dealing with Hollywood here. So it's like, to them, their priority is not winning the lawsuit at all. It is going to be get my reputation back. So
but don't you think
did
it would
Brian
be a
Friedman
better way?
achieve that objective? Yeah, he did, because actually the tidal wave moved back towards Justin Baldoni after the first the complaint and the first amended complaint did bring in all of that. They laid it out, they presented the evidence, and the public opinion shifted massively, and it hasn't gone back.
Okay, let me ask you a question from both of you guys. What did he win? Like, okay, he got all the information out. Maybe muddied the narrative. What did he win?
I don't think he was looking to win a defamation claim per se. I think I think yes, it was performative by Brian Friedman, but the whole point of that was to bring back the PR back in towards Justin Baldoni. They needed to bring in all of this stuff, all this evidence. They had to get it in one way or another, and you couldn't have just brought it in as a defendant in the way that he did bring it in.
Because I have a lot of followers who are like liberal left and stuff. Anytime you mention that, hey, look at this, all they have is the judgment by the judge, and they give it to you that, and you can't even argue. And
That's
I
interesting.
know the standard, the legal standard, is already against the accused. We can establish that. I've seen this play with Manson, to some extent Depp as well, but Depp was lucky, very lucky. So I don't think they had okay, it's 50-50 now. Before the lawsuit and the judgment, it was 90-10. Nobody was, only some weirdos on Twitter are defending Blake Lively. I know that. But the narrative is now 50-50. Some people go, hey.
So that is really interesting what you're saying there, and I'm not sure. I'm not sure how I feel about it because I'm in the bubble as well, right? And I don't talk to enough people. I'm not a social enough person outside my circles to know how people in general feel. So your contention, Saqib, is that we started off like Leanne was saying, we started off 90-10. Baldoni was just getting creamed PR wise.
Yep.
Then he files this lawsuit. You have all this momentum behind him, all of the bluster of Friedman and what he's saying is going to happen, and we're going to sue him into oblivion, all that. So then it shifts toward Baldoni, and now you're saying basically we are at a 50-50, you think?
Yep, because all the liberals and Hollywood can do the same with Lively too. They can show, hey, the judge says it was all bullshit, and Lively will work.
Well, she
There will
hasn't
be no
won the
effect on our
sexual
work and stuff.
harassment claims, though, has she? And defamation is a high bar for a public figure.
But still, people only read headlines and stuff. They're not going into, hey, look, he lost the defamation and all that stuff. So I don't think he did. His team, and because his lawyer was on I think somebody's podcast and stuff, and he was saying big claims about, hey, we're not gonna settle and stuff. To only take a L like that, I don't think that's a good look. But that's just me,
Well, so let me ask both of you, and then we're going to let Leanne go. But I want to ask both of you a couple of questions. First of all, Leanne, you can answer first. I want to ask: do you think that this is going to go to trial, or do you think that eventually there's going to be a settlement? And then, if it goes to trial, do you think that that Baldoni has a really good chance of triumphing? And I guess the same thing for you, Saqib. But first, Leanne.
So far, everything I've seen, all the signs I've seen, it's going to go to trial. I don't see Wayfarer walking away with anything less than a full retraction. I just can't see Lively giving that. I think if it gets to trial, when you got to start weighing up the actual evidence, I think he'll win because no one has seen any evidence of any sexual harassment at all. I think he'll also potentially appeal. If he doesn't win, I think he will appeal. I think something big is coming with the whole Vanzan. I think something is being laid out there as well. Potentially its own its own claims, abuse of process. So I think something is going on there, and I think that's why they decided not to refile those 4 claims, the economic losses.
Okay, so you think the outcome is likely good? You said that earlier that you think the outcome.
Yeah, I think all the evidence is in his favor for the sexual harassment, and depending on what happens with Vanzan as well, because that's now that there's motions being filed in that, so they may kind of come to file something with the judge where because all the retaliation evidence, those text messages, all come from that sham lawsuit. So I don't know what's going to happen. I can't say what is going to definitely happen because I'm not in all the conversations around that. But there is potential to file something with the judge where that evidence, it cannot be presented at trial. And if that happens, then that's her retaliation claim largely gone, unless she finds something or some part of the untraceable smear campaign.
Okay, and I know, Saqib, that you're not a legal expert, but what is you have really good instincts, though. What is your gut feeling on where this is all going?
I don't think, like, everything I've seen from her complaint, I don't think it reaches up to the bar of sexual harassment.
No.
I'd see a guilty verdict on him being a soy, being a beta boy. Like, yeah.
You and my
Bro,
boyfriend.
yeah, like you gotta stand up, like, bro, like.
Awesome.
It was weird. Like, even the voicemail, it sounded weirdish because I'm like, I don't know if the guy is naturally that feminine kind of, or he's just playing this like, okay, like
I think
like,
that.
yeah.
I was going to say, I think that what we're seeing here is I've known a couple of guys like this in my life that what we're seeing here is someone who's just very almost kind of neo hippie in the sense of being just all about being very like chill and loving vibes, and then added to that, unfortunately, I do think that Baldoni, to a degree, like a lot of people in LA and who are well intentioned, he bought into the feminist thing a little too much. Now, he does have a nuanced perspective, and I've heard him on his show denounce the term toxic masculinity, for example. And he says there's no such thing as toxic masculinity. I'm not trying to fall back into the trap of painting him as just some mindless woke person, right? Because I don't think he is, but I think that it's real easy. Let me put it this way: it's real easy for a well-intentioned guy like him, who is genuinely interested in issues of masculinity and stuff, to be co-opted by this kind of woke bullshit.
I saw a lot of therapy talkish lingo
Uh,
from him.
yeah.
And like, okay, get the toxic part of your psyche or whatever, but keep the masculinity part there, right? Like, you are dealing with sharks. Like, Blake is a seasoned actress. She knows the game. She was cross promoting her liquor, even though the movie was about domestic violence, and we know how that plays into the thing. Like, she is a seasoned player, and I can let him off with an experience somewhat because this was his first time working with such a big star.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like, bro, like, you didn't help yourself here, like, completely. And I don't know who's advising him or whatever. Like, that lawsuit, that complaint, that was a big L.
Well,
And
and
yeah,
go ahead. No, I was just going
go
to say.
ahead, go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say also, I've watched some podcasts with him and his wife is clearly really into this, or used to be, maybe not now, but his wife was clearly really into, also had really bought into the sort of the standard feminist doctrines. And I'm not talking about classical feminism, or I'm talking about the crazy, victim oriented stuff. And yet his wife, you can see, is just a really wonderful woman. And I almost think that perhaps because Baldoni had maybe only experienced the positive side of feminism, and here he's got this wonderful wife who also espouses these feminist beliefs, and they seem to have a marriage where they're very conscious and intentional about wanting to have a marriage that uses feminist ideals and principles. And so I think a guy like that, I think he's almost like a lamb to the slaughter when it came to Blake. He's too innocent about women, or naive. Like, there's a naivete there, and maybe that came from only having experience with his wife or women like his wife and not having met a predator. I mean, that's the irony here is Blake, and I've said it before, she is the predator. She's the predator in this.
Yeah, and not to discount, but I don't know how true is it because I read something, I'm not remembering correctly, but his PR person was saying she had to quash 2 allegations. I don't know. Was it true?
That she had to quash allegations of harassment against herself?
No. Against Baldoni. I don't know if it's true or not.
That who had to? I'm sorry, that Blake had?
Baldoni had 2 separate allegations from the press or something.
I don't know.
The
Do you know what he's talking
lawsuit?
about, Leanne?
I'm not
He's
sure.
been brought into 2 lawsuits before, but
Mhm.
both of them, I did real deep dives on them, the
Okay.
copyright infringement and racial discrimination,
All
and
right.
he actually was completely absolved of them entirely. So
Okay, fair enough. But yeah, like he didn't help himself. I feel bad for the guy too because I'm in a camp where I can't figure him out. Is he really this chill out therapy, totally toxic masculinity stuff, or he's playing this? I can't sniff him out. I haven't looked deep enough.
And that's legit. That is a legit.
Yes.
yeah, that really is. We
My
looked
personal feeling is
for all
that
the dirt.
no, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Leanne. I was going to say my personal feeling, just from having spent some time digging into his stuff and also being very initially hostile toward him in this way, is I actually do think that he's legit. And I've known like 2 or 3 men in my life personally who are like this, where you think at first, okay, what is this dude trying to pull here with this BS? But then you get to know him and you're like, no, this is really just kind of this chilled out hippie dude. And don't underestimate also the influence of the Baha'i faith, and that he really does. I really do think that he's all in on that, and his family and his friends are, and that's a very currently it's a very social justice aligned religion, as I understand it, which is part of why Steve Sarowitz is, set up that foundation for Wayfarer and was trying to put out social justice oriented films. And so it's unfortunate you have people with really good intentions, and they just end up, it's an age old story, no good deed goes unpunished. They end up being taken advantage of. We have some questions here, and then I really will let Leanne go. Let me see what we're doing time wise. Let's see. Okay, so we've got we're good until 9:30. So we've got another half hour here. And so anyway, we'll talk a bit more and then I'll take Leanne off. But I wanted to go over some questions that people have been posting. First of all, someone asked Leanne if you and I had been subpoenaed. You're not obligated to say, but I have not. I have not.
No, I haven't. I'm surprised, and I'll be honest and say why I'm surprised, because I have been very clear. I found the metadata at the start, the October 31st metadata.
Right.
First thing I did was email Brian Friedman, and then when you and CJ found the Arya Manuel,
right,
the missing recording,
right.
I emailed the link to your show, and I have sent, countless things to Friedman, to Fritz, to a couple of other people, other, staff members who I won't name because they're not on the docket. So I've not had two-way contact, but I have been open about, I've emailed this and I've emailed that, and I've sent this to Friedman. So I'm surprised.
I am too. I would think that you would be, for all the reasons that you've listed, I would think that you would be one of the first people that would get. And honestly,
I know.
I would think that I would be too. I don't say that. I mean, I have not been covering it nearly as regularly or assiduously as you and some of the others have. But just the fact that some of the stunts that I've pulled, I mean, I would think that the fact that I showed up there at that protest, that's kind of.
I know, right? You in Jed Wallace's amended complaint. It's mental, because one of the people who is known to have been subpoenaed is someone who covers. She's got 32 subscribers. She's not monetized.
I
She's
know.
astrology. It's
So
what?
And I know, and so then there was the theory, well, maybe they're just targeting smaller content creators to intimidate them. But then they went after like Andy Signore, and I don't know. They're just I don't see any rhyme or reason. Saqib, do you have any thoughts on why certain people?
I think they are living by the old model where they think people are just getting paid and stuff, and they don't have like a real feel. Like, why don't go after you? Like I saw where Variety posted a clip of you as well, where you were holding justice for Baldoni. I'm like, if you think people are getting paid or getting information from the Baldoni's team, why not target you? I generally think they have no idea what they're doing. Like,
no, I don't.
And what are you trying to establish? people, independent media like you guys, are reaching out to Baldoni's camp for information. That's what the goal is. Like,
Yeah.
the currency is clout. The currency is
Yeah.
not getting paid. Like, you can make your own money if you put great content out and you're putting exclusive content. You're getting info from Baldoni's camp or whatever. So I don't see the logic here. What they're trying to do. I can only
No.
think the team is pretty old and they don't know how YouTube or TikTok works. To be honest with you.
Yeah, and I'm surprised as well because it wasn't just what you did in Texas. Like, say
Yeah.
you broke the Ari Emanuel thing as well. Like, you know that you'd think they'd want to know
They'd be
how you got
interested in
that.
that, and see, and they haven't subpoenaed CJ, and I know
No.
she doesn't have the biggest channel, but she's got a decent following now, and particularly on Twitter, and she puts out stuff every day. So I don't know. I saw some people speculating that it might have something to do with the fact that the people who are subpoenaed, their accounts are the same as their names, or their email addresses are the same as their account names, and so they could be immediately targeted. Whereas someone like me, my real name, which is out there, Kristen Lacefield, but my real name though is not associated on my Google account, or it's not like I go by Colonel Kurtz, in other words, right? And so apparently,
Yeah.
and so some people are speculating that could make a difference. I don't know.
I don't know because my name, my email. You got my email. My
Yeah.
email is the same as the name I use. So I
It's
don't know.
strange. It's strange. Okay, let's
It's
see.
bizarre.
Did Ari got subpoenaed or no?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know. I'm going to text her actually. I think that we would have heard from her if she had, because she's normally vocal about that
Because
stuff.
she was the first one to break the whole thing.
She was, and she's
Yes.
also someone who has been open about the fact that she has been in contact with people who are in contact with Baldoni. Not that she's
Yeah.
been speaking to Baldoni's team, but that she had some connections there. So I don't know. I'll text her and ask. Okay, let's see other questions. If y'all want to post your questions here, and also don't forget to super chat or to tip or donate on PayPal if you're enjoying the festivities tonight. It does take a lot of time and energy to set these things up. I need to get Kirsty Flaw back on here again. I should have asked her to do this too, but time zone things, it can get a little bit tricky. Okay, let's see. Anybody else? Any questions? I thought there was another question here that
I
somebody
saw
had.
one you put up earlier
Yeah, what was
asking
it?
why the Google subpoena wasn't on the docket. So I
Yes.
can answer that for you if you want.
Oh, yes, please.
You don't see them on the docket as standard. The only time we'll see it on the docket is if there's some kind of argument, they want to quash it, they want to compel it, they want to narrow the scope, that kind of thing. So when there becomes some kind of dispute, that's when we'll see subpoenas on the docket.
Okay, well that makes sense then. Anybody else? I do want to say that I totally agree with you, Leanne, that I think that Friedman did a lot of good for Baldoni, and I get Saqib's point, but I do think still that Baldoni he's come out way ahead of where he would have been otherwise. I just wish that Friedman and company had, as I put it, stuck the landing on it better and teed up better this outcome for the suit. The fact they had to have known that it was probably going to get dismissed, because that's what I was thinking. And I posted months ago, everybody, we should be preparing ourselves with the fact that it's California, it's New York, it's probably going to get dismissed. I'm sure Friedman saw that coming. I just felt like PR wise, it should have been better teed up. It wasn't a good look when he says initially, we're going to keep fighting this, and then it's dropped and there's not really a word said. But I know this stuff is tough, and you've got all these, different voices coming in here, and interpersonal issues with your clients and everything. So who knows what was happening behind the scenes.
I mean, there's definitely been a lot happening behind the scenes. And the thing is he's, although after the motion to dismiss, he went on to TMZ, went on to Megyn Kelly and said, we will be refiling and amending the complaint with the claims we've got left. And yeah, that day came and went, and we were all surprised it did. But I think he's preserving the issue. And what I mean by that is, if he had refiled, he couldn't have then brought an appeal later on everything.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So by letting it go now, he's freeing up his resources because there was like so many people involved that they were clearly stretched to their limits, which is why they didn't take the opportunity to amend the complaint before the motions to dismiss. Because what you see on the docket is a fraction. If it's not even 10% of what is going on, what's going on behind the scenes with all the emails, interrogatories, the depositions, all the data you've got to sift through, all the data you've got to send, you've got to receive. It's mind blowing. And there were 16, parties in this lawsuit, and it was in it's been in 4 different states. It's hit so far. It has been absolutely insane. And Wayfarer were representing loads, whereas like Lively and Reynolds had their lawyers, and then Sloan had her own, and then Jones had her own. And so it was, their law firms were not being tied in knots, whereas it was much harder for Wayfarer's 2 law firms. I think they did really well with what they had, but I think now they can really pull out the bag on the defense because they're not having to worry about, their counterclaims. And I think it's lifted a huge weight. I think it's the right decision not to refile and to just preserve everything and go to an appeal, keep that option open at the end. Because if like the deadline for an appeal at this point was the 9th of July, but that would have been on the points of law only. So later on, after the trial, if they appeal at that point, they can appeal everything. So the facts and the law. So I think that's what they've done. I think it's a sensible move. And I think refiling defamation against, especially Lively, would have been, I think I would have been stupid, to be honest, because you're reinviting all of that section 47.1.
That's
So,
true. That would have been. I see what you're saying there. So
yeah.
somebody mentioned the Van Sham or the Vanzan subpoena, and of course that's a whole other issue here. But I just wanted to say before you go, Leanne, is that, and this is something that I said earlier, is that the fact that Blake Lively did not drop her suit and she is persisting in this, it is really, as Ethan Ralph put it, greedy in a sense, in that she's really now inviting, it's just another opportunity now for the opposing side to dig around and find out shit about her. And to me, it seems like, this is my question for you, to me it seems like the shadiest thing so far that we found out about is the Vanzan shenanigans, the Vanzan suit, fake suit and subpoena. And to that, also has the biggest potential, I think, for blowback on Blake. Do you agree that that is the thorniest thing so far for her, or do you see something else that might surpass that in terms of shadiness?
I think Vanzan is horrific. There's nothing for me. There's nothing ethical about that at all. And that is a scary thought that someone can just use a shell company, fabricate a lawsuit, pull up a subpoena, and then go and get a bunch of your data without you knowing about it, without you having been able to exercise your rights to object. That's terrifying in itself. But I do think this content creator subpoena is hitting quite close as well, because he is going after people who basically are not saying flattering things about her. And, now she's, some of the stuff, I mean, I talked to the creators who are affected. And, we have been looking very thoroughly at the subpoena, and, she wants bank details, credit card details.
Right.
The only reason you want account numbers and banking details is to then go and subpoena the bank. Because what else are you going to do with that? What information is it going to get? You need to. If she gets the information, the only thing she can do then is issue another subpoena then to actually go and get information directly from that bank. And it's really troubling because I see no justification for it. I see it is where does this fit in with her claims? I see nothing.
Right.
And she's already looking for evidence that she's, these people are being quote unquote paid for
Right.
by, through the parties themselves. So why do she need to go to Google? And especially with Andy as well, because she's not only going through Google to get all of this stuff about him, she's also served him a personal subpoena as well for all the information. Now, it's quite clear
Right.
that is because he's done a documentary and he's been quite open about speaking to, cast and crew and various things. And she wants that information. She
Right.
same as the law firm that Wayfarer brought in to investigate whether they responded to her claims and so on and so forth. She wants the information now. The judge said she can't have it. So I'm kind of hoping that when the creators then put in their motions to quash, because some of them at least I know will do that because they don't want their information being pulled apart like that. Why should they?
Right.
Ashley, all she does is run an animal sanctuary for
Right.
rescue animals. She's not got time or money or resources for this.
Right.
And she is definitely, because I've worked with her quite a lot and I've collaborated with her on stuff. And she hasn't had. She's like literally one of the people who has been. I haven't spoken to anyone. I just talk, but she does the SEO things, and she's been critical of that Nick Shapiro. And I genuinely look at her more than anyone else and go, I cannot see why you have been brought into this, and it's really quite upsetting.
Well, I think it is, and Ashley, I should have had her on as well. There's just not enough time, but we're going to do a collaboration soon because she's been putting out constant content on this, and it's a shame that she's getting shit for it now. Hopefully, all of the people who have been subpoenaed, all the content creators can put together some great motions, or their lawyers can, and who knows, maybe this will somehow trigger something that'll come back on to bite Blake in a way. But I got to let you go, Leanne. Thank you so much. Everybody, I'm going to post in a minute your Twitter links, and so people can from there they can go to your YouTube channel is linked there. But Leanne Newton on Twitter, I will put up the link in just a moment. Thank you so much, girl. I appreciate it.
Oh, thank you both. Nice to meet you as well. Take care, Kristen.
All right, you too.
See ya.
Okay, so we got
Hey.
hey, what's up? So we got about 10 minutes.
Okay.
I wanted to hear, what are your thoughts on Trump Epstein? So you're not a right winger, right? How would you describe yourself if you had to?
I'm center left, to be honest.
Yeah, that's right. I think that's
Yeah,
right.
I'm center left. I fight with everybody. That's my hobby. No, just joking.
No.
No, but I'm never was a Trump guy. I never saw the appeal, but some people do. But as a voter, you have to ask Ukraine. That's a shit show. He's doing everything Biden did, and then you have the bill. That's a $4 trillion deficit, and then he gave a tax credit to billionaires and stuff. You should be asking yourself, hey, what did I get for voting for this guy?
So do you feel like, let me ask you specifically about the Epstein thing.
Yep.
Are you surprised, as someone who's not on the right, and at times make funny jokes about MAGA people and stuff, which I'm totally like easygoing about, and I think is funny. You got to have a sense of humor about stuff, particularly politics.
Yes, you have to.
Are you surprised though that so many Trump supporters are peeling off, or at least are pissed off right now about his response to the Epstein thing? Like, did you expect that people would fall into line? Are you surprised that this has kicked up that much dust?
Before the election, there was a Fox News interview where he was asked about different lists. He was asked about JFK and some other lists. He was like, yo, sure. When it came to Epstein, he said, oh, okay. Then immediately his body language just shifted. I don't know. There's a lot of phony stuff there and all that. I'm like, bro, he doesn't want to release that. And then he said about something about Jeffrey Epstein. He likes little girls. How do you know? Like, wait. So this is not surprising to me. And then you had the cockeyed Kash Patel on JRE. Joe, if I had, wouldn't I give it to you? I'm like, yeah, I don't even trust you, bro.
Well, I did not know who Kash Patel was
Yes.
before he was nominated, because I don't follow right-wing podcasting to that
Mhm.
degree. And
Right.
so he always to me has come off as someone who's kind of, I hate to say it, maybe he has a great career record, but kind of a poser. And it looked like to
Yes.
me he was trying to, when he was doing the podcasting, he was trying to present this sort of, like conspiratorial perspective. And then
He flamed the whole thing. Yes. He was
and so
like, okay.
like
Yeah. Go ahead.
Bongino, he gets into office and then what? I don't know. And so I don't know if it turns out that there really just is not as much there as people were assuming, or if evidence was destroyed, or if Trump is implicated, and that's what the holdup here is. I would have to think, though, that if Trump were truly implicated to the extent that there was evidence of him actually having sex with minors, I find it hard to believe that Bongino and Patel and Bondi would just go along with that. So they the evidence must not be conclusive. It must be more like Trump maybe shows up a lot on the flight logs and stuff.
Yep. Even it's not just the politician; it's the media people. My 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 goat, I'll say, Noam Chomsky is there. Like I was like,
Oh,
whoa.
really?
Yes.
Thing that well, and the thing is, here's the other thing that kind of complicates things is that in addition to being a pervert or an abuser,
Yep.
whatever you want to call Epstein, he
Yep.
also was an intellectual. He prided himself on being an intellectual, and he cultivated very intentionally. He cultivated a wide-ranging set of intellectual friends, and so I don't believe that everybody who was on these flights
Yep.
was doing perverted stuff or illegal.
But I believe Clinton, Bill
I
Clinton.
did. I Clinton
Yes, I
did,
do.
yeah.
I do. I 100% believe that he was on to something shady, and he's a creep, bro. Like I'm not gonna lie. So, and I
I
see
think, you know
that,
what? We
and
all agree with that. That's something that can bring
yeah.
right and left together as well. Is no matter what you think of Clinton's presidency, I thought it was a good presidency, but I think he has done some illegal shit when it comes to sex.
Yeah, and that's why the Dems are not pushing it. That's why they were never pushing it. Also, people are saying, "Oh, if they had Trump in the list and whatever, they would have done it. They would have put out the info." No, everyone is like both sides. So that's why I don't see the list coming. And what I don't understand is why, if you had no plans, why did you give Lives of TikTok and other idiots like that folder with the
I know. We will
most
show a picture of
transparent
that, actually.
administration in history? I'm like, what?
I want to show people, and I know most people have seen it who are interested in this, but some of our Blake Lively Baldoni supporters might not know what we're talking about with the influencer binders and Epstein. And this was something that, look, a friend of mine, Jessica Krause, house inhabit, and I know you have varying opinions at times on her coverage
Yep.
of things, but she told the story of how this came about. Here, I'm trying to find the one with Jessica in it. All right, hold on. I'm
Sure.
going to picture up here because to me, this was absolutely one of the most infuriating things about this is what Trump did to what Trump did to his own supporters. And so you've got influencers like Jessica Krause who really helped to change a lot of minds about Trump. She made Trump palatable to a whole set of people who had been
To
following.
all the Malibu moms.
Yes,
Those
no,
guys.
it's
Yes.
very true, and also and to people who've been following her, celebrity coverage and Depp versus her and all that. So I feel like she should have been treated better. This is what she says happened. She says that she and the other influencers, and by the way, she's the one on the far left with the hat on. She said that she and the other influencers there, they were
Yep.
they were notified by the White House that they were invited to come to the White House. They were not told that it was going to be to receive Epstein files or Epstein binders or anything. And so
Right.
they show up as you would. I think almost anybody would show up and and they're excited. And then they're given these binders that say Epstein files phase 1, and then they're paraded out here to do this photo op. And this thing, look, I'm glad that the guy in the front, I'll say this for him, I'm glad he was wearing a really nice suit because
Look
this
like an idiot
photo
with that list. Like after what happened, like if you had no plans, why do you put that stuff out in the first thing? Like people are expecting now. And then it's the first time Trump got ratioed on Truth Social.
He did get ratioed, and again, that for people who don't know, that's when you get more comments on your tweet or your post than you get likes, and it indicates that people are really pissed off about and don't like what you've said. He got ratioed for the first time. So my question to you again, getting back to what I asked initially is though, does it surprise you how many MAGA types are drawing a line in the sand on this?
So I'm not surprised because this was the holy grail of drain the swamp or Epstein stuff, the conspiratorial stuff. This was one of the holy grails. The Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens faction, they are being loud. And if you saw the TPUSA, Tucker was talking, he's just openly saying it, this stuff. Hey, we need the list. We need the list. And the more Trump tries to gaslight people, the more worse it's gonna get. And all the other stuff is already he's not popular. I don't know about MAGA because I get some. I'm in a different echo
No, but I'm
chamber.
telling you, you're right. This to me is almost like a sea change. I'm not saying it's going to be permanent. I'm not saying that he's going to lose a ton of his support, but I've never seen I've never seen people, Trump supporters and people who up even just until a few days ago, a week ago, were diehard Trump supporters. I've never seen this many of them go so sour on him. And so I'm not saying that it's going to be completely.
Even Benny Johnson. Johnson was reading the tweet, and I'm like, oh, you can't even control Benny Johnson on this? Like, he's the most partisan establishment, just gives them the points and stuff.
Yeah, he's a huge Trumper. He's normally like an absolute, it's normally
anything the establishment wants to give to him, he will say right the same way. He has no bone to So I was like, you can't even control Benny Johnson's. And then you have the trucker faction, Candace Owens, trucker faction, all the libertarians, kind of libertarian, Dave Smith stuff.
Right.
They are very, very noisy about this stuff. I don't know. Politics is this is new stuff for me. I've been mostly covering the geopolitics stuff, Iran stuff, all that stuff. But this is news, and it's shocking to see people just completely shunning Trump. And and the left is always critical of Trump, so that was already, So yeah, how vindicated do you feel about the Diddy situation? I gotta give you props because you saw it right away, and I saw, Kurt's always siding with the man. This was my first impression, and I was like, then the case started, and the evidence didn't come through, and I'm like, bro, she was right. I gotta get.
Well, you know what? I appreciate you saying that, and people, if they haven't watched my Diddy stuff, they can look at it to see what I was getting at there. I'm going to mute you real quick, actually, if the background noise. But the thing is that I saw problems. I have to say, I saw problems early on with Cassie's lawsuit. When I read the lawsuit, it looked to me that her claims of domestic violence were probably legit because she was very particular about saying, and then his assistants took me to this hotel and this happened and this happened. And to me, it sounded like, okay, I think this woman is describing things that are verifiable and can be verified and will be verified. But even then, I felt like her lawsuit, yes, it described some legitimate acts of domestic violence backed up, as we saw by that tape, but there was also a lot of stuff that to me seemed like reminiscent of a lot of the other Me Too bullshit that we've seen of basically trying to pass the buck for consensual activity and put it all on him. And, oh, he made me do this and I was so terrified I didn't know what to do and all that. And to me, I still saw strains of deception. Not about the DV, but about the freak offs. And then when I read the government complaint, it looked to me pretty obvious that what they were accusing him of was a real stretch. It did not fit. The reality of it was that even today, I believe the freak offs were consensual and that this was basically one guy and his girlfriend or series of girlfriends who were consensually doing this stuff to please him. Now I know it's complicated and everything.
I'll tell you what I thought. I went through. I never liked Diddy. Diddy rubbed me, no pun intended. Diddy rubbed me the wrong way always because it's of antics and stuff. I was going to the case through trafficker lens, not through an abuser boyfriend lens. That was the whole issue. And if you saw the video, that was hard to overcome. Like, I'm like, yo, I don't know. This
Yes.
guy looks like the devil, and maybe they got
Oh, yeah.
everything, and they had
Right.
so many witnesses in the indictment and whatever, but only 2 or 3 showed up, and 2 or 3 that showed up, they were purging themselves. And I'm like,
Perjuring,
what?
yeah. Yep.
Yeah, and I'm like, holy shit. That's why I messaged you. I'm like, yo, you got this one clearly right, and I'm looking like an idiot right now.
No, you
And
didn't.
just-
Well, you didn't. I
yeah,
appreciate that's sweet of you to say that because a lot of people just refuse. And I'm not saying everyone has to agree with me, but I think a number of people refuse to change their tune at all and concede that this thing in a lot of ways was different than how it was billed to us. And you were talking about how his accusers were perjuring themselves in court. And, you know, like this is something that bothered me. I talked about as well. This is the final witness, the final girlfriend who testified against him, the one whose house bill he's still paying. He's still paying her rent.
yep,
She, you know,
Jane.
when she testified to the fact that he was not violent with her until she became violent, she initiated the violence in the relationship. I mean, she didn't say it that way, but when you look at the timeline, and she talked about how he went a long time without abusing her, and then she concedes that that the abuse kicked off with her. I don't remember hitting him or whatever. That doesn't justify his abuse, but to me, it was like, okay, wait a minute. We're not talking here. And the same thing with Cassie, when I heard her on that audio threatening to cut that escort up into little pieces and bury him in the desert or whatever it was. I'm thinking like, these are not delicate, dovish women who are being psychologically controlled by this man. These are whatever abuse is going on. These are also calculating, manipulative women. You know, Kid Cudi testified that Cassie played both him and Diddy. And so my point is that this was a tough one for people to wrap their heads around because of
Yep,
the video and the domestic violence, and I totally
right.
understand that. But the government overreach here, it was
Also, they had complete agency. They were the one who's arranging the
right.
guy who's coming, and then the with Jane, my tone completely changed when I heard it was only once a month or twice. Like the frequency is not there.
Right.
Then on the stand she's saying, "Does that my body cost only 10,000?" Like she's negotiating her
She's thinking
valuation.
about even there on the stand. I know she's showing us even on the stand that she's thinking about her body in terms of money that she could get for it. And yeah, the other thing you mentioned about the frequency of the freak offs, Cassie and the government tried to make it look like she was constantly doing the freak offs. But then when they asked her how many freak offs, it could have been hundreds. Well, over the course of how long he knew her, though, when you spread that out over years and years, it came out to, like you were saying, something like 1 or 2 freak offs a month or something like that, and it's like that. This is not slave labor. I'm going to have to let you go because we've got another guest coming on in 15 minutes, and I need to
Okay,
take another 10-minute break. But
that's
I'm
all
going
right.
to get your link and put it up here, and everybody
Thank you.
should check out Saqib because he has a lot of really great takes on a lot of things on Twitter, and I
Thank
know
you.
you do Twitter Spaces and stuff like that too. One day you'll do a YouTube channel, I think.
Hopefully.
But anyway, thank you so much,
Thank you.
and we will see you later. All right,
Thank you.
bye. Okay, y'all. So this is what's going to happen. I have, for those of you who are OG followers of mine, do you remember Celtic Iron, my friend who's a porn star and a Johnny Depp fan? And he's going to come on. This is the schedule for us. He's going to come on in 15 minutes or so at 9:45 ish. He's going to Eastern. He's going to come on. We're going to talk for a half an hour. Then CJ, citizen journalist, is going to come on, and she's going to talk, of course, about Baldoni stuff and about Trump Epstein. And then we've got Zach and Dana. So the dynamic duo, the dynamic duo, Zack Peter and Donna Bowling are going to show up here. I believe Donna is coming on at 10:30, and then we'll have some overlap with Zach. And then hopefully Shane Cashman shows up to round us off at the end. So we've still got a number of great guests coming up. I'm going to take a little break. I need to eat. I've not eaten anything. So I'm going to leave you all with another video that you might have seen. Y'all can take a little break. We'll be back in 10 minutes at 9:45 Eastern to talk about this stuff more. So anyway, I'll be back, y'all. Thanks a lot. Okay, so here we go. There's Blake Lively and then the Predator Beast. It was absolutely the right thing for Baldoni and Wayfarer to file that suit. It was absolutely the right thing for them to hire Friedman. I just want everybody to remember what people thought of Baldoni. Remember what the narrative on Baldoni was right after that New York Times article came out and painted Baldoni as this sexual harasser, this sleazebag. He abused poor Blake Lively. And they utilized these evil PR people to build this whole narrative against her, blah, 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 ruin her life, blah, 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 ruin her hair care, blah, blah, blah. And so do you remember what people thought, though, what the general narrative on Baldoni was when this thing came out? It was terrible. And I hate to admit this. I mostly bought it at the time. And I remember seeing a picture of him like on the Daily Mail or whatever. I remember looking at his picture and thinking, you're fucking done, dude. You are right now, today, you are the world's most despised person. Not saying he was accused of the worst things ever, but like I just remember there was like a period of time right after that New York Times article came out where the narrative on him was horrible. And you had people like me who should have been more open-minded, even thinking, because of my own biases about him, thinking, oh, sleazebag, whatever. That is, I'm bringing all this up to say that is where Brian Friedman had to start. That was his starting point. And you couldn't have gotten more in as someone trying to look out for the interest of and defend Justin Baldoni and Wayfarer, Steve Sarowitz, Jamie Heath. You could not have been further back in terms of having been almost completely annihilated, because that's what Blake Lively was wanting. That's what she was attempting with all that. That is what this was designed to do. It was like triangulated fire. She got the CRD complaint. She's got the New York Times now that she's carefully teed up. And remember, she's got the third component, right? She's got the other leg of it, so to speak, which is the cast members that have already been influenced to give these little signs that they don't like Baldoni and unfollow him and all of that. And so she's got it all lined up. It's just like in JFK, dude, when David Ferrie is talking about the triangulated fire. That's the key.
Triangulation of crossfire. That's the key. That's the key.
That's the key. Well, that is what Blake Lively had. She had this shit all locked up. And these guys were almost, I'm talking Wayfarer and Baldoni, they were almost fucking annihilated. There's definitely a method to everything that Brian Friedman, the person who's been steering this ship, PR-wise and legal-wise, they have known what they are doing. And it's just that not everybody gets the game that they're playing. Not everybody sees that the PR component of this thing is actually the most important. And kudos to, Ashley, for instance, the big pro Baldoni podcaster with the beautiful cheekbones. She has the best cheekbones I've ever seen. But she was saying this as well. Basically the similar thing that like this had to be done because the PR game is a big significant leg of this. And I would argue it is the most significant. This is what pisses me off. I think the most about Blake Lively and what she's done is the suffering that she's put multiple people through, and not just Justin Baldoni, but his family, everyone who worked at Wayfarer, who shared that dream that, no, I don't think is over, but it certainly is going to be a bumpy road in the near future, getting everything, I think, back on track for the vision that Sarowitz and Baldoni and Heath and the others have for it. Blake Lively, her attempt to annihilate Justin Baldoni and Wayfarer, her whole plan, it was not just premeditated, it was extensive, and it was reinforced over the course of months. So it's not like some, freak accident where someone had, the temporary lapse in judgment, or they made a bad call, or even they were just being an asshole and there's some collateral damage. This was someone like a predator in the fucking jungle targeting a prey
And like the movie, the Predator movie. I mean, Blake Lively there, she kind of looks like in that photo, she kind of looks like the Predator, doesn't she? Kind of. I didn't see it really until now, dude. Am I going too far with that? If you're wondering what's going on, I'm attempting to ascertain if there is a legitimate resemblance between the creature in the Predator movies, and Blake Lively. And the only reason this came into my mind is because I was talking about, how she's like a predatory beast when it comes to this. Okay, so y'all are going to judge, all right? Are you ready to judge? You don't have to. If you find this to be an inappropriate exercise, you can refrain from voting. Here's Blake Lively, and then here's going to be the Predator Beast. All right, Blake Lively. Oh, there we go. I see a resemblance there. There's one vicious, aggressive predator, and then here is another vicious, aggressive predator.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform made for anyone with an idea and a drive to bring it to life. Describe what you want and watch it take shape. You can plan, customize, and expand in any direction. From tools built for one to platforms ready for many. From passion projects to enterprise-grade systems. Everything is built in and ready to launch. It's a new world of creation where you can go as far as your imagination takes you. Can you imagine it? Let's make your dream a reality right now.
Over 8,000 men have permanently broken free from the P word by watching one single video training that you can actually watch by clicking the link below. But I want to give you 2 reasons why you should not watch that video right now. Number 1 is it's going to start a journey into arguably the hardest thing that you've ever done in your entire life, because that video training is going to cause you to face all of your darkness and all of your pain in the face and move into it to solve your real deeper root issue that's creating the symptom of a resist fail cycle and an unwanted behavior and an unwanted desire. And so if you would rather take the easy way out and add on blockers and accountability apps and go to groups every week or throw a verse on it or pray a little bit more, you can continue to do that. Or you could click the link below and watch that video and actually face this problem in the face and do the hard work that it really requires to permanently break free from this at the root. Number 2, this video training is not short, it's not sweet, it's really extensive, and you're going to have a page full of notes coming out of it. So if you're expecting to just be entertained for 60 minutes, this is not a video training for you. But if you want to dive into the deep work that over 8,000 men have done just like you to permanently break free from this at the root, you want to get out a notebook and you want to take a page full of notes and you want to actually get real answers to the problem that you've been having for who knows how long, then I want you to click the link below and watch that video. Or you can continue going and doing all the stuff that has not worked to this point. And so I think that we can both agree that this probably was not placed in front of you by coincidence. Maybe you appreciate me being confrontational and addressing this in a really straight up manner, or maybe you'd like some people to kind of dance around the bush and lighten things up and make things happy clappy and all that stuff. Or if you want to join a group of guys like us that have actually gotten real results, the account of over 8,000 success stories inside of Unchained Leader, click the link below and you can see the exact same training that started the journey to freedom for every single one of the people that have come through our program. The cool thing is when you click on that link, I know that it's kind of hard to believe. I remember when I was struggling, it was hard to believe that it was even possible to break through and free from this. The first 5 minutes of that video is actually created by our.
The fact that she has made a federal case out of this, literally, and that she is holding herself up and continues to as not only a victim of sexual harassment, workplace harassment, but also as emblematic, as a standard bearer, Joan of Arc on the field, leading the way for victims of sexual harassment. They don't need you, Blake. Do you know that? Do you know that victims of sexual harassment don't need you advocating their cause? Do you know why? Do you know why? Because first of all, this movement around sexual harassment has been around for decades now. That's what I was talking about earlier, about the first major class action sexual harassment lawsuit where women endured real sexual harassment, real shit. Okay. And those women were tough, and they would be insulted if they knew the way that you have twisted feminism or a concern for women, a basic concern for women and their well being, and all of these good intentions by a number of these activists, that the way in which you, Blake Lively, have twisted them toward your own ends have totally appropriated people and ideologies and movements and the suffering of others, taking on comparing yourself to women who, when they went to work, they had to worry about semen on their clothes or getting thrown into a mining pit. And you're upset because what? Because someone good naturedly showed you a little snippet of their wife's home birth in a way that you know wasn't even sexual because you were working on a fucking movie in which this was a major topic. It's just so fucking obvious. And everybody can see through it. Everybody can see through it except a few loonies here and there, or people who are willfully blind because of their political orientations. Everybody can see it. And they're laughing at you, Blake. They're laughing, and they're going to keep laughing. It's farce. It's absolute farce. And it would be just funny and not so infuriating if you weren't trying to destroy so many people to keep the farce going, to maintain this bizarre delusion. But it's just insulting to me as a woman. This is not the vision of femininity that I want out there. You know what? I don't talk about this much, but I have always identified with a strong, independent, self-aware, capable vision of femininity. And I'm not saying that I always live up to that because my partner in life could. That is something that, especially coming from my traditional background, my parents were Southern Baptist, East Texas types, and there was a lot of good that came with that, but there were a number of negative things, and it was a very, very, very traditional, I would say, regressive attitude about like gender and gender relations, and also like women's place in the world and all of that.
All right. So, long time no see. What's up?
Hello.
Hey. So, Celtic Iron. This is Celtic Iron, otherwise known as Nicholas in real life. But I was just telling them, some of my new fans, that you've been in the old days. We would do videos sometimes like twice a day. But what have you been up to? Are you in a different apartment now?
I am in a different apartment now, yes.
This one. I like this one better, I think. Always the stripper pole, though. No matter
Yeah, that's been mandatory since the pandemic. Yes, you always have to have a stripper pole. It's like Field of Dreams with Kevin Costner. If you build it, they will come. And let me tell you, they come.
So you use that for your content creation, right? Your videos?
Yeah, no, that's mandatory. The ladies have to dance on the pole at least 3 minutes. 3 minutes.
So
They all got a song.
Celtic Iron, you might ask, how did we meet? It was not anything to do with your porn career, but it was actually because you were an early supporter of Johnny Depp in the whole Johnny Depp Amber Heard fiasco.
Yesterday morning on a Sunday, I shot a scene at a church, and then there's a parking garage outside of his house there at Switzer, the house that Marilyn Manson lived in, that Johnny Depp owns. Literally, I'll send you a photo of it now when we get off this thing, but it's right there in the background, 50 feet away from us. It's an amazing shot, but then above it is an Yves Saint Laurent billboard. It looks amazing.
And you were thinking about Johnny Depp and Amber Heard when you were shooting? Is that what you're saying?
No, I was thinking I want to write to the address of the house a letter and just say, here, look, I don't know who you are, who owns this house, but I really want to shoot on your roof, because if you're on the roof of the house that Marilyn Manson wins, it's on a third story. There's a balcony, and it just has a panoramic view straight down Sweetser and then across all of Hollywood. It's beautiful.
So Celtic Iron knows LA really well, and he gave me a tour. I'm actually getting a little bit of background noise. I might unhook my headphones and put them back in. But He gave me a tour of LA when I was there, and we walked by what he pointed out to be Marilyn Manson's home that Johnny Depp had owned and like let him live in for a while, right? That was the story. Is like
One on Sweetser, yeah, 1430, I believe, Sweetser.
yeah.
Yeah.
So look, I'm not sure that we've ever done a video talking about Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni.
Well, it's a
What
while.
are your
She's insane.
thoughts?
She's never been liked. I just think it's funny that it's like she can marry Ryan Reynolds, who also has never been liked, and the two of them just all of a sudden decide that, oh, we're the most liked people in Hollywood. He has got a lot of money and power recently, I understand. Like, he's got more money than normal actors like him because he had something to do with a football team. And he's been in the industry for long enough that he knows how to wield his power. So, yeah. It's a little embarrassing for them, to be messed up in these kind of legalities, to be honest.
It's very embarrassing. So you interact with a lot of people in the industry in LA because what you do is so kind of adjacent to it. We might say the porn industry is Hollywood adjacent.
Yeah, well, I serve. I serve at the pleasure of the talent. I am talent and considered as talent, but I serve at higher pleasure, and I'm here to serve and to be of service of greater talents, of wealth and influence. So yeah, the game's to be sold, not to be told.
You have many celebrity stories, and you're not the kiss and tell type, but you've told me a few
There's
things.
no money in telling. There's no money in telling. There's money in. It's a lovely day out, isn't it? There's money in that, baby.
Yes, that's true. So let me ask you though, do people talk about this situation? Does it ever come up in circles that you're in? Do you ever hear like women on your like porn stars on your shoot say, "Oh, that Blake Lively, I can't stand her." Does it ever come up?
I mean, one thing women love doing is shitting on other women, So, I mean,
especially bitches like Blake Lively.
especially ones that make the rest look bad, I mean, I thought it was pretty funny, when she, whose name we won't speak, but the the woman, the one that had twins there a little while ago,
Amber.
Johnny Depp's abuser. Johnny Depp's
Yes.
abuser. There you go.
Yes. Okay.
Like when she did her thing, I remember being on, and I remember telling you this. It was like, yeah, there was girls that were like taking notes of like, wow, did you see what she did there? Like, if she can do that, imagine what you could do. You know what I mean? Like, there was a
Really?
lot of people. I mean, even that, but with this Blake Lively thing, there's also women that are taking notes of like, oh shit, she got caught. Okay, well, what made her get caught?
It's a deterrent.
Yeah, well, I mean, it definitely is like, oh, where'd she go wrong? Where did it go wrong?
Right. So, what do you think about Baldoni? We've been talking about this tonight. I'm about to unplug my mic because I'm getting a lot of feedback, and I'll put it back in my headphones. But you can tell our audience, what are your thoughts on Baldoni?
He seems like a very nice guy. I mean, he got railroaded pretty hard by that whole situation. And I understand they thought he was going to be a pushover, but he seemed like what they put his family through for like all the work that he'd put into that project. It's a very David and Goliath sort of situation. I mean, I see it at the grocery store when I'm getting my groceries. Yes, I go to the grocery store myself and I buy my own groceries. I know. But you see it on the magazines and you see his picture, and you see, they're not in her favor. It's not like as that English comedian says, it's not looking good, bruv. It's not looking good. She's never had a great career. This whole thing of like her leveling up by Ryan Reynolds is it's another blonde bimbo leverage move.
We've been debating here actually, like how successful or unsuccessful she's been in pulling the wool over the public eye, and so there have been a couple of people who said, well, maybe people have been more taken in by her than we think. Do you think that the public gets what she did here?
I think the main walkaway is that she has the more power and the more influence and the more value to the mainstream media, let's say. I would have thought when it comes to YouTube and social media platforms, so we can classify social media platforms as non-mainstream media, correct?
Right.
Right. Counterculture, maybe no, because it's still mainstream and it's still very conservative, safe for work platforms like Instagram and Twitter. And yeah, she's not winning there, but she has the more corporate power because of her husband. So that's why the mainstream media is keeping up the narrative of like, oh, she's the victim. Oh, she's got the world on her shoulders and she's just great, you know?
They really
Because
must have a lot of influence still, Ryan and Blake, to be able to pull all these strings and intimidate all these people. You know, that I'm glad you bring this up because this is something that really puzzles me is like, how can these people be such a fucking joke on the internet, like the butt of jokes? And how can public opinion be so against Blake Lively? At least if you look on social media, you look on YouTube, and I mean, how can it be so against
TikTok,
her?
yeah.
And yet, yes, exactly. And yet they've got Time magazine falling all over themselves to give her multiple awards, you know, multiple honors. You've got all of these different groups filing amicus briefs for her and stuff. It's like, wow, they still have a lot of influence.
Of course. That's look at Netflix. Look at Netflix. Who just had a film come out on Netflix? Daddy Cool, Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah.
The hitman's wife or whatever the nonsense is. He's carrying, it's a funny looking cover. He's carrying Samuel L. Jackson like he's the bodyguard or something. It was a good enough thumbnail that I was like, oh, that's our new Ryan Reynolds film. And I said to myself, oh, that's where the money's at. That's where the power is. Who has a new film coming out? Who's the big star? And then also he's involved in some football team in England as well.
Right.
So like
Wrexham.
when it comes to advertisement revenue and how many boards of directors is he on that he can be like, hey, this isn't going good for me right now, and it'll go a lot worse. And when it goes worse for me, it goes worse for everybody in this room and at this table. So get my wife on stage, give her some bullshit award, and get some flowers and kids clapping. All right, let's go.
Well, and that's basically what happened. Is I feel like we saw that with So hold on a second. I feel like we saw that with those awards, like the Time Honor, when they have everybody, you know, on cue, like clapping and she had her mom there. I thought that was one of the sleaziest moments, honestly, is she drug her poor mother there to that Time Awards thing to hold her hand and she took that stupid story of her mother. Well, it wasn't a stupid story, but her mother was supposedly almost killed by a coworker. But she took that story and she made it so stupid and silly by using it that way, and then kind of comparing it to her situation with Baldoni, which is what she was trying to do there. Did you see the TikTok video though, where the mother, so this TikToker, I think it was a lip reader, pointed this out. My audience will have seen it, where the mother looks at Ryan at, you know, because remember Blake's holding her hand as Blake's giving the speech, and her mom's like sitting there, and then Ryan is sitting next to the mom. And at one point, the mom looks over at Ryan and says, "Should I cry now?" And then on cue, of course, in the video, you see she gets like this little, you know, her tears, her eyes well up and these little tears form in her eyes. And so it's like, God, they're just, everything is so with them micromanaged and they're trying so hard to hold on to their images. And, but I don't know. I don't think most people are buying it. That's my opinion, but.
I remember last year I had a girlfriend. She was 21 years old, and we were watching the Oscars. And the woman that won best actress got up there, cried her eyes out. She was shaking and convulsing, you know. And and then the next, and like to the extent that my 21-year-old lover at the time, she started to cry, and she said, "Oh my god, this is so like." And the message that this actress for winning best actress, I was like, hang on a second, you know, they rehearsed the Oscars, right? Like she knew 3 weeks ago she was winning. All right, she's had 3 weeks to prepare her speech. She's had 3 weeks to orchestrate a speech, running by her publicist, her marketing team, her agent, everybody has had a say on what the fuck is getting upset. She's been practicing where the high note is for her to get the climax of the tears. She just won best actress. Of course, this person is a sociopath. Okay, that's the award she's winning. All right, is best sociopath.
Right.
So, and then, you know, the next day you look on Twitter or you look on TikTok. I remember it was, and the girl was I'm 48 years old this year. The youth these days can find everything on the internet, you know. So the next day she was like, "Oh, you're totally right. They do rehearse the Oscars. It is all fake. They do know that they won."
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that I think like we normal people, I'm talking about myself, not you, because I think you're used to how performative everything is in the entertainment industry, obviously what you do for a living, right? But like I think that like we forget how these people like just with the crying on cue and all that, like her mom doing it. It's like you've got generations now of livelies being trained into how to fake cry, right?
I mean, a curious one I always think about is Angelina Jolie's kids. Like they seem pretty sweet, but also like they haven't talked to their dad Brad Pitt in 5 years. You know what I
Dude,
mean? So
you know what? I'm glad you bring this up because one of the last videos we did was on them, and I have changed my mind on that. I think she's a piece of work. I do, and I do think that she definitely I think drove Brad Pitt crazy. But I really do think that Brad Pitt attacked those kids and was abusive. I
he's a
think
piece
he
of
is a
shit. Oh, he's a piece
blackout
of shit
drunk.
for sure. Oh yeah. Come on. No, I mean, I'm pretty sure we talked about this before. You know, the kid at whatever age he was, 15 or 16. You know, he stood up stood up in front of the voter, and with a few drinks on him, Brad Pitt ain't got it like that. Brad Pitt's a pot
He
smoking
was
lunatic.
blackout. Well, he was blackout drunk. And look, this, by the way, this is not something that we're getting just from Angelina Jolie. So there was the incident on the plane. It was the reason that it got kicked up to the FBI for them to investigate it and then shut down an investigation. All this came out within these legal documents that were released with the Freedom of Information request. It's a long story, but the point is that Brad Pitt was so out of control on that flight that it wasn't Angelina Jolie or the kids who called. It was someone from the flight crew who called the authorities. And I remember when this thing happened, and when this thing first happened, it was also reported that he was so drunk that after the altercation with his family, he had stolen a fuel trunk on the tarmac and was driving it around on the tarmac, crashed it into something, also then pissed on the tarmac. I mean, we're talking blackout drunk, acting crazy. And so I have to think that it means something that immediately after Angelina Jolie filed for divorce, that Brad Pitt quit drinking, checked himself into a program, and he admitted this in one of his first interviews. I think it was with GQ or Esquire. He said, basically, I fucked up. Now he wasn't talking about Angelina Jolie particularly, or that relationship or that marriage, but he said that he had decided he was going to have his privileges, his drinking privileges revoked, basically because he had messed up his life so much with it. Okay, how did you mess up your life? Well, it turns out you were getting blackout drunk and you were abusing or terrorizing your family. And then there was that Instagram post that Pax posted about Brad Pitt that he ended up deleting, but it was a private Instagram. But of course, you know how these things end up leaking. And in it, Pax described how he said it was a picture of Brad Pitt after he won the Oscar for Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. And Pax said, "Congratulations to like the worst father of the year. Your children tremble at the sound of your voice." Blah blah blah. So I think Brad Pitt, I think he had some problems related to his drinking.
Oh yeah, without question. I would have thought he's a lunatic. I would have thought it's also bullshit that he's not drinking. All right, if you've seen him on the press tour,
Still
look
drinking.
at him on the press tour of that F1 film, the big bloated, swollen, alcoholic head on him. All right, get the fuck out of here.
He was bloated at the F1 premiere, really?
No, look at the head on him. He's got a shaved head. We've all seen what he looks like with a shaved head. You know, yeah, I know he's in his 55 or nearly 60 or whatever, but he's put on a lot of weight, and you don't bloat like that at that age unless, and he eats really well.
You think he's drinking, really? You think he's not sober?
Oh, yeah. Oh, I don't think he's sober at all. No, with the jowls, look up the F1 press tour. I mean, he's been on the red carpet with his new girlfriend.
Signs of alcohol use, if I look it up, yeah.
Yeah, of course he's going to say that it was the most devastating thing. He's got to play the victim card, okay? He has to say that losing Angelina Jolie was the biggest thing of his life, all right? I mean, that's it. He's been having the ball of his life since he got the divorce. So see him in the film. He's all gorgeous looking, all right? And then just look at red carpet premiere.
Are you talking about
There,
this?
look at that. Look at that disgrace. No, the other one was better. But that, yeah, look at the cheeks on him. Yeah, he's still drinking. Is that doing that or heroin?
Do you think that it's not do you think that it's not cool of him to put the I think that his PR people are planting these stories that we keep seeing about, well, Brad is trying to have a relationship, but Angelina just won't let him. She's alienating the kids and all of that. Do you think it's cool of him to be planting these stories when he really knows that he was the problem? Look, I mean, I'm not saying that Angelina is not a piece of work and I'm sure she was toxic to deal with, but there's no excuse for that abuse. And certainly if your wife or your children, there's just no excuse. I don't know. So
The thing is, people forget that he's like 16 years her senior,
yeah.
right? Like he's by 100% always going to be in the wrong. Like he was a piece of shit husband, piece of shit father.
By nature of the fact that he's that much older.
Like I don't give a like. He knew, like Angelina Jolie. You had to have known what you were getting into. Okay,
Amen. I will agree with that.
I mean, oh, you thought you were the rock in a stormy, ocean, and then things get a bit bumpy. So you know what I mean? She ended up. Poor Angelina Jolie ended up with, how many kids does she actually have? 11. He was the 12th. Okay. She had to then babysit him, and I can tell you, he was probably the most demanding of all of them, all right? Because he'd be on set all day getting his ass kissed, come home, and where's the applause?
Yeah, you might be right. You might be right.
Actors of his and her level get applause when they walk onto the set, and then they get applause and thanked when they leave, all right? Like that's some cool. That'll do stuff to you, okay?
No, that's true. It is true. And again, like alcohol is for people who can handle it. I get it. It's nice to have a drink or a buzz or a cocktail, but it is the devil. I'm sorry. I hate to be judgmental, but it just is. I would rather be around someone on any other drug than alcohol, because I've never seen a drug. I haven't, even the hard drugs. I've never seen a drug that can turn someone as crazy, demonic, a complete 180 of who they really are when they're sober as alcohol. So a lot of people, some people, it doesn't have that effect. A lot of people maybe, but some people, like, it does. So anyway, I don't know. But tell me, Trump Epstein, what are your thoughts?
I mean, he did get murdered when he was in his first term.
He got murdered in his first term.
I mean, no. Well, when
he got murdered during Trump's first term, is that what you're saying?
Yeah. When Trump, when T Diddy, when Trump Daddy was like that T Diddy.
I do like that. Yeah, patent that.
Yeah. When he was first president in his first term, that was when Epstein got murked. That's when they let Hillary Clinton go in there, giving the old Trump.
Did you see that video going around, the AI video where Hillary
missing? That was clever. That came out like the first day as well. I thought that was very clever whoever did that. I enjoyed that.
Are you disappointed? But look, you vote. As I understand it, you voted for Trump. You supported Trump. Are you disappointed in him for the way he's handled the messaging, the PR on this, or you're just kind of like, whatever?
I mean, he knows they'll kill him next. That's what I believe. I believe he knows that whoever killed Epstein and whoever tried to kill him the first and second time. I mean, that was literally when I was remember thinking about this yesterday when I was about to get on an elevator, and I caught a reflection of myself, and I said, yeah, he knows they'll kill him. They'll kill him next. But the thing is, they tried once, they tried twice. Somebody real high up, or somebody innocuous would have just come in like, hey, yeah, we tried once, we tried a second time. Do you think we'll fail a third time? You'd make, whatever it was, just we don't touch the Epstein stuff with a 10-foot pole. I'd say he's terrified because there are pictures of him. He has been on the flights. He says, he went to the island, but he only hung out with the staff.
Has he admitted to going to the island though? I don't think that's
what my understanding was, is that he was either on a plane or he was on the island and he only like talked to the staff. But who knows? Maybe the staff were also underage. You know, maybe talking means funneling his membrane down their esophagus. Who knows?
I do think that it's interesting that you are the only person so far. I have been talking to so many people, and I'm sorry about the feedback, y'all. I think it's something to do with the way mine is mixing with his. So anyway, I think it'll stop in a little while. But I think that I've talked to everybody about this. Nobody has brought up the possibility that Trump is legitimately scared for his life, except you.
Yeah, I would have thought so. I mean, like they tried to kill him once and twice, and who can get into the most secure prison in America? All right, and then make the cameras be turned off. And then what happened to the guards? Both of them are dead already. Like there's bodies around this thing. There's not just.
I think they were asleep.
No, I know they were. No, I know they were asleep. But where are they now to tell us that they were asleep? Where are they now to tell us that they were asleep? And like there was payoffs, and now I believe both were in traffic accidents. And then one of their lawyers, because they were being sued, and then one of their lawyers is also dead. So there are bodies around this Epstein thing that are very convenient to tie it up. And now that the American government has come out and been like, "Oh, there actually was no evidence."
I mean, it's interesting. You're going for the darkest conclusion, but I also think that when you put it that way, it makes we still have no information. I saw Shane Cashman. I hope he's going to come on so we can talk about this later. We've seen no information about who that would-be assassin Thomas Crook was. It's crazy how this dude was able to get past Secret Service. And I know there are people saying, oh, well, they were incompetent or whatever, but got past Secret Service, got on that roof. There are people screaming, look. I mean, people ahead of time warned Secret Service, 30 minutes ahead of time, that this dude had a rifle up on the roof and was moving toward Trump or whatever. This happens, almost kills Trump. We have no information about this guy. Like we knew a lot more about Lee Harvey Oswald after at least the government bothered to put together a cover story on Oswald to cover up that conspiracy. I just don't know what the hell. So maybe the guy is scared. Maybe it is true, y'all, that in this one instance, the tinfoil hatters are right. There is a network of powerful people, Illuminati
pedophiles. Let's call them what they are. Illuminati pedophiles. Is that what we're going after?
Well, you can certainly say that, but
that's what the Epstein fellow. That's what they're accusing him, and like that's what the Ghislaine Maxwell has been convicted of. It's like, oh, she's been found guilty of the Jeffrey Epstein crimes, but they're not. It's a very narrow scope of the case. They're only keeping it to these allegations. They're not going after the people who, acquired the girls. They're only going after her for trafficking.
Right. No, it's exactly. And there are people who are saying, like, House and Habit, like, should she even be? Why is it that there's all of this? There's just one woman in prison. I'm going to bring CJ
there is
on.
a woman in prison for men's crimes.
Exactly. Well, that's what she's saying. All right, I'm going to bring my friend CJ on. This is Citizen Justice, and she is on Twitter mostly, although she makes great YouTube videos as well. So Twitter and YouTube, and has been mostly covering Baldoni versus Lively, but also helped me a lot, or covered the Diddy thing a lot with me. She and I were pretty much on the same page on the Diddy thing. We were two people who were not surprised by that outcome. And so CJ, what's up? We're talking about Epstein right now. Do you have any thoughts, Epstein and Trump? Do you think Trump's scared for his life?
Yeah, no, I really do. But it's citizen journalist. You always call me citizen
justice. I always
justice.
do that. I'm sorry.
I'm fighting for justice, but
you are. That's right. I'll put the link up for you too. Yeah, citizen journalist.
Citizen journalist. But no, I really do think, because one of the things that kept coming to my mind was like, what could be big enough for him to kind of like, this is kind of taking down the MAGA movement, right? Like everyone who was pro-Trump and everything is kind of like, what the heck is going on? And I'm like, what would make him like, destroy his own fan base and everything? Because MAGA was pretty much everything to him. And the only thing that would make sense is if his life was in danger some way, somehow. And one of the theories that I also had was Do you remember the True Social post that he just posted where
Yeah,
he
the
was
crazy
like,
one, right? From like 2 nights ago.
yeah, he was like, the Dems wrote the list, right? And so one of the theories I had was, if the Dems, quote unquote, like he says, wrote the list, did they delete all of, people on like the left, like Clinton, that was allegedly, involved or whatever? Like, did they delete the Democrats when the Democrats were in power, and now all that's left is the Republicans? And then he can't take down
Oh, you're saying that when the
the list
Democrats were
because
in
it was
power,
in Congress?
yeah, so you're saying when when the Democrats were in power, they erased, so to speak, their own people from these lists or this documentation. So now it's going to look like it's just Republicans that were hanging
Yeah,
out with
and then it
Epstein.
would take down the Republicans in Congress, and he would lose the House, and like it would just be a whole mess. So that was another theory I had, but definitely like I'm in tinfoil territory with this one because there's no explanation. They all went on all these channels like Joe Rogan and all over the place. Cash Patel did, talking about the importance of this when people were just minding their own business. I know a lot of people who weren't even really thinking about Epstein that much
No,
anymore.
you're right. It was these people that actually stoked all this interest. Most people, it was in their rearview mirror. Yeah, you'd see people occasionally saying things like Epstein didn't kill himself, but no, you're right. They stoked it.
Yeah, so I don't know. I mean, another theory I had was like maybe once they looked at the list, like they didn't know how deep it went. Maybe, I don't know. There's so many theories on it.
There definitely are. Okay, Celtic Iron, I'm going to have to let you go because CJ and I are going to talk for about 15 minutes, and then we've got Donna Bowling who's going to be joining us. So everybody, you can check out Celtic Iron on, I'd say you're most active on Instagram, right?
Oh no! The place I'm most
OnlyFans.
active. No, you can't. Not even OnlyFans.
Oh, yeah.
You know this logo. All right. Next time you're on the site, everyone's an adult that's watching this. Okay. Next time you're on the site looking at the things that you shouldn't be looking at, just put in that name. Okay. You'll see lots of fun things. That's why I'm most active. In the last 6 months, I've uploaded every month 40 new scenes. So that's over. What's 6 times 4? Oh, 240 scenes in the last 6 months. I've worked 12 hours a day, 12 hours a day, 6 days a week for 6 months. Okay. I only took a Sunday off just to go to the Good Shepherd Church in Beverly Hills. Okay. So thank you very much for having me on, Colonel Kurtz, my good friend. And I wish everyone out there that's been watching a great time. And, all this stuff, it's all a good laugh. Get outside, enjoy yourself, enjoy some good food, enjoy some water and exercise. God bless.
All right. Bye-bye. I love it.
Good advice.
It's
Been
advice.
a crazy week because between the Blake Lively stuff and the content creator subpoenas and then the Epstein, it's been like for us who get Roman empires and get like stuck on an idea.
Yes.
That's good advice. Go touch some grass.
Absolutely. I didn't mean to be rude kicking him off, but I think I figured out that he was the reason why we were both getting some feedback when we're talking. Sometimes it's what's frustrating about these programs, and you know this, of course, you do streaming on your channel, is that sometimes the technology when you're using when different people are plugging into the platform, so to speak, sometimes the technology it like interferes, the signals interfere with each other. And so I don't know about you, but I was getting a lot of feedback, and I realized that it was something about the way his computer was interfering with ours. But
yeah, it was an echo, and I think when it happens, I should have just put it in the chat, but I think that because I was listening to him for a while, I came on. I've been like hopping on and off the stream for a while, but it's when you have YouTube open in another tab and it's not muted or something, because I've had that happen where I had YouTube open.
Maybe that is, well, now I know. I can from now on I can suggest that because
Yeah,
I didn't know what
because I know that happened to me on my streams.
Well, that's good to know because I didn't know how to fix that. And it happened a little bit earlier too, so that's good. So you think honestly, like someone put a gun to your head, so to speak, or gave you truth serum and said, "Tell me what exactly you think is going on here." Do you really think it's that nefarious with Trump, that there really is there are some real dark forces that are holding him back?
I mean, I don't know. Sometimes it's just for entertainment purposes only. Like, you're the one. I remember me and you were talking about like conspiracy theories and like how sometimes like the most boring thing is just really just, it's real life is mostly boring, and it's fun to speculate and stuff like that. But the one thing that's my Roman Empire and that I can't overcome as far as, oh, it's just, life as usual, nothing's going on. Because I saw your significant other earlier on the stream, which was so cute, by the way. I loved it. It was so fun to watch. But yeah, the one thing that I can't overcome is like the way that Trump is with his fan base and with MAGA and like all that stuff. Like I just feel like he wouldn't risk it to like lose all of that for like a nothing burger like to me
Right.
that's the one thing that's my Roman Empire, like I can't explain away.
Right, is like what let's say that it is just a nothing burger. He should at least be able to come out and explain to us how this happened. Like, well, we had this, but then we lost that, or we thought we had this, but we didn't, or whatever. But the fact that he seems to me, CJ, just like paralyzed. And I felt like that Truth Social post and the way that he was acting at that press conference when the guy asked about Epstein, he's like, really? You're gonna ask about Epstein? To me, it would have the desperation of someone who is in a corner and they're wanting to. It reminds me, I'll tell you what it reminds me of. It reminds me of like years ago where there was something that my mom was wanting me to pay for, like a trip we were going to go on or something, and I did not want her to know that I was broke because I didn't want her to worry about me and stuff, because my mom worries and it becomes this whole thing, right? And so I didn't want her to know like how broke I was, and so she didn't realize. And so she was like, why can't you, she was asking me to pay for something or whatever that shouldn't have been a big deal if I weren't broke. And I remember she was like, why can't you do this or whatever? And I felt this panic because it's like I can't tell her the truth because the truth is something I can't reveal. And to me, it almost like reminded me of that with Trump, where like he's frustrated. He's like, I don't have an answer for you. I don't have a good answer, right? So the question is it something really nefarious and dark, or is it something more along the lines of his administration fucked up, or people destroyed files, they don't have anything, he doesn't really have anything to tell us, he's frustrated, or he traveled some with Epstein, he doesn't want that to get out. So to me, it's like the degrees here of how serious it could be. I know that though there are a lot of people like Megyn Kelly who are saying that they're hearing that, again, from their sources, right, in the Justice Department, and it could be propaganda, but that really there just wasn't much there with Epstein, that Ghislaine Maxwell, she got put away because she was catering to Epstein. She was trafficking basically for Epstein. And yeah, maybe there were some other guys like that French guy that ended up killing himself or whatever, but who were in this network, but it wasn't like some vast conspiracy. On the other hand, you got Bill Gates on those flights, and Dan Bongino, the deputy director of the FBI, was saying months ago that he heard Bill Gates had been lobbying Congress not to release those files. So I don't know. Anyway, you tell me.
And well, I watched Independence Day on the 4th of July, and there's a part on there where the president doesn't know that there's this, the alien stuff, and he's like, why didn't you tell me? And I was thinking about that with Trump, because I'm like, what if one of my other theories, like what if he didn't really know what was on the list and just thought that it might have been just Democrats or whatever, and then once he saw the full list and saw, maybe some of his friends, maybe some people he knows, maybe some people that have taken down could affect the economy or like our world order or whatever, then what if he had to make that decision to like not show it? But it's really interesting. In the chat they're talking about Pam Bondi and the Florida deal with that they gave Epstein and stuff. And one of the things that with Ghislaine Maxwell, that's also been my Roman Empire today, with her coming out and saying that, or allegedly saying that she wants to like say names or whatever, and her being in jail and stuff, it got me thinking about how she never was a part of that deal, even though there was something, it was like all in the language and the like verbiage of it. I went down the rabbit hole today of like, they said they weren't going to go after co-conspirators, but then because her name wasn't like explicitly like said, because they say like the names like co-conspirators including, and there's this guy or this girl, I think her name was Sarah something, I don't remember, but she kind of did the same thing. It says Bondi was not attorney general, but he did get a sweetheart deal from the Florida attorney general. But that girl Sarah or whatever, she kind of did the same thing that Ghislaine did, but then she wasn't indicted or anything. So
there were like unindicted co-conspirators. There were also women who started off apparently like recruited for Epstein, and then they began recruiting other people too,
Yeah,
right?
and they were like victims and co-conspirators. So it's
Right.
just really weird. And I just kept thinking, like, well, then why is Ghislaine in jail? Like, that's the biggest question right now. Like last week coming into this week was like, what's going on with the Epstein files? And then today I feel like all across X and stuff, People's Roman Empire was why is Ghislaine in jail if it's a nothing burger? Like, who's the clients?
Right. Well, and of course, to that, people will say, like for instance, Megan Kelly, I think, or Dustin, my boyfriend, will say, well, the client was Epstein. Is basically this lady was just recruiting, primarily for Epstein. That's still illegal. That's still trafficking or whatever. I don't know. It does seem to me, it does seem to me really shitty that. I mean, first of all, this woman was not even the mastermind of this thing. And I'm not saying that, it's like the Nazis saying, oh, well, I had orders to kill these people, so it was justified. And it's not that, but like, she was just trying to hang on to Epstein, kind of like, I think Cassie was trying to hang on to Diddy. And so, yes, she was freely, consensually doing this stuff. But at the same time, the person who was masterminding the whole thing in this case was Epstein. And it just seems like a lot to believe that there were no other powerful men involved in this, that Epstein was not trafficking any of these men. I mean, it seems really unbelievable. And so we end up with what? Ghislaine Maxwell, this one woman, this ex-girlfriend of Epstein, who apparently had left him. She did end up getting disgusted enough or whatever, come to her senses, where she did leave him, and she actually had a new husband and a new life going when she was arrested. Which I'm not saying that we just forget about people's sins, if they turn over a new leaf, but it's just a lot to take that she's rotting in prison and she's the only one.
Yeah, no, it really is. And one of the other things that I found interesting was that the Elon post from way back where he was like, Trump's on the list, like kind of like when you have a falling out with your best friend and then you want to like air out every like deep dark secret they ever told you because you're, whatever happened between them. So like at first, a lot of people in the conspiracy, crew or whatever, they were saying that oh, this is, they're just trying to like it wasn't real, that it was like he was just saying that and it wasn't actually real. But now I'm like, I don't know, it makes me think about the Elon comment, and if I was Trump and someone had said that about me, I would want to release the list to be like, look, I'm not on the list. And
Right.
it makes sense with the Truth Social post where he's like, if why wouldn't they release it when I was like, running for president if there was anything on me? But I'm like, well, maybe they just chose not to, but you could still be on there. But it was weird that he added that line on there. So those are just, some of my few final little thoughts on that. And today I also found out that there might be a connection like to Judge Lehman and Blake Lively through Epstein, because someone said that, yeah, someone posted Cassidy with the K. She posted something about how Doug Lehman is in the little black book for Epstein. I don't know if that's a legit
Judge Lehman,
screenshot.
is it Judge
I mean,
Lehman?
his brother.
Oh,
Sorry
Doug
about that.
Lehman. Yeah, who's an
Yeah, Judge
entertainment
Lehman's
guy.
brother.
Yeah, entertainment guy, director. Well, you never know. It's a small world with all of these elite people. It's almost kind of inbred in that way too, and that they're all kind of connected. And I'm sure there were a lot of people like we've been saying, Epstein. He cultivated a wide array of friends. He fancied himself an intellectual, and so I don't think that everybody who was hanging out with him was having sex with underage women or whatever. But it's, Meghan McCain, though, she said that there were stories that were around about him for years and years and years. And it's like, even after that arrest, you're arrested in Florida for sex stuff, and then there's still people willing to hang out with you. So I don't know. Blake Lively, what do you think about the latest? Sorry, I'm trying to fix this on my mic. What do you think about the latest developments that we've been talking about? It seems like legally we've confirmed the subpoenas, right? The content creators these are legit subpoenas they've received, right?
Yeah, that they've now been confirmed, which was also like, I think something that upset me today a bunch, because like the whole weekend was spent with everybody, and especially like a lot of the people who support Baldoni trying to figure out, like, are these real, are these not real?
Right.
They had the blurriness of the PDF for the people who did get it, and then some people emailed Google and didn't get one back, like a reply with the actual subpoena.
Right.
So it was like so frustrating to go all weekend being like, is it real? Is it not real? For then, Ezra and them, Blake Lively's attorneys, to be like, oh, yes, it's real, and message them back. It's like, I understand the weekend. So technically I'd say like 2 working days for them to get back, which I'm like, okay, that normally would be the case. But because they were getting so many phone calls,
Mm-hmm.
if you remember on Andy's recorded call where she's just like, we've been getting so many phone calls, like, wouldn't you just like, instead of putting your receptionist through that and having your phone be blown up, wouldn't you just tell the receptionist to be like, yes, it's, email me or whatever if you guys have any questions and we'll get back to you, but yes, they're real. Because I felt like it was like mental warfare. And then a lot of people weren't getting lawyers or whatever while they're in limbo. Like, well, we don't know. Some people were saying it was real. Some people were saying it wasn't. And it turned out to be very real, which is pretty crazy. Woo! I will say Dana, and then it's Donna.
Oh, there we go. There we go. We got like for some reason I had like a sound overload on you, Donna.
You did?
Woo! Yeah, it's just a little bit loud. Are you hearing that, CJ?
Yeah, just a little bit.
It's just a little bit loud. I can try to. I don't know how I turn you down. Can you turn yourself down, or is that something I should be doing on my end?
I can talk really quietly.
It's so much louder.
I can do. Is it really?
Like it is, isn't it?
That good mic.
You must have a good one.
What if I put it far away from me?
That is great. I'm saying even then it's crystal clear. Can you sit even a little bit further back?
Bye, guys. Wait, is it really that loud?
Yeah, that's actually perfect right there. So
why is it so much louder?
I don't know. I tell you though, like these streaming sites, they really are crappy a lot of the time because like earlier my friend was on and we were getting some weird feedback from him. So I don't know.
You've also been on for 46 hours. Like what's going on?
Can you believe this, Donna? I used to do 24-hour live streams. Is that not insane? Is that not insane?
Are you okay?
I won't be doing that tonight though. No fear. So
that's insane.
We just talking about, you haven't missed much. We've just started talking about the subpoenas and how like, okay, it's finally been confirmed that they're real, but also how fucked up is it that Team Blake Lively made people spend days and days like trying to figure this out.
I'm so grossed out by the whole thing, honestly. And and you start to question it because I'm not an attorney and I'm not in the legal field at all. So like, I'm like, maybe this is just normal. Maybe this is something that happens. But of course, following attorneys that are covering, sorry, it's late and my hair looks like crap. You're just going to have to deal. And I don't have a clip. Like I'm a mess. I probably have, like, I just finished dinner. Like
you
it's
always
whatever.
Look cute. Go on.
So what happened was, not actually Golden, who covers this on TikTok. She's an attorney. She said she thought it was an overreach. So I was like, okay, I agree that there's a little bit of an overreach, but still you don't know. And then there's an attorney that covers it on Threads who's very lively leaning. And she was like, no, it makes sense that this is happening. And I'm like, in what world does that make sense? But then Molly McPherson, I don't know if you know who that is. She's a PR, a really, really great PR person, PR rep. I mean, what do you say? PR
agent?
I'm like, what are they? PR person? Anyway, she has great takes and she's always on, she's actually been on a Baldoni. She was on the first Baldoni and Lively, like Hulu. They did a Hulu documentary, like a 30-minute Hulu documentary. Do you remember that?
Yeah, kind of vaguely.
But it was so bad and it was so not in depth and it didn't cover anything and it was 30 minutes long. I mean, how can you cover anything in 30 minutes? And she had a great take just today. And she's really smart and she understands this. And she said, someone out there hates Blake Lively. And it's not the creators. It's someone on her own team. Because to subpoena small content creators is such a bad choice. It's such a biting the hand that feeds you choice.
Because it will antagonize people so much, you think?
It just doesn't, you guys, there's no rhyme or reason to this. It doesn't make sense. Like, have we figured out this feels like we do need to put up one of those boards where you put the lines through like Homeland. This feels like Homeland, where we have to be like, what connected?
What's the rhyme or reason of like why the creators and who was chosen and how? Which I've been like sleuthing for 2 days. Like I've come up with so many theories. At first I was like, it was the people who were more than 10,000 followers, but then you'd got the people with less subscribers. So I was like, and it's like you said, it's like a little board, and then you just like cross off the theories as like more people started coming on that were debunking it. But
yeah, there's no through line. It's like, it's not amount of followers. It's not whether or not you've been on the platform for a certain amount of time. It's not whether or not you're a female or male. It's not whether or not you're in America. It's not whether or not you only cover Blake and Justin.
Do you think they're using a Ouija board, or like one of those cubes that you shake up?
I think honestly, Blake is like, I just think it's her. She looked at me funny that one day when it's
like that Jamie lady. Yeah.
Well, the one that I couldn't figure out was the astrologer girl, but like I was like, what if everybody got chosen for different things? Because okay, I know Cassidy with a K, she went after the judge, right? Judge Lehman. She was doing deep dives. And then I know Andy was doing the documentary, and then he also had the quote unquote, like the whole he got the exclusive, which is like, okay, he's just a journalist with Brian Friedman. And then Ashley went after, not went after, but reported on Nick Shapiro, right? And so there was that one. And then
I think we all did.
Yeah, well, everybody was uncovering all this stuff. Lauren was also one that stumped me, but under Lauren, I put just talking shit because I'm like, when she would report, she would talk shit about Blake Lively. But
is that? I guess that's illegal. I guess you're not allowed to talk shit anymore. I mean, it's mind blowing, and I really went off on my show today because this should be such a wake up call for every creator out there. I don't care if you're Baldoni leaning or Lively leaning or anything. It should be a wake up call, because how scary is it that if you just are, most of these people are just sharing opinion. I mean, I can't speak for all the creators, but a lot of them are friends with us, right? We're mutuals with a lot of these people who have gotten subpoenaed, and I'm texting with them every day. I can tell you, hand to God, they are not involved in an organized, coordinated smear campaign. They chose on their own accord, just like I did, to say, hey, this is a crazy story. This is a wild case, just like you guys did.
Right.
It's not shocking that we would want to cover this. Look how many people are interested in it.
But you know what's so weird is that when I was going to cover the Demore Hadley versus the CEO of Rock Nation, her mom, I don't know if you guys have dug into that.
Yes, I remember seeing that.
But somebody had asked me to cover it, and I'm going to do an episode on it, actually, just one episode, and then I'm going to tap out. I'm just because to get rid of it out of my mind. But I was talking to someone, and they're like, "Why aren't you covering it?" And I was like, I'm scared to cover it or whatever. And they're like, "But you cover Ryan Reynolds." And I was like, really? You think Ryan Reynolds has more power, is like more scary than, Jay-Z and stuff, all that? And he was like, yes, he is. And at first I laughed, but now that all this is going on, I was like, dang, he might have been right. Like, it's so crazy because,
Well, Billy Bush was saying, I don't know if he said it today or when, but a clip of his show came up on my feed today where he was just saying it's undeniable how much power Ryan Reynolds has, and you don't really realize it when you kind of just think of him as this like goofy, like cheeseball annoying guys, by the way, allegedly annoying actor. Now we have to, I guess, say allegedly he's annoying. I mean, it's just our opinion. Like now I'm questioning everything we say, that they're going to like all eyes on us, right?
Yeah, even in my comments, I tell people like, can you guys please put allegedly when someone comments something that's like, I'm like, allegedly, I'll put a little meme because I'm like, in that thing that Ashley Brianna Eve posted, it's like, even if you repost, all these things in the language that was like, that they wanted to know about, like a repost. I'm like, everything is going to be considered like, if you get subpoenaed, a comment in your own feed, subscribers, what they say, like.
I think at the end of the day, the truth is he got off of his case of calling Justin a sexual predator by saying it was an opinion.
Right.
It was an opinion. The fact that content creators are not afforded that same privilege of saying that we have an opinion, why can't we have an opinion about two public figures that are hashing this out publicly? It's as public as you can possibly get it. The lawsuit is on a website for us to read through. Why can't we have an opinion? We have to just step in line with Ryan Reynolds. But the truth is, he's represented by the top dog agent who has his hands. I mean, speaking of, like, you know, I've been listening on and off for the last couple hours, and I know you're talking about Trump and Epstein and all that crazy stuff. Ari Emanuel has his hands in so much shit.
He does. That is true.
I finished the Jake Tapper book recently.
Tell us what that book is about.
So I was obsessed with it because I know a lot of people feel like, oh, he's a traitor or whatever. He lied to the American public and then he ended up selling the book for money. Jake Tapper wrote a book about Biden.
Okay.
And
okay.
the last 4 years, how he was completely in cognitive decline and the entire world, like the Democrat
went along with it, covered it up. Yeah.
See, I don't see
Like
anything. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Wow.
It's the craziest
I need to read that.
Oh, listen to it. It's like a true crime podcast. It's fucking crazy. So I was listening to it. Ari Emanuel's name is brought up multiple times throughout the book.
Really?
He, Steven Spielberg, Jeffrey Katzenberg, these huge Hollywood names, George Clooney, of course,
Wow.
They are massive donors to the Democratic Party. And Ari Emanuel was insanely connected to Joe Biden and raising funds and being part of the campaign.
Right.
And I mean, his brother is Rahm Emanuel, who was also a big political figure. So, like, if you think it just ends in like, oh, I'm just an agent in Hollywood, there are like so many like tentacles there.
Right.
It's really, really, I think it's actually way more. There's a lot that we're not seeing.
You think it's darker or more insidious than
Yeah.
we even, yeah.
Which is why people are scared of him, which is why Judge Lyman is acting, I think, the way he is. I hate to say it, but today, I think, sealed the deal for me.
So for you, the ruling about the deposition, are you with Katie on that? Do you think it was just crazy?
I think it's really, I just don't see how everything she asks for, she gets. Like, it just doesn't there's no rhyme or reason. This is not a Jane Doe case. She's not a private figure. She is out and about on pap walks left and right. Like, this is a person that has been lit out publicly for the last 2 months shilling products.
It's true. No, it is true. And also waging a really ruthless, relentless media campaign. I mean, getting Time magazine to fall on their sword, so to speak, and give you recognition really twice through in this saga. And it just seems like even with all of those organizations that were writing those amicus curiae briefs, I mean, I know that they were interested in the idea of it, the principle of the thing, and it was potential precedent. But she sure has a lot of, again, power. She and Ryan have a lot of power to be able to have so many favors in their back pocket that they can call in.
Can I also say something else that's really upsetting to me?
Yes.
Is the lack of press coverage on this content creator issue. And what is really frustrating to me is every move on this, whether or not her deposition will be in her location or in his location, was covered instantly all weekend long by TMZ, by people. I kept getting alerts all weekend long. Just today, his motion to grant her protective order and giving her the location, immediately I got a TMZ alert about it. Why are they not seeing this huge story? All the content creators are talking about it. I don't understand. This is a major, major problem.
So I'll just say this. I hate to, call in sort of the OG street cred, so to speak. But as somebody who's been covering these Me Too hoaxes for almost 5 years, if you think it's bad now, imagine what it was like for those of us who were covering the Amber Heard, Johnny Depp thing when we didn't even have big figures like Candace Owens and Megyn Kelly on our side because they weren't tracking this. And people, I mean, what's crazy is that the media environment now is so much more open to the truth than it used to be, but it is still, like you said, it is still totally imbalanced.
Well, I had a theory that it might be because, like, the subpoena wasn't verified yet, and that I was just talking to a friend earlier and saying maybe now that it's, like, legitimized, Ezra has gotten back to them, and it's like these subpoenas are true. I was like, maybe it'll get picked up by MSM because I know over the weekend it was kind of like nobody knew what was going on. It was all kind of speculative, like, was it a scam? Was it not a scam? Like, it wasn't really solid. And I was like, well, and maybe that's just me being like hopeful or whatever. And Donna, really quick, I wanted to say that you kept me through this weekend with your funny TikToks and Instagram and all that because it was so hard to like. I mean, even though we weren't personally subpoenaed, but people we know that are friends, and like having to deal with like money for a lawyer, like things that were like stressing them out. And to me, it was like constantly on my mind. Like I was
I
eating dinner
know.
with friends, and that's all I could think about. And I was watching some of your videos, and they're always so comedic.
Well, and there was also
Put a
so much
spin
like
on it.
there was creator drama also, like, and I don't know if this is intentional and this is like meant to sow all this chaos where creators are panicking. It's a very interesting thing. I was talking to Zack Peter about it, who I know is coming up on your show in a few minutes, but plug Zack Peter is coming up. Stick
That's
around,
right.
guys, for Colonel Kurt's live streams all
Lineup
night tonight.
all
And
the all-stars here.
and make sure to hit like and subscribe.
Thank you, girl.
Zach and I have been texting nonstop just about this. I mean, he and I are so close, so we text about everything. But we were saying that, like, we wonder if part of this was meant to see, like, who can we scare off? Which cockroaches of content creators, in a way, we can see the lawyers sitting around a table being like, which of them can we scare off? Some of them are really small, have not been doing this for a long time. Maybe we can kind of like, shoo some of them off, the annoying ones that just keep posting about this. Obviously, they weren't going to be able to shut the big ones up. Andy, Perez, Candace, any of the big ones aren't going anywhere. Maybe they thought they were going to be able to get Lauren, Nighty types to be like, it's not worth it. I can't. I mean, it almost worked with Ashley, Brianna, Eve. That first day, she was like, I'm not going to do it anymore. Thank God she came back to her senses.
And the thing is too, if people have not been in this game before, if this is maybe your first or your second rodeo, and if you've never been threatened with legal action, then it hits you. It feels even out of proportion to the actual threat. Like, honestly, Blake Lively she's not going to sue content creators. If she did, then they could end up getting I think a settlement out of her for frivolous suit, or it'd be dismissed. And these days you can have AI write your legal briefs if you don't care about making them really, really flashy or really nice. But the thing is, it doesn't really matter, because when you get sued or you get served or whatever, it still has that feeling of like heaviness to it. And so even something like this, just getting subpoenaed, people should not be scared of that. They absolutely should not be. But I understand the feeling of like, I've got these big eyes on me, right? And we're talking about Ari, and we're talking about Ryan Reynolds and Blake Lively and hundreds of millions of dollars. And now people have this feeling, these small content creators, that they're setting their sights on us. We're in their, we're their target. We're in their sights, right?
Also, it makes you feel, and I hate to say this, like, because I don't want this to be their feeling, it makes you feel like you've done something wrong. Those content creators have not done anything wrong. They're literally just doing their job. And it's not even their job. Some of them are just doing this as a hobby or a side gig, or just because they enjoy talking about these things. A lot of people aren't even, I don't believe that Astrology Girl was even monetizing. You have to have 1,000 subscribers to be monetized. She had under 1,000 subscribers.
It was crazy.
And some of these people aren't monetizing a lot. I can tell you that. You have to be getting serious views on YouTube to be making good money. So it's so crazy how they're putting this stain on creators as if like, bad, you're bad people, you're bad. And unfortunately, there's, all of her supporters, which shockingly there, and the amount of the language that they're putting out there about the creators that are getting subpoenaed and the ones that aren't, people like us, is crazy. As if we should be burned at the stake. for doing what they're doing just on the other side.
Right. Right. Well, this is the thing too that I've always said is that this is war. And it may not feel when you start first get into content creation like you're in a war. It's like, no, I'm just interested in this celebrity story and I'm posting some things and I'm just killing time. But it has real ramifications. And for these people who are ruthless, I'm talking Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds, they're ruthless about their reputations. They have a ton of money, they have a ton of connections and resources. It's a serious business to them. It is serious. It is war to them. And so there's that sort of disconnect between, on the one hand, what the content creators feel like, oh, this is just kind of a hobby and not a big deal. And then people like Blake Lively who feel like they're waging a war.
Yeah, and that's the precedence that it might set too. Like, what does this mean? That was, the whole weekend. I kept telling everybody I talked to, like, what does this mean for like celebrity gossip bloggers too? Because there's like a lot of stuff, and I know that during the Britney era, there was a lot of scrutiny about celebrity gossip bloggers and the dangers of reporting on things and how that affects celebrities' mental health and stuff. But at the end of the day, these are public figures, and people are going to discuss them. It's been happening since the beginning of time. You know what I mean? And so I'm like, so now is it going to be like everything that you report on, you're going to have to feel, not even just the Me Too stuff, just anything in general, just saying, like earlier you were on with Celtic Iron and he was talking about Brad Pitt's swollen face. Like, is that going to be subpoenable? Like,
Right.
where do you draw the line? And that's the worrying thing, and like the bigger discussion too, like the deeper layer of it all. Like on the surface, yes, it's like this is what's happening now, but what about like what precedents will it set?
Yeah, it's I think that the whole idea of a smear campaign and everything should really have come down to looking at the financials and the dealings of the parties involved, right? Look at all the financials of Wayfair. Look at all the financials of the agency group. Look at all the financials of Jed Wallace or whatever. Like, go there.
Right.
Do that. That should be open season. I believe that you could go through all of their emails, do all the discovery there. But to target who could potentially be recipients, like what's next? Like go through Reddit. Like it's just so specific and it's so needle in a haystack. And I strongly believe, I feel so strongly that they will not discover anything, because out of the 10 people that we know that they've already subpoenaed, I know off the top of my head 5 or 6 that I've talked to about this. I can guarantee you they're not part of it. So there's no chance that there's these other creators out there. And by the way, the only people, if anyone, that should have been targeted with this subpoena campaign should have been people that were speaking in July, August, September. Like that's it. Maybe October of last year, but not any of us, not like any of people that are still talking about it now. It just doesn't connect.
Right. It doesn't. And I wanted to ask too, of course, Zach's going to be coming on in a little while and we can see where he wanted to go with this, but
Trump. He's going to want to go Trump.
Oh, we can. Well, we definitely
can.
I was going to ask though, do you feel like the Vanzan thing is our best bet for, or Baldoni's best bet for kicking up some shady stuff that Blake did? Isn't it looking like that's the shadiest thing that she's done so far? The Vanzan, the sham lawsuit, and the stuff with Stephanie Jones and all that.
CJ, you go first.
Okay, well, I mean, seeing as how everything's going with this judge, I find it like now at this point, I did believe it if he would have asked me last week that it would have been, significant, but what are their options to do with that? Like, yes, this is what's happening and this is what we know, but like with the judge making decisions the way that he has so far, I'm not quite sure if there's a chance for that to come in anywhere where it's going to be relevant, unless it gets escalated to a different court or something else that they can do. But I haven't dived deep enough into like the legalities of what else they can do, because at first I thought it was like criminal and all this stuff, but then some attorneys were coming out and were like, no, it's not. They can't get him for, it was like this loophole of like legal, but yet not legal what they did. The one thing that I think was the shady thing that'll bring him down is the Jen Abel wiretap laws or whatever, where they said that she was still being tracked up through January on her phone, on her iCloud. That's the one thing that I was like, oh, that could
That
be
is
taken
shady.
federally, but I guess that's more Stephanie Jones than Blake Lively. I don't know. I feel like Blake, got what she wanted from Sony, from WME, from literally everybody. Like, Sony's a huge company and she got what she wanted. Like, I just don't think she's gonna go down, like, at all. I
Are y'all
don't think so.
did y'all get the feeling reading the judge's ruling, like when he dismissed the defamation charges, the defamation claims by Baldoni, and also basically the extortion claims? I know that, look, I know it's tricky to get stuff past the anti-SLAPP statutes, but did y'all get the sense that he just didn't really understand the conspiracy? That I almost got the feeling reading his ruling that he just wasn't able, and maybe it was willful obtuseness, and this goes back to maybe being corrupt or whatever, but I got the sense that he was just not seeing the matrix and was not even trying to see the matrix. You know what I'm saying? Like, CJ, did you get that sense when you were reading his ruling on the dismissal and the extortion that, like, he just, I don't know. I felt this way with the Marilyn Manson suit as well, where to me it was just so obvious. He was putting together things like the fact that Evan Rachel Wood had a list that she was a checklist of things that women were supposed to check off of, like suggested behaviors that Manson might have done to them, and even the forged FBI letter, stuff that didn't seem to compute for the judge. The judge was like, I don't see a conspiracy here, and it's like, what?
I still think about that FBI letter, like, randomly. I know I always tell you that, but that still will forever be my Roman Empire, because she never got in trouble for that. She straight up forged federal paperwork in a child custody case and got caught, and there was no
Isn't that
repercussions on
crazy?
her,
It's
like,
crazy.
at
They're
all.
absolutely
And
not.
nobody talks about it anymore. It's like, I don't know. They'll never. I feel like there needs to be justice for the FBI letter. Something should
Yeah.
come of that. But I do feel like he wasn't. It seemed like he overlooked all the points that Wayfarer made in all their docs. Like,
Yes.
when he wrote up the answer, it was like he wasn't really answering to the points that, or the case law that they made. So, like, normally when you see rulings, you'll see like the case law, like, okay, they'll quote the case law that one party said, and then they'll quote a different case law that'll counter that. And so then you know why they made the decision, right? Because it's like, oh, well, he's saying this, but if you look into this case law, it says this. But with this, it was like, it felt more like an opinion piece than it did a ruling based on case law. And someone said it's the court clerk. They're like, it's not Judge Lehman that's making all these decisions.
Well,
It's the court clerk. That's who's reading it. And I'm like, it could be. I
what's
mean,
sad
'cause
is that the clerks, I don't know about the level of Judge Lehman, but like when you're talking about like Supreme Court justices and stuff, and most of these people, they do have clerks writing their stuff. And so, and I'm not saying that the clerks are running the whole game. I mean, I'm sure that Lehman was the one giving direction on this, but you're right. It did seem to me, reading his ruling, that it was like any opportunity that he had to check a box for Blake Lively's side, he did. Like, he always viewed things through their lens of interpretation. But then it seemed like with the Wayfarer perspective, there's this whole other narrative there that it seems like he could never really plug into.
I think he has, and this is conspiracy theory land, but I think he has such a vendetta against Brian Friedman also. I really think he despises Brian Friedman. And I don't know why. I think, well, yeah, I think when Brian Friedman brought that Taylor Swift issue to him, and he responded not just with, this is not my jurisdiction, but then the sanctions led situation. Remember how he was like, I'm dismissing immediately. It's not my jurisdiction to get it off my docket. And next time you do this, you're going to get sanctions.
Right.
That was like a really inappropriate.
It was really pissy. It was really pissy too. Yeah.
Like, and for what? This is Blake Lively's case. She has brought so many over the top, ridiculous requests to him since this case started. It feels like he has had it up to here with Brian Friedman. Either he has a personal issue with him, or someone in his life has a personal issue with him. Maybe one of his, clerks or whatever doesn't like him. I don't know. There's something about him and Brian Friedman that I don't think they get along. And this is my biggest concern for Justin Baldoni in this case, which makes me worry that Brian Friedman is probably not the best to be like front and center in this case. And if you notice, he has taken a little bit of a backseat. We have not heard much from Brian Friedman at all since he went on Megyn Kelly that day. And by the way, And I call it like it is about a lot of these things. And I'm going to be honest, because I was all in on Friedman for the first few months on this
Me
case.
too. Me too.
I loved everything he was doing, but clearly it didn't go very well.
Right.
And when he was on Megyn Kelly, he did not come off well. He came off insecure or I would say unconfident. If you go back now in hindsight and watch his Megyn Kelly interview, he's not confident when he's talking about how we're going to come back and we're going to amend that lawsuit. But he's not saying it like with balls. He's saying it like, and it's interesting if you go back and you watch it, you're like, you don't know what the fuck you're going to do.
So CJ already knows this, but I'm friends with or know someone who does crisis PR in LA. Not anyone associated with this case, but someone who does crisis PR and is very well connected. And he told me totally off record, so I'm not going to say who it is. He told me that they had worked with Brian Friedman before, and that their impression was that he was super strong out of the gate, but that the resolutions were often kind of make of that what you will.
So here's my take on him. And I've had only wonderful things that I've been told by him, not about him from people that know him. I swear to God, I swear I have to say this, but actually, truly, no, his wife, this is all that I know. His wife, he's obviously much older than me, but his wife went to elementary school with a woman that I know, same elementary school as me, but 20 years before me, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I have mutuals. Also, another friend of mine knows his brother, or her sister knows his wife. There's connections in LA here. And everyone says he's the kindest man. He's so nice. And this was early on in the case when I was like, Friedman.
Right.
Remember, he lost his house in the fire.
Right.
And I was like, I'm obsessed with this guy. But the more that I'm digging into it, everyone says that he's so good at talking game. He's so good at scaring the shit out of people. And it usually works. But Blake Lively and her team are not They're not scared.
They're not scared.
It's the craziest thing. These people will not stop at anything.
It's like a Terminator. No, I know. And
it's the Terminator.
No, I think, and I feel the same way as you. And again, look, I don't want to take anything away from the fact that I do think on the whole, Friedman has been a big net gain for Baldoni. And maybe what Baldoni needed was someone who would take the PR thing out of the gate seriously and kind of do a big reset, which he did. But I was really disappointed in the inability to stick the landing on this, in terms of the inability to tee up or foresee the dismissal. This should have been something that was telegraphed to people sort of from much earlier. That I understand you got to fight, but also there should have been some plan in motion to how they were going to deal with the letdown of the dismissal and then the withdrawal. And so I just think
it's like a guy that can't finish,
I hate to say.
It's
when you Donna with her humor. There goes Donna with her
It's
humor.
like you're on a great date and he takes you out for drinks, and then he takes you out for the best freaking sushi. You live in Austin, right?
Yeah.
Okay. He takes you out to Uchi sushi. Best sushi. And then you go get dessert, and then you go back into your house and you're getting a massage and everything's good, and then and then he can't finish. That's what this was.
I mean, I hate to say it, but that was the feeling that I had. And I did that live stream right after they withdrew the rest of the lawsuit, and I was saying, if anybody says that we shouldn't be mad about this or disappointed, fuck them or whatever. And people were like, what are you so mad about? Well, it's a letdown, and it's a bit disconcerting when someone starts off and goes through the first part so strong, and then it seems like everything just sort of peters out. Then, yeah, I mean, look, if I were Steve Sarowitz, I would not feel like I'd necessarily gotten my money's worth at the way things. And I also kind of feel like the way things sort of collapsed at the end, it's like, I wonder if Steve Sarowitz was told by Friedman what he was getting into. You know, my experience too with some of these situations is that the clients, these guys who are falsely Me Too'd, they have a lot of hope at the beginning of litigation, and the attorneys really have to manage their clients' expectations and say, look, we're actually probably not going to win this. There's stuff like anti-SLAPP and the political considerations, and this isn't going to go over the finish line, et cetera, et cetera. I just wonder if Steve Sarowitz and Baldoni and Wayfarer were adequately prepared for where this was going. I don't know. There's no way to know necessarily. This is a good comment here. Facetious Reality says it like the problem is that Brian Friedman is playing with integrity and ethical morality, but her team, Blake Lively's team, plays dirty, allegedly, apparently, and appears as from an observer unaffiliated. Okay, so anyway, they're saying they think that maybe Friedman is handicapped by being a more ethical player. Do you think?
I don't know if Friedman is super ethical either in terms of like.
I'm bringing Zach on too. We're gonna.
Oh, good.
What's up? We're gonna do a four-way for a bit.
Hi.
Is he loud too, or is it just me?
You guys got them good mics. I'm on my laptop, just no mic, but y'all got them super
Everybody
expensive,
sounds
nice
good now.
sounding mics.
He's not super loud though, like you are. Something about your mic, but you sound great though, Dana. Now that you're just kind of pushed back a little bit.
I guess I'll yeah, they wanted me to be as far away from the mic as possible. Do you think, Zach, that Brian Friedman is someone that you would consider like super, super morally ethical, or do you think he plays dirty?
I think he plays a little. He plays a little dirty, right? I was gonna say slimy, but like he knows how to. So here's the thing with Friedman: his history shows that he is a settlement attorney, right? Like he will get you to buckle before it ever has to go to trial, and that's kind of his reputation. And I don't think that's a bad thing. You obviously want an attorney that's going to get you the best amount of money that you can take with the least amount of attorney's fees, and having to avoid trial is obviously ideal. And I think Friedman is really good at that.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying. I don't know if you were listening, Zach, but a friend of mine who does, or someone I know who does crisis PR in LA was saying off the record, wouldn't put their name to it, but that they had used Friedman before and were generally pleased with him, with the caveat that he's not a good finisher, that he's good for like running the PR game, especially like out of the gate. And like, I guess like you're saying, settling is what he normally does.
Yeah, and that's his reputation. So I think with Blake and her team, they knew that. So they just knew we have to ride the uncomfortable transition period and let him play his games and know that if we aim to go to trial, that's not his strength. You know, and I remember saying that on my show and on my channel, and people were upset and they're like, no, like Friedman's he's a powerhouse, whatever. And I'm like, yes, but like every attorney is going to have their strengths. Friedman's strength is coming out the gate strong, playing the PR games, knowing how to, get you to feel like you need to buckle. And his strength is getting people to buckle without having to go to trial. And I think he threw everything he possibly could. And we're now kind of seeing that come back to bite him in the butt, because I don't think he's traditionally used to going this far, with the games that he's been playing. And listen, they're helpful. They're big. They've been instrumental in his other cases, but I think this is one case where Lively's team knew what to expect, and they, made sure that they played back.
So I have a question. There is no way, I believe, by the way, I'm going to caveat this and just say this ahead of time. I believe Justin Baldoni did not sexually harass Blake Lively, and I believe there was no smear campaign.
Yes.
That's what I believe. There's no way in hell that Steve Sarowitz funded this lawyer and that Justin Baldoni sat down with this lawyer and Brian Friedman took this case on and everything had there been evidence of a smear campaign.
Yeah.
They wouldn't have done this, or sexual harassment in what like could be proven as sexual harassment. I don't believe that they would have gone this far in the fight back if anything could have been proven after all of this, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I agree.
I agree. I think, and one of the things that Colonel had said when the whole decision came down, the motion to dismiss about Friedman, was that she kind of gave him his flowers with like, it was an uphill battle, and he did enough in the PR game to, go from everybody was believing Blake Lively, and then when the timeline came out and all that stuff, he got that momentum that he crossed that PR finish line for him. And then, like Zach just said, it's like, now it's time to pass the baton to one of the other lawyers,
Yeah.
like Ellen Garofalo, which they said is a really good trial attorney. And then her being a woman, that's who I would, if I was, out of all those lawyers. But you notice also that like the latest filings haven't had Friedman. It'd be like Fritz or
Yeah.
some of the other people too.
They're
So
pivoting.
yeah.
And it's smart. And listen, and this is what you do, right? Regardless of what the game is, when you have a team, you know when to clock in and clock out. You know when to tap out and let somebody else come and let their strengths lead with whatever is, happening on the stadium, and or on the field. And so I think this is what we're seeing right now is Friedman played all the tricks that he knew how to play. And unfortunately, I think Lively's team, I think they really studied. And I think they
Yeah.
really prepared. I think they watched
Like
everything that
tortoise
Amber
in the
Heard did.
hair, kind of tortoise in the hair almost.
They
Say they
studied
watched everything Amber Heard did?
Depp v. Heard. I think they learned only because look at how Amber Heard ended up getting found guilty of defamation in her case, and it was because she didn't have the protections that Blake had in place, right? I think right now more than yes, they're questioning her and trying to break her. We talked about this at my live show in Phoenix last night, and Omar was saying like the Blake's team right now has probably deposed her like internally several times, and whoever is doing the depositions, their intention is to break her and make her cry. Her team has probably made her cry several times at this point, and that's what they have to do to prepare her for what could potentially come down the line when her actual deposition is happening. And I think Blake has probably watched Amber's deposition and Amber's trial testimony to see where she fell flat, where she missed the mark, so that she knows not to hit those same markers so she can not end up like Amber.
I don't want to watch the entire trial again, but I kind of want to watch a documentary, like non pro Amber Heard documentary.
But listen, that's what the Depp v. Heard documentaries about the case are very similar to the Baldoni versus Blake documentaries that you're
They're all
getting
super
right now. Like they're
biased.
all Blake leaning, and the other ones were all Amber. I mean, well, actually, Kristen, you were around more for all of that. Would you say that most
I
of the
would say,
coverage
well, I would say that actually the best known documentary on Depp versus Heard, I thought actually I was in the minority on this, but I actually thought it was pretty fair. It was, I didn't feel like it was pro Amber to me because it presented his side and his perspective, Depp's, but I do think that this is kind of almost a tortoise in the hair thing where Brian Friedman, and that's his style. And again, maybe that was what had to be done for the first leg of this before the baton was passed, like you said, but he was fast out of the gate. But you had Blake's lawyers, I think, that were studying, they were writing better, weren't they? I mean, they were writing better motions. I mean, and so it's like it's at a certain point, if you're gonna take it to the distance, or if you're gonna threaten to take it to the distance, I think you also have to have the capacity to take it to the distance. And I'm not sure that they estimated that correctly, but it seems like they're making that transition now, like you said.
Yeah.
I feel like Ezra was the only one that was really writing good. Gottlieb was not a very good writer, and neither was Kristen Bender. But that's just me. I didn't think that I felt like their writings fell flat. But I mean, obviously, some of those convinced the judge. So maybe
Well,
it's
since
just
the
me
judge
being
is biased.
but,
Yeah. I don't know. We've got a super chat here real quick, and then I have to go to the restroom, so I'm gonna let you talk amongst yourselves for a few minutes.
Shocker, we'll be able to talk without you.
I know. I don't have to worry with this group. Pandora Fox, good to see you again, says you're all right. You're correct. It's class warfare. This is meant to scare all of you.
Yeah.
They believe they are better than all of us, that they are the billionaire class. Interesting. If y'all want to take
about
it
the creators.
for a while, I'll be right back.
Yeah. What do you think about when you were saying like they're trying to scare the shit out of her in deposition training? And I don't think that that's I think that's 100% what's been happening and why she's been so silent for the last 2 weeks. I think she's in like hardcore acting boot camp training. I truly believe that she has her acting coach there. You guys have to remember, her sister is one of the top acting coaches for young actors here in Los Angeles, Lori Lively. Google her. She is the top child actor coach. So I guarantee you she's there with her. Obviously, she's got her husband, Ryan Reynolds, and all of his access to acting coaches. She's raised in a family of actors. This is acting 101, is to be able to perform at a deposition. Not saying that all of it is acting, but you have to be able to perform.
But if you look at, I mean, Blake's acting, I don't know. I've seen, there's been a couple movies I haven't seen. I heard Age of Adeline she did pretty good on, but the ones that I have seen, she's not. That's what happened with Amber Heard too. It was like she wasn't that good of an actress, and that's when she went down during the trial where, she's like fake crying, and it was like so visible. Well, the thing with this one is we're not going to be able to see it or watch it,
Yeah.
so that'll be hard. But I'm like, you're only as good as your acting. So yeah, you can get all this acting training, but once it comes down to having to act, is she going to be able to like come through?
Yeah, and the thing with excuse me, the thing with acting too is you can take multiple takes, right? Like if you fumble, if you slip up, if you have a scene that you're breaking character, you can take another shot. Whereas in this case, with the deposition, with the trial, testimony, like you only get one shot. You have to nail it. And if you don't
And you
nail
can't
it or
take
if you get rattled at all,
Eminem, you only get one shot.
Yeah, do not miss your chance to blow this opportunity. And also, by the way, she can't take authorship on this shit.
mm-mm.
She can't
She
be
doesn't
like,
know
I
her
didn't like
line.
that. I want to do it again.
That's the thing with acting coaches is they can teach you how to study your character and then you can practice how to deliver your lines. But when you don't know what your lines are, when you don't know how the questions are going to come up, and I think part of a deposition is also to poke at your emotions. And when you, as a human, let your emotions get the best of you, that's where she's really going to have to control herself. And maybe she's going to take some, some pills to help her kind of stabilize, but it's going to be interesting.
What do you guys think about the deposition change, like how it's going to affect Friedman and them, that they're not like home court advantage? Because I made a comment saying like sometimes teams will win away games, but it's harder to win away when you got the other team's fans cheering and all that stuff. Like they're going to be in their own territory, and I'm like, I wouldn't even eat the food there. I don't know. Allegedly, I'm not saying that they'd be that nefarious, but the way they put that line, "We'll provide food and drinks," I'm like, I wouldn't eat anything there. Like I would be so cautious.
In my mind, I'm sure it's going to be fine and copacetic. It's probably going to be, I would imagine, someone said it's going to be in her penthouse. I'm like, there is no way that Blake Lively is inviting these people into her home. It's going to be
No, it's at her attorney's offices.
It's going to be in an attorney's office. Yeah, I don't know why that rumor went around today that it's going to be at her house. I'm like, she's not an idiot. She's not bringing them into her home. She's not going to like want them in her house. It's going to be in an attorney's office. I'm sure that these attorneys all know each other. I think it's probably less like evil as it sounds, but it does suck because you're right. It is home court advantage. It will be in her comfort zone. She's been there practicing probably in that space.
Yeah.
She knows the vibe. She knows the feeling. She's comfortable there.
By the way,
I
sorry, go
disagree
ahead.
with Tess's comment. I'll let you read it, Kristen, but I disagree.
So Tess
About
says,
what? Compromised?
Judge Lehman, so she says Judge Lehman is obviously compromised. It's not Friedman's fault. The rulings have been so unfair. Example, Blake can do a depo whenever, however she wants. And then Playing with Paris says, I don't think Friedman counted on such a biased judge. They're having to recalibrate. Okay, Zach, go.
I do agree. And today was the first day I really like buckled and was like, okay, I think I agree. Friedman is very obviously biased. Now, I don't think it's the part that I disagree with is that it's not Friedman's fault. I think the judge is tired of Friedman's tricks. And
that's what I
listen,
said.
Friedman has we loved his tricks, right? Because they all kind of fed us, right? They gave us something to hope for. And he came with such big statements with like such hyperbole that it invoked a fire in us, right?
It was
We're
so
gonna
fun.
screw her into oblivion. He's doing all of these, interviews and whatnot. And listen, I know a lot of people that want to be Team Baldoni right now don't want to admit that, but I think Friedman kind of fucked us. He really did, because he talked such a big game. And again, I think it's because he was expecting her to fold, but I think her team saw his name, they looked at his reputation, and they're like, okay, let him throw everything he has at us. Now in retrospect, hindsight is 2020. Now in retrospect, I think her team knew what to expect from him, and they're like, let him go and do his thing, because we just have to write it out. We just have to continue to take it until he's run out of tricks and his bag
And
has
she
run
even,
empty.
and she even kind of said that Blake Lively intimated that to a degree in her Time magazine, her Time tribute to her mother at that award ceremony, when she's made that comment about never underestimate a woman's ability to take pain. And I thought that was a pretty clear shot at all of us, as if to say, I'm going to stick this out. And I kind of wonder if in a way that was coming from a place of she had discussed with her lawyers the strategy, and they'd said, yeah, you're going to have to take it. He's going to throw all this shit at you. It's going to feed the content creators, but he's going to run out of ammunition. You'll be happy to know, everyone, that ex-patriarch has weighed in within the last hour on what we're talking
about this. He's so obsessed.
Well,
no, wait, Kristen, before that, did you see he said, because at my show he came up and he's like, wow, you're so obsessed with me, you live rent free. And
He
I'm like,
came to your show. Oh no, he
what?
posted about it. Yeah.
He posted about it, but from the clip, and I was like, you realize that it was a 90-minute show and you got less than 2 minutes of stage time. Like we threw you a crumb because, clearly you're not getting any at home, so we wanted to give a dog a bone.
Yeah, I saw that. I thought that was hilarious. Well, he just posted in the last hour. And he's referencing you here, Donna. So there's a
Oh, come on.
Misogynist.
He's a misogynist.
It's a post by Leanne where she says Judge Lehman has granted her protective order for deposition. And then you said, Donna, I truly need a breather from covering this case. It's bad for my mental health. Obviously a joke. This is what an ex-patriarch says. As it becomes increasingly clear that Baldoni's case is collapsing around him, expect more creators to walk away in order to avoid having to confront how confidently wrong they've been about this case for months. Dude, nobody's walking away.
Nobody's walking away.
Hello, I've been talking about it all day. Shut the fuck up. This man, he does something to me. He does something to me, and it's not a good something.
It's
but
misogyny.
Did you see? He's and I'm Jewish, so he's also anti-Semitic. I've decided.
I'm gay,
he's
so he's also homophobic.
He's homophobic to you. He's a misogynist to me. We're trying to think of other things that he can be, just because he always throws words out there.
Yeah.
He makes shit up. So I'm just gonna say he's anti. What else can he be against me? Elsie was so funny. Elsie was saying like, well, I'm black, so he's anti, descendants of slaves. Like,
have you ever watched his program? I actually haven't ever watched one of his videos.
Did you just call it a program?
Well, because that's kind of what you get when you look at him and you're like, how boring. What a program from 19
like grandparents watch him.
I just learned today that he went from doing relationship advice or something.
I learned that today too. He was giving relationship advice, and
then all of a sudden, and that's just weird to me. That whole thing was just super sus. What we learned today, like
also,
Ryan Reynolds follows him.
So Salma Hayek and Ryan Reynolds follows him, and Nick Viall, and he was like, "What? This is news to me." Yeah, okay.
That's weird, you guys. That's kind of weird. Why is Salma Hayek following him?
She's in
get ahead of the narrative that we're all that he lives rent free in our heads. We're not paying the rent. You just don't shut the fuck up, and you don't stop tagging us and mentioning us and screenshotting our stuff.
He's
You're
just
like a persistent gnat that we can't get rid of. So you come up sometimes, but it's not like we're electively trying to pursue you, sir.
He's like that kid. I hate to say this, but he's like that kid in class that is such a dork and everybody laughs at, but he doesn't get the joke. And
clearly he has no sense of humor.
I mean, and I really truly want to block him, but at the same time, I think to myself, is blocking him like does that make him feel like he won?
Yeah, he's like, don't you see the Blake bots are like, look at, they blocked me. They couldn't handle me. They couldn't take it. Ooh, me and my lack of a profile picture or my avatar to make me look hotter because I'm so insecure with how ugly I am. Fuck off.
Let's look
Sorry,
at
I don't know if we're allowed
Eliza.
to curse, but I'm
No, you
cursing
can't.
today.
I curse all the time.
I
Eliza,
cursed 6 times already.
Eliza Little says, what do you think about letting her provide a computer for Friedman for deposition? Would you trust a computer provided
They
by
won't
her
use their computers. They're going to bring their own computers.
Yeah, I think that was just like a dig by the judge. And again, to Adana's point that she was saying, and Zach about like the judge is kind of fed up with Friedman, because like him putting that in there, like, you know, going against what they were, you know, they cited case law where it was like, because there was voluminous evidence, the case law said, you know, that they should have it in their own facilities or whatever. And I feel like he picked that, just the way I read it. I don't know. I read stuff out of like with different tones sometimes, but the way I read it, it just felt snarky. Like, well, then she'll just give you the computer and printer so you stop crying or something. Like, that's how I read it from him.
Right.
Yeah.
So where do you think we go? Where are we kind of going from here with everything? I think that
I think ex-patriarch is on the Epstein list.
Allegedly.
Well, so
Y'all.
let's talk about
Allegedly. I think it's just an opinion.
we haven't talked at all about this. Are you, Zach? Are you? I guess my only question, really, with the Epstein thing is just: are y'all surprised at how many people who are Trump supporters, the MAGA movement, whatever you want to call it, have said no, this is not acceptable. We're not just moving on.
I'm not surprised, and I'm actually happy because I feel like people that were often pushed into the right wing category or branded MAGA, they were lumped in as just like these Trump loyalists, right?
Mhm.
You know, they weren't allowed to have an opinion of their own. They weren't allowed to be objective. They weren't allowed to, you know, question the left without being like a diehard loyal to Trump. And so the fact that so many people are kind of raising questions. I mean, like, wait, no, you ran a campaign on transparency, and right now you're not being transparent, and we're going to hold you accountable the same way we've held the left accountable, because the left has really seemed to be dishonest and not fully transparent. Like, you ran a campaign on transparency, so at this point, like, that's what people expect from you. If anything, I'm more disheartened by the people that are on the right that are defending this rather than calling balls and strikes and holding people accountable, right?
Not
So,
balls and strikes.
well, that was a reference I knew you would get, Donna. But that was an inside joke that I knew Donna would understand. But the statement, the words still ring true, right? Balls and strikes is a fair assessment of, you know, people that I think maybe were a lot more independent or more center leaning, that I think were branded as these, you know, Trump loyalists that I think, you know, now have an opportunity to be like, no, it's not about fangirling over a football team. It's about, you know, wanting to build a better government. And unfortunately, when we have two options, left and right, you're never going to fully identify with one unless you're, you know, in a cult. But, you know, it's okay to challenge one and both of the political parties and hold people accountable based off of the values and morals that you have. And I think right now, the values and morals that people are prioritizing are transparency, are honesty, our, you know, integrity in covering these things and being honest with the American people. And I think, unfortunately, the Trump campaign was so big on the dishonesty of the Biden campaign. And listen, they were dishonest, right? They lied to us about his competency. But like, you're not much better when you're lying to us about something that you promised to give us transparency on.
Right, exactly. And I think it's the condescending tone that kills me. Now, by the way, I was looking again at ex-patriarch, and he was bragging here. He was bragging.
We're
here.
back.
I'm scrolling through. He's bragging here about Salma Hayek, and I'm curious what again was her link to this? Because why is she on Team Blake? Is it just a feminist solidarity thing?
No.
We don't know. We just saw that she went to lunch with her one time.
No, she's been friends, very close friends with Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds for years and years and years. I went deep into the hole here.
Really?
That sounds bad. But they've been friends since like 2012. She and Ryan Reynolds, they've done a movie together or something, but she's also married, funny enough. She's also married to this billionaire who has stake in CAA, which is interesting. It's not really connected in the sense that, you know, he's at WME, but it's all connected, right? They all are upper elite Hollywood. But yeah, she is very, very close with that family.
Salma Hayek too. She's aging wonderfully. She's a great actress. I appreciate her contributions to film and all that, but she is a real out to lunch piece of work. Every interview I see with her,
odd.
Yeah, odd, and also just tone deaf, and frankly trying to perpetuate a mythology about herself that's absolutely bullshit. She claims, for example, that she had to be dragged to the altar to marry her billionaire husband, and she says, I wouldn't call it a wedding, I would call it an intervention. Who the fuck talks that way about your billionaire husband? Really you had to be dragged to the altar, honey, for that? And so, and she's one of the many women who claims that she's 100% authentic, never had plastic surgery and stuff. Like, who are you trying to fool? So when people do that kind of stuff, when they talk that way, it's really hard for me to take them seriously on any level. I don't know what's going on, if it's a financial thing or if she's just got this solidarity sisters idea about Blake Lively. I don't know.
It's an odd pairing.
Tess asks, Zach, what do you think about the points of connection between Lehman and Blake Lively? Doug's agency, CAA, owned by Salma's husband. Doug got the stand by Stephen King shortly after Baldoni's case was dismissed. What do you think about these connections?
I mean, listen, at the beginning, very similar to at the beginning of this Blake and Baldoni drama, I was like, Baldoni sounds like he's fake. He sounds like a woke fake feminist. He doesn't seem like he really is the champion for women that he claims to be. And eventually I had to eat my words and be like, no, this dude, the more we learn about him, the more we dig on him, the worse we found is that he has an environment of toxic positivity, which, wow, what a terrible thing in this world in today's age, right? And so I feel like I have to eat my words in saying that I didn't think that there was a deep connection with Lyman. I think a big part of Lyman's motivation is he's tired of Friedman's bag of tricks. And unfortunately, there was a lot of media games that were played. Do I think that it's as deep as, his brother being close to Blake Lively? The thing is, in Hollywood, you can connect so many
I
people.
know.
I mean, look at Donna has worked in this industry and she's been a casting director that you can link her. I mean, she had lunch with Baldoni one time and people can link that and say, oh, she's clearly friends.
There's the subpoena.
So many
you just got me another. You just got me a subpoena.
There are so many threads that tie people together that I'm reluctant to just buy that at face value. But it is becoming increasingly clear that Lyman is biased, but I think the bias doesn't come from his brother's influence or from a CAA connection as much as I think he's tired of Friedman's games. And I think he wants to take this case seriously because it's harassment and, it's obviously a serious allegation. Unfortunately, Blake hasn't proven any of those allegations yet, but I think the nature of the case and the games that Friedman have played, I don't think have worked in their favor.
No, that's true. All right, y'all. Well, look, it is late. I have been up for, I've been doing this for 6.5 hours.
That's crazy.
I was going to wait for Shane Cashman, who's going to be our honored final guest, but I think that I texted him, I haven't heard back from him. I think he's going to go late with his recording, so I'm going to probably have him on later in the week. But listen, several things. Everybody go. I've already put your links up. I'll do it again. I'll put it in the comments after I finish here. But everybody check out Zack Peter, Donna Bowling, and I always messed up your name, Citizen Journalist, not Justice. Online, we're going to be covering. We're not running away from the Blake Lively thing. It's just it's transitioning into a new phase. And here's the thing that I was saying earlier. Blake Lively had the opportunity to take the win here and bow out, and she's staying in now. Look, maybe Friedman was overconfident, but Blake Lively now I think is entering her overconfidence phase, her second overconfidence phase, since the first was starting this whole mess. And I think that that her continuing litigation gives the other side an opportunity to dig in and find all kinds of shady shit, like the potential that's there with the Vanzan subpoena and the sham lawsuit and all that. And so I would say to people that even though this period right now feels a little demoralizing as we're going through this kind of transition to a more serious legal strategy, that people should understand the fight is not over. And look, this thing is going to a jury. And let me remind everyone that several days before, it might have even been the night before Johnny Depp went to trial with Amber Heard, he was getting advice from almost everyone that he probably should settle because he could not win. And I'm not talking about the England trial. I'm talking about the one that he won. And he got a jury and things went his way. And so I guess what I'm saying is I do think that a jury of her peers, of Blake Lively's peers and of Baldoni's peers, they're going to see through this shit, even if Judge Lehman can't.
Yeah, well, that's what I want people to remember too, because they keep saying Lyman's biased. He's biased. He may be biased, but he doesn't make the decision at the end of the day. The jury does. So when this goes to trial, we have to have faith in our peers because we could, we're all potential jurors in the future case that we get jury pulled for. And so that's kind of just what we have to have faith in right now.
Let's just hope ex-patriarch is not.
Oh God. Yeah, he's gonna be sitting outside the courtroom, rubbing one out. Be rubbing his foot, waiting for
Allegedly
sexually harassing ex-patriarch once again.
No, yeah. But and I talked about this. So on stage last night we had Omar, the tilted lawyer in Phoenix, and he was saying,
Name dropping.
I was talking about this months ago, how groundbreaking this case was going to be, but I was more talking about it in the way of, exposing the press like the New York Times and exposing the manipulation tactics of using these new California Me Too laws. But Omar was saying that, this really will show, or it will set a precedent when it comes to the Vanzan stuff. Like Lyman has a really big responsibility because whatever decisions he makes will be referenced in future lawsuits. That's a huge responsibility when it comes to affecting other potential victims in the future. And that's huge, right? And I think that that's a really important thing because I think all four of us often get branded as people that hate women or want to dismantle the Me Too movement. And I can confidently say, in speaking to each of you and just having our offline conversations, I think we are all such strong champions for, I don't know, Kristen, maybe you're just the strongest champion for men, but I think we're all such strong champions for women and for wanting women to have safe opportunities to come forth with their allegations. And unfortunately, we just don't feel like Blake Lively is that reflection. And that's why we're holding her to the fire, because we need to hold those types of women accountable so that it doesn't hurt other women that really need these opportunities.
Yeah, and Zach, you made a good point that one time where you said, or was it Donna? One of y'all said about the Kevin Costner, the girl who's suing Kevin Costner, and
Devin.
how Blake isn't speaking up on that when she's in
Yeah.
the industry, and
she needs Blake's voice.
Piggyback off that, or not even piggyback, but just be there and put out a statement saying this is what the industry is like. Look, this is what's happening, and support her. But hasn't said anything.
Yeah, where's Jimmy Fallon now? Where's the interview now? Also, let's put Devin aside. Where was she with Abigail Breslin? Where was she with all these other women that came forth with allegations in Hollywood in the past? When has Blake ever been? Give me the top 10 moments where Blake Lively has been a champion for other women when it comes to sexual harassment in the workplace. When has Blake Lively ever spoken up for any other woman outside of herself right now when it's convenient for her? That's why it's total fucking bullshit, because she's had opportunities to be this champion, but instead she wants to be the champion of hair mist for women. She wants to be the champion of cute, low alcohol cocktails
Hair
that women can
masks.
do while they're putting together floral arrangements.
What a crock of shit, by the way. Hair mask. What the fuck is that? I think that's called conditioner, girl. It's funny how many of the reviews, I looked at the reviews of the products and they're like, I don't know. It just seems kind of like it's a conditioner and not a very good one at that.
It looks like I used her hair mask because my hair looks like a rat's nest.
And then earlier, Colonel, how you were talking about the alcohol, how you felt like it was like one of the most demonic drugs. When I was on the stream, and my keyboard was acting up, but I wanted to type in there because I'm like, and then Blake selling alcohol. I don't know. I thought immediately about her when you were like, alcohol is so, whatever. And, the whole fact that she did it during the domestic violence movie and all that stuff.
I know.
If you cared about the woman's causes, you'd
probably
think about
doesn't
stuff like
probably
that.
doesn't even occur to her. She was too busy thinking about the NAACP and advancing African American rights. All right, listen, everybody. Here at the end, I'm going to put a plug in for myself. If you enjoyed this, I'm giving you a link to my PayPal. Every little bit does help. I've been doing this for almost 7 hours. So if you enjoyed any part of
Support
this,
Colonel Kurt.
the link is
Colonel
the link is in the
Kurt.
description. It'll be in the comments, and also I'm putting it up right here. Don't need a membership, just a credit card, debit card to contribute. Everybody, thank you so much. This thing is going to stay up. I'm probably going to cut some short videos from it, and I'll be tagging you in those. But thank you so much, everybody, all my guests, for making this happen, especially you three superstars. I think you and Leanne were the biggest draws tonight, definitely for this stuff. So thank you so much, everybody. I will see you later. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thanks, all of you. I appreciate it. And we are off. Bye-bye.